everyone, and welcome. This is the plans for the Aimchess Rapid, the fourth stop of the Champions Chess Tour. It's going to be a fantastic day of big fights. I'm International Master Tanya Sachdev, and alongside me, there can be no chess without Hess. Robert, it's been a while. How you doing?
Hey, Tanya, I am so glad to be here covering this event with you. The Champions Chess Tour is always full of excitement. The chess world has been buzzing with Norway chess and many other great events like the Cairns Cup. Shout out to Anna Zatonsky for winning that. She's an amazing human being. Got a GM norm, proud of her. But today, we focus on the Aimchess Rapid.
So much action. The chess world has been buzzing, and as you mentioned, we're still getting over all that we witnessed at the Norway chess. And for a certain Magnus Carlsen, it wasn't his last event in July. We know the news, chat, you know the news. He will be back to re-earn his spot in the Champions Chess Tour by playing the plains tonight. Robert, it's going to be fun.
Yeah, you know, he's hungry. He wants to make his way back to Division 1 in the next event. He's already won a leg of the Champions Chess Tour, but he wants more.
He wants more, but it's not going to be easy. Robert, I've got to ask you, we know that Magnus is in. Are you also expecting Hikaru to show up today?
It's a big question after winning Norway chess. He may be traveling, he may be too busy, but he has won the Chess World Masters. And of course, Nodirbek Abdusattorov. You can't say enough about the wonder kid from Uzbekistan. He won the Chess Kid Cup. So, Tanya, we're into event 4 already.
This is the roadmap of the 2023 Champions Chess Tour. Robert, we are about to kick off the fourth event, the Aimchess Rapid. We're down with 3. Magnus Carlsen taking the first one. Hikaru Nakamura with a win in the Chess World Masters. And Nodirbek winning the Chess Kid Cup in a grand style. And today we kick off the fight for that fourth spot. It's all about making to the Champions Chess Tour playoffs. 8 players will qualify into that. The winner of one of the 6 major events, as well as the top players to finish in the tour standings. Everything to fight for tonight.
Oh, yes, indeed. The Aimchess Rapid promises to be a great one just by the list of players, the who's who taking part in today's event. But we'll get there. Tanya, I'm getting ahead of myself, but it's just been already a great season, and we're only halfway through the 6 events that will determine who makes it to the playoffs come December.
Yes, and as you said, it is a big fight today for those tour standings as well. Critical to make it to the finals in December. Let's take a look at where we are with the Champions Chess Tour, with the players' standings. Let's bring up our tour standings through 3 of the 6 events before we kick off the fight for the Aimchess Rapid. And we see Hikaru Nakamura. Hikaru has been on fire in the chess world. He is world number 2 right now, Robert. He's back to being world number 2, and he's had phenomenal back-to-back performances, OTB as well as online. We saw him at Norway Chess. That was fantastic, as well as Pro Chess League. He was amazing in the Chess World Masters, and behind him in second place currently is Fabiano Caruana, who hasn't yet booked a spot in the season final. So it's going to be fun to see him back in the mix. And Robert, we see the tour standings. It's a big mix of established elite with the big names, the big talents, and the youngsters of the chess world.
And all the players you see on this list who have not already won an event, they're either rooting for themselves or a repeat winner. Because if players keep winning, that opens up more places from the tour standings to qualify for December's playoffs. So some great names on that list. Jorden von Foreest, Vladimir Fedoseev, who won Division 2 of the Chess Kid Cup. I mean, they are looking to stake a claim to the playoffs in December, where there's a lot of prize money up for grabs.
Yeah, $600,000 at stake on the line in that playoff and the season final. It's a fun ride to get there. And for that fourth spot, the action starts today. And we do know that there will be big names playing. Let's take a look, Robert. Let's talk about the format that's coming up, because it's absolutely brutal. There will be 2 different formats that we will be seeing in the play-in stage today. We start with the Swiss before we move on to the match play. And for those of you who are new to the chess world, in a Swiss event, a player plays a different opponent in each of the rounds. They're paired against each other based on their scores. And at the end of 9 rounds, the rankings are based on the final result of the players. And in this one, it's all about finishing in the top 72 of the Swiss stage. The players will have 10 minutes on the clock with a 2-second increment. And then, Robert, the top 72 move on to the match play, and that's just half the job done.
Yeah, because in the Swiss stage, you can coast at the end. If you get off to a hot start, make a few draws, but when we get to match play, it's just 1v1 and only 2-game matches. You can't just try to coast there. There's no sailing through. So I like that they first have to get through the slugfest of the Swiss, and then they choose their opponent. That's the cool part of this format, is you could choose your opponent, but then you have to prove it 1 versus 1.
I love it. I love all of it. Even the Swiss stage, we see all these big names, but alongside them, the lesser known grandmasters, but they're super dangerous as well. And Robert, we've got some names that are coming in who will be fighting in the play-in. Chat, we know Magnus did reveal that he will be playing, but take a look at that. That is just some of the big names who are signing up for this one. And Robert, I am loving this already. We've got Magnus, Wesley Stowe, Jan Nepomniachtchi, the World Championship challenger. He will be back here. And of course, we've also got the 14th World Champion, Vladimir Kramnik. And alongside Alireza Firouzja, this is going to be a fun night. Robert, give me one name you're excited to see out of that list.
Well, I'll give you a name you weren't expecting. If I were Danny Wrench, I would say, holy Jesus snaps. Oh my goodness, but when I look at this list of names, it's kind of like the who's who of chess. We have superstars no matter where you look at the initial player rankings. I'm super excited to see Vladimir Kramnik take part again. Magnus Carlsen in his first play-in. That's really exciting for us as commentators, for the fans, but maybe not for the other competitors.
It's going to be a night of entertaining chess action, cutthroat competition. We start with the Swiss stage of the play-ins. Let's just talk regulations and format. Get everyone up to speed with the action that they will be seeing. Now, the Swiss stage is open to grandmasters, and just the mix that we see of players makes it so not just entertaining, but so unpredictable as well. Now, it's not just grandmasters. We will also have other title players, international masters who have qualified by finishing in the top 3 from the Monday qualifiers. Again, throughout the day, we will see the time format of 10 minutes with a 2-second increment and a standard chess scoring system. A player wins a game, scores 1 point. A draw means half a point for both players, and if you lose, that's 0 point. And Robert, this format and scoring system usually means that even if a player has a slow start, he's got the time to recover and come back.
Yeah, you certainly do. Losing the first game, even losing the first 2 games, does not mean you're completely out of it. Your tie breaks will suffer, and that becomes important when you look if you're tied with a bunch of other people. But you can afford a couple losses here or there, but you really don't want that. Of course, not at this stage. And you say standard scoring format, Tanya. I'm thinking, wait, didn't we just see Norway chess where it's 3 points for a win, and then Armageddon, if you win that 1.5 points to 1 for the loser of Armageddon? Things are getting crazy in the chess world, and they're only going to get crazier in just about 2 minutes.
I'm all up for crazy. I love it. The action is about to kick off. And Robert, we've been talking about the big names who are fighting it out. And I've got a question for you and for chat as well. What do you think? Is Magnus here? He's here to prove a point after what we saw at the Norway chess. It was a tournament, a dismal performance by him. Didn't win a single classical game. Has he got a point to prove tonight?
Well, the point that he needs to prove is about a statement he made where he said he cheated on the Champions Chess Tour with the Grand Chess Tour, and now he has to work his way back through. So I think he is only interested in proving things to himself. I don't think that he cares what the public is saying. Oh, this is not the same Magnus of a few years ago when he was 28-80. Magnus is a beast. When he's playing, he's always the favorite in the tournament. So I think he just wants to outlast this very stiff competition.
And it is a long day ahead for him with chess and all the action and the different formats. And we are about to lift off. And of course, we saw the big names who will be fighting alongside Magnus in this one. And Robert, you've been calling the action in this play-ins, and we often see names that are not household names also qualify into the match play. And these opponents are so dangerous because the top guys don't have that much experience playing against them. You just don't know what to expect.
Yeah, no, this is an event where you don't look just at the rating, because if you don't see a 2-7 to start a player's number, you're like, they're not 2,700, they're not a super grandmaster, no problem. Yeah, guess again. Alexei Sarana, for example, one of the many worthy competitors in this play-in, he can take down anybody. right? That's happened before. He's been in Division 1. Ralph Mamedov and many others have made their way to the top division. Jorden van Foreest, he doesn't have to play in this play-in because he did so well in the Chess Kid Cup, beating Hikaru Nakamura in a match. So I think you can't count anybody out in this field. Any grandmaster can take down even the best players like Magnus Carlsen.
And that's exactly what makes this season of the Champions Chess Tour so exciting, because that's what we've been seeing, the big upsets, the big comebacks. And Robert, do we have action? I believe we do have liftoff already for round one.
We do indeed. So let's get right into the chess. And the first name that I clicked on happened to be Wesley So, another player who has not automatically qualified for the top division. And he's going to have his work cut out for him. This is just game one, Tanya, but Wesley in this field as well.
Yes. Wow. Wesley So, also out of Norway Chess, decides to play in the play-in to re-earn his spot in the Champions Chess Tour. And Robert, it is already quite an interesting opening. We see there is a battle in the center. Bishop has been developed by Black here. Is Wesley thinking about maybe striking immediately? And he does it.
Yeah, no, this pawn on d4 here, he's just trying to gain control of the center. And what's so interesting about these positions is this bishop on g2. This is not a Catalan, but it has a similar feel to it, right, Tanya, where the bishop on g2 is way stronger than the counterpart, on c8.
Yes, wow. And we see development continuing. And again, coming back to the point of fighting for the center, that's exactly what we're saying. That's an interesting choice by Wesley, because this means that Black has the option to actually double up White's pawn on the c line.
Yeah, those pawns, they are getting doubled on c3, and that would mean that the diagonal clears up. So if this knight captures on c3, the bishop on g2 is a happy piece. So I think at this stage, what we're looking at, I like White's position, Tanya. I don't know about you, but I think that Wesley, he's gotten what he wants.
Yes, and we see that is being played out, that bishop on g2. You just got to compare the pieces. Often in these positions, it is going to be a struggle for Black to develop that bishop on c8 with the g2 bishop just blowing fire down the board on that long diagonal. So it looks like things have gotten on to a good start for Wesley. Robert, what do you say? Do we have a look around? Should we jump to some of the other exciting opening action that we're seeing?
Let's do it. I see so many great names. Anish Giri is playing in this competition, so why not go to his game? He might tweet about this decision later, but that's okay. At the moment, Tanya, we can try to pull up his game and see. Okay, we don't have the game up just yet, but we will in a second. But yeah, Anish is playing against Clementi Sichev.
All right, we will get that game started in just a few moments from now. But right now, what we have ahead of us is Wesley So's position with the white pieces. And it looks like he's got the dream position out of the opening. We will pull up Anish's board shortly. Robert, so many great names fighting it out. I'll tell you what, the one player I've been wanting to see in Division 1 is Vladimir Kramnik. He's come so close in these play-ins, but we're yet to see him in Division 1. Tonight might be the night.
Yeah, tonight may be the night, and I think a lot of players hope that it's their time to shine. So we will have many people trying to get their first attempt at Division 1. That's what everyone is playing for. And, I just, so many great names. I'm looking at Levon Aronian is playing. I'm just going to keep listing off names. I see that Abhimanyu Mishra is in. That's the youngest grandmaster of all time. We have Alireza Firouzja. He was on the notable players list. But there are just Sam Sevian, Yu Yang Yi. We could go on forever.
Yeah, I love it. And you mentioned Abhimanyu Mishra. He's just fresh from a great event at the Asian Championship where he tied for second. So he's definitely in form. One of the Indian youngsters to watch out for. And as you mentioned, we've got big names. We've got Lev playing, Anish, Magnus, Jan Nepomniachtchi, Wesley So alongside. So many grandmasters who were not household names once again, but also players who are so dangerous and hungry for those points. And the games are on. And Robert, what catches your attention?
Yeah, we are going to get some games on screen for you all. We're just working through a few issues just to be transparent with everybody. But so many superstars. I'm still looking at the list of players. I'm seeing some of the names on my screen. just it goes on. Dmitry Kolarz, who played in Division 1 at the Chess Kid Cup, that was not a fluke. That was not a mistake. He would like to return to the top division. So, yeah, too many names are catching my eye. Vladimir Krumnik, I think everybody wants to see him play as well.
Yeah. So many names that have caught our attention, and we are going to bring the games to you very soon. We're just fixing some technical issues. We will go into a break and be back with all the chess action.
Oh my goodness, knight d8? Whoa.
Bishop d5 with mate.
way.
It has to give it.
Mate! You voted mate!
Chance, rook f7. Oh, whoa, no! No! No!
And we're back, chat. Apologies for that a technical delay, but everything's been fixed and we're ready to jump into the chess action. A lot has happened, Robert, from where we started in the opening phase. We do have some results coming in as well. Round 1 almost done.
Round 1 is almost done, and well, this game is still in action here. It's between Alireza Firouzja against Aiden Suleimanli. And Tanya, it's not king of the hill. There's a king on e5, but it looks like black has the upper hand, but not much time remaining.
And the clock is definitely a piece in this position. Black's got 12 seconds. Bishop c4 already walking into a move that has been given a question mark, a bad decision here. But he remains an exchange up and a very difficult position for white to defend. But the way to defend is to go on the offense. The rook, king, and bishop for white have to start putting threats against the black king. And even in some positions, threatening a checkmate. Get in with that king to e6.
Oh my gosh, king e6, bishop g5, rook d8 would be a checkmate. So black does need to be careful. And only 4.4 seconds. That's the nature of rapid chess. You start with 10, suddenly you only have less than 10 seconds.
Some pawns are being picked up, but Robert, I do feel that white has to find a way to start threatening checkmate down the board. Materially, black has a clear advantage in the position, should be winning. But look at white, he's just gobbling up all the pawns.
Yeah, and if you could get this pawn going, that would help. This is checkmate in 1. You have to stop that. And he barely gets his move off in time with king d8. That way his king can run to c7. But after b6, the king may have to continue running away.
And now it starts the king and the rook and the bishop for white, but the b pawn that becomes a big soldier in the position gives a check. King c7, you've got to check on f4, but the black king attacks the white rook. This is crazy stuff going on. And white wins the rook. And now, is white winning the position after picking up the rook on h2?
It looks like it should be winning, but perhaps black's pawn is fast enough to distract white's pieces. If this b pawn is lost, then suddenly we have a theoretical draw. Rook and bishop versus rook. That is a theoretical draw if there's no checkmating net. So perhaps white will have to bring this rook here, take this pawn, and black gets the b5 pawn. But Tanya, come on. There's 6 seconds on your clock. You're going to hold this position?
Good luck doing that, and especially against a player like Alireza playing the white pieces. He goes for the e2 pawn while black gives a check. White doesn't have time to put that rook in the middle to trade it off. Now this is a rook bishop versus rook. And Robert, these are still tricky to defend. I'm expecting Alireza to play this forever.
Yeah, but I think we will see some good defensive Suleiman. The increment really helps. You get 2 seconds bonus per move. And this rook, you typically want to stay near the black king. He goes away for now. That way he can check in the right time. And as long as this king can't help out, then black will be within that drawing range.
Wow. It sounds great theoretically, Robert, but practically never easy. With just 8 seconds on the clock, I would probably end up losing this position 9 out of 10 times. And against Alireza, probably 10 out of 10 times. Chat, be honest, this cannot be easy to defend. But right now, black is still holding his own. And it's all about white trying to set up a mating net against that black king here.
And Suleiman is doing an amazing job, by the way. He's pinning the bishop, taking a long-range stance, and he needs to run away with his king. So if this rook goes in the second rank, the king can keep running. But what white is about to do is run this king up to the d3 square and try to mate this king so you can move step by step with the king and bishop.
All right, now if you move the king up, there was a check, so white doesn't have the time to do that. And Suleiman blocking that 6th rank with the rook. The idea for white is to put that bishop on the d6, on the e3 square, and bring in the king to d3. But we see Suleiman stops that. Once again, not letting the white king get over to that d3 square.
And look at this. The king can't get in. It can go to d4, but that doesn't get you anywhere. And this king, it goes to c1 into discovered check, but it's because the king and the rook remain close. That's so important in this endgame.
Attacking the rook, and now there is a decision. He decides to offer a trade, and of course, Alireza going for the win. And I think it's going to come down to that 50-move rule. Alireza will play on till that point, but if he's not able to make progress, which basically means get a checkmate in the clocks, the game will be stopped after 50 moves.
And there was a checkmate in 1 thread, so the rook is stationed passively on the 1st rank. But the white king's in the wrong spot. That king would prefer to be over on d3. And as soon as you get there, the rook gives a check. So Alireza is trying his best here.
He is, and now you will get to that d3 square, no check, but just having those 2 squares for that black rook on a1 and b1 is enough. It is barely enough, but just about cuts it for defending this position. Alireza trying to make progress. There's a big threat. Rook h1 winning the rook.
Oh, it's over. It's over. Yeah, as soon as you... Oh! What? I thought the king was coming in.
Alireza misses it.
Yeah, his king could have leapt forward into the position. I think he'll get another chance, Tanya, just because black has no time. But that was a missed opportunity.
Wow, the player's playing on seconds. 3 seconds for Suleiman. He goes without rook to c3. One missed opportunity. Will Alireza get a second chance before hitting the 50 move mark?
He's getting it. Yeah, I knew he was getting it. Once his king gets to the third rank successfully, this rook gives a check. The bishop blocks. The king goes here. You check right here. The king is forced back. Otherwise, there would have been discovered check. And now it's about technique. And if this rook leaves, there's bishop check here. Rook to d1 mate. This is great technique from Alireza right now.
Rook c8 coming in with rook c1. A big threat on the board. How do you fight it? It's on the board, but it's a bad move, Robert.
Yeah, the rook goes to d5 and blocks it. These rook and bishop versus rook endgames are very tricky. Maybe afterwards, if we get a second, we can show what the winning technique was. But unfortunately, the most natural response allows black to set up defense, and it is a draw. So let's go right back because... changed here.
Wow. And it does look like the 50 move mark was hit. 2 big missed opportunities there by Alireza. The game finally played in seconds. Suleiman does manage to hold. And with that, this ends in a draw. Robert, you were telling us the right technique. Show it to us how it's done.
I'll show it in a second, hopefully. Sorry about that, everybody. I misled you there, but we will get the opportunity to show you how to win this endgame in a second. But what's the results? What are the standings? It looks like some of the regulars at the top over there.
We do see the standings, and wow, the one regular who's not at the top is Magnus Carlsen going into round 2, which means that he did not manage to win his game. Or did he win his game? Robert, I think it was heading towards a draw, but Magnus eventually managed to score a full point there.
Yeah, no, Magnus winning is no surprise for anybody. But let's dive in right now, if we have a second here, that in this position where white went rook to c8, going for checkmate, the direct path. Here, I believe the quickest path is actually throwing in this check, because once the king slides over to d1, then the rook comes to c8, and you have the connection of this bishop and the rook coming down to c1. And unfortunately for black, there's no way to block it on the first rank. So this check is very important, because after the check on e8, if the king goes to f1, then this king is in a mating net no matter which way you turn, and you can bring your rook somewhere on the 8th rank and try to go for checkmates on the board.
Wow. But definitely a rook bishop versus rook. It's not only easy to defend, it's also very tricky to actually find the correct mating pattern. And in seconds, we see the world's best players not being able to do this. And with that, this game ends in a draw. Robert, let's get an update on the results as round 2 is about to kick off. We actually do have liftoff. And we're going to start with Magnus Carlsen playing with the white pieces. And this looks like it started with an Italian. And wow, Laurent Fressinet. He's going for it with f5, opening up the f-file, eyeing that f2 pawn.
Fressinet, a player who might be a bit familiar with Magnus Carlsen's chess, not just because he's a top grandmaster himself, but has he been part of the team, right? Fressinet has been part of Team Magnus, and these lines are very interesting, Tanya, where black sidesteps the pin on the diagonal, puts the king in the corner, and that way you can strike with f5. So Magnus, he can take this knight on h6. That forces the doubled, isolated pawns for black, but that also opens the g-file for some pressure against the white king.
Wow. And Robert, we are jumping into round 2, but I'm just going to quickly update some of the big results that happened in round 1. And Vladimir Kramnik also scored a big round 1 victory. Magnus Carlsen winning his game. Peter Swidler winning his game. So some of the big hitters scoring that first victory. And I have to say, I know as commentators, we're supposed to be biased and not have favorites, but I'm really hoping to see a big finish by Big Vlad here. It's going to be fun to see him in Division 1. And this one is going to be a big game. We can already see fire on the board.
Well, you say fire on the board. I'm looking for Shirov, and you already mentioned Kramnik. That was a whole controversial time in the chess world where Vladimir Kramnik was able to take the throne from Garry Kasparov. But should he have been there in the first place? that's a question that won't be answered because there's, I don't even want to say split opinions. I just think that Alexei's opinion and Vladimir's opinion, maybe they didn't have the same one. Let's put it that way.
Well, that's a chat for another day, Robert, but I can tell you that this position as well, Magnus and Laura's center are not having the same opinion as well. They are having a face-off currently, lots of pawns being liquidated. We see a trade on that e4, pinning that queen on e8. There is a lot of pressure on Laurent's center with this rook on e4 and the e5 pawn pinned. Is it a bit of trouble for black? Because I would be worried with the black pieces here.
Yeah, what you need is to connect down to the f2 square, but with this pawn on d4 not going anywhere anytime soon, the bishop, it's just staring into the center rather than inflicting serious damage. And while this rook's on e4 pinning the e5 pawn, it can also swing. It's a kind of rook lift. That rook can go to h4 at some moment and start targeting the weakened black king side. So, Tanya, I would be worried if I'm Fressinet. It looks like that move was a mistake, and it's because the bishop doesn't have the diagonal. If this pawn were ever to move, then queen takes g3 is a thing. But for now, the knight successfully goes to g3, protects the rook on e4. This looks great for white.
Yeah, but he's so tricky. Laurent Fressinet, the Frenchman, he is setting up his own ideas, eyeing that G file, some potential sacrifices on H3. Magnus still has to be careful, and let's not forget, in this time format, anything can happen. It is a fiery position. Knight G3, what I love is how White's knights are keeping everything together. That knight on G3, stopping any activity on the G file, making sure that the G2 pawn isn't pinned. But still, a lot to play for. Black can continue with developing that light squared bishop, and he does it bishop d7, connecting the rooks. Robert, as white, I would be worried about potential sacrifices on the f3 square as well as the h3 square once the rooks are connected, and things can get out of hand. Do you think this is the moment that we leave Magnus to it and get some updates on the other game?
I really like what you were just saying. I think Magnus agreed that looks scary, so he brings his bishop to c2. I see the question mark. So objectively, it wasn't the best move. I can get behind that. But I think from a practical perspective, it's a very good move because it keeps all your pieces well defended and it allows you to create further pressure against the black king. So while it was a mistake, we acknowledge that. I actually think from the practical point of view, when you're down to under 8 minutes on the clock, it was quite a decent move, though Fressinet is not going to be too displeased about all the pressure he has in this board.
I'll tell you what I'll be displeased about if we see a repetition with the knight jumping into h5, attacking the queen and falling back. But luckily for us, chat, none of that is happening because Magnus is going for the kill. He plays queen d2, so now knight h5 can be a big threat on the board with the h6 pawn under fire as well. Magnus also bringing his last toy into the game. Do not forget your pieces is the first advice that my coach gave me when I started playing, and I like that the rook from a1 will jump into the game.
Yeah, no, it's looking like white is about ready to bring all the pieces to the party, and the bishop on a7, that's not invited, at least not yet. So I think, there it is. Yeah.
It happens.
It did, and this d4 square, because the queen was pushed back to g7, it brings another piece to attack. But look at this move by Magnus. That is a very calm decision. Just king to g2. You know why? Because once this pawn takes, or goes to d3, no longer is this knight hanging. I'm going to go back just one move here, that if white made a careless move like a3, something completely random, then you have to watch out for moves like d3, where now queen takes g3 is a devastating threat because the pawn f2 is pinned.
Wow, ideas everywhere, and that's why the king lift by Magnus. A nice little defensive move, just stepping out of that diagonal. We see a trade on c3. I love that Laurent has this central square for the knight. The knight from c6 can jump into e5, and Robert, the bishop from d7, can line up to c6 on that diagonal. I see the eval bar says that Magnus is doing well in the position. He's up an exchange, but the white king is still not safe. And in these formats, it's so much about king safety. Bishop c6 in the air, a big threat. The rook from a8 joining the party, as you said. This can get super tricky.
Yes, this rook has options of where to threaten the white king side, and bishop c6 is a nasty threat as well. I think this rook needs to be replaced with a bishop. I think if white's bishop were on e4, then suddenly the f3 pawn is defended, the king's feeling a bit safer. I just don't know where to move my rook, because rook h4 at some moment will be hit by knight g6 and things like that, so it's a tough decision for Magnus Carlsen. I can actually see him going wrong here, Tanya.
And f3 was hanging, so it's hard to also find a good spot for the rook. Magnus again making a move that's been awarded with a question mark. That's one award that you definitely don't want. And in these positions, we do see with that move, White's king gets even weaker. Black does have the option to anytime step up with that bishop, and now it'll be a deadly pin. He first falls back with the knight, defends it. The knight is headed to h4. The attack continues. Tricky, Laurent.
Yeah, no, tricky, but principled. He sacrificed in exchange to rip open the white king. I mean, that was a very good decision by him. And now Magnus needs to find probably some only moves, because this is getting into territory where he could just be losing in the next few turns. So where do you even move your king? I think king h2 makes sense, but still, this knight weasels its way into potentially the f3 square, where that would be a devastating fork.
Yeah, the one move you don't want to make is that knight from g3 jumping to h5, attacking the queen, because then we're going to see a double check with the g6 knight coming out of the way and a mate, potentially a mate on g2. That would be game over. So White doesn't have the time to start threatening Black's queen on g7. This is big problem for Magnus. And he mentioned, Robert, that the play-ins are super fun to watch, but perhaps not so much fun to play. And I don't think he's having any fun in this game.
No, I think that he's looking at this board and saying, can I switch colors? Is that allowed? Come on, I'm the #1 rated player on the planet. Rook e1 is apparently a losing blunder. Knight h4 check feels automatic, but that was a true blunder. That knight can go into f3 with a fork of pieces over here. The king can't step to h2 or g1 because then you'd win the queen on the spot. But knight h4, that feels automatic step 1. Then the key is, after knight f3, winning an exchange back. Can you convert that advantage?
I love that step 1, and you might not need too many steps after that. Once you win the material Black back, and Laurent is heading in that direction, look at White's ugly pawn structure. The king's super weak. Black will be up an extra pawn. The two bishops having a bishop pair, and that's a bishop pair that's absolutely monstrous. Imagine Black's bishop coming to c6. Robert, this is not looking just bad for Magnus. It's looking busted for him.
It looks completely lost. I would play knight f3. I don't even know where this queen goes, but I'm going to take this rook on e1. f2 is loose, Tanya. Bishop c6 is a threat. How do you actually keep your f2 pawn protected? Because if you're queen e2, then when I take and you take back, I have bishop c6 at the end, winning a second exchange. I think this is hopeless at this stage for Magnus.
Wow. Magnus Carlsen staring at defeat in the second round of the play-ins against one of his seconds. That is a tricky situation to be in. Knight f3 played. It's on the board. Magnus with 5 minutes on the clock. And that's not his biggest problem right now. His position is falling apart.
Yeah, I really just don't see even like a 3-move sequence for him. Because f2 is loose, and that's a problem because then the knight loses its defender. There's no stability in White's position. Also, by the way, Black currently has a bishop and 1 pawn for a rook. So when this knight takes a rook, at the very least, Black will end this series of moves up a pawn with a bishop pair and an attack. So this has gone really wrong for Magnus Carlsen. I think he's going to lose this game.
Wow, and we're getting some big updates. We're talking about, and it sounds strange to say, but former world champion Magnus Carlsen. We also have the current world champion in the mix. Ding Liren is fighting it out. He is in round 2. Currently, his game is on against Dariush Swerts. And Robert, fun fact, Ding Liren's username on Chess.com is Chef's House.
It is indeed, because he's
foodie.
cooking. Yeah, and he is cooking on the chessboard. Maybe he's making some good dishes. We'll have to see his culinary skills at some point. He's done that in Norway chess in years past. But look at this position. He is trying to exploit an isolated pawn on a6. Maybe this pawn on d4, a bit overextended if I can play e5 at the right moment. So it seems like that was a bad decision just now from Dariush Sverich, but I think his position just looks bad to my eyes. White clearly with a promising position at this stage. But the one issue is if you ever take on c4, you drop this e4 pawn. So that's the big question, Tanya. Is it worth taking a c pawn for an e pawn? Usually the answer is no, but Ding says yes.
He is up for fighting this one out. He does go for it, counting on that d4 pawn being super weak. The e4 pawn's been picked up. A lot of trades happening, and this means that Dinglerin ends up with an extra pawn, but black still has some trumps. The rook and the queen on open fires. It does feel like there's initiative. There's a big threat on the board. White can pick up the bishop on g7 and queen d4 check. Why is that not winning a piece, Robert?
It will be, but after bishop takes d4, but black is just trying to figure out what to do, because normally you play rook d8, but white may just play c3 and say, all right, you want to take me on d4, do it, you'll fix my pawn structure. So I think Ding, he saw that his pawn structure was hanging in the balance a little bit, but he realized that he can successfully take this pawn on d4 after giving up his central pawn, and kind of looks to me like an extra pawn, and the only way that I see to keep material equal is to take on d4, because c2 is loose at the end there, but white has a very promising position. The knight on a5 is such a thorn in black's side.
Yeah, big threat right now, as we've been talking about, and we see that Darius is in a think. He's got to parry that. He's got to find his counterplay. Robert, what do you say? Should we take this moment as Darius tries to survive this and jump back to the Magnus game? Because I've got my eye out on it and a lot is happening. It is an exciting position. Big trouble for Magnus, but he's trying to create his chances. He's picked up the b7 pawn. He's down materially right now, down a piece, but the e1 knight is hanging. The rook on a8 is hanging. The bishop on a7 hangs. Pieces all over the board are loose. The c2 bishop will be picked up. Will black just end up with an extra piece?
I didn't even see that. You mentioned so many pieces were under attack, I couldn't keep track. And knight takes c2 looks the simplest. And the reason I say that is, if you do play bishop c6 and take this rook on e4, I feel like that does give white some faint hopes of staying alive. But as soon as you mentioned the bishop hanging on c2, just grab that piece, why don't you? Bishop c6 actually has the secondary threat of knight takes c2 as well. So yeah, Tanya, this is looking like Laurent should take the W against someone who's been his boss, Magnus Carlsen, the former world champion. Weird to say. He has employed Laurent Fressinet as a second on his team, if I'm not mistaken. And this is looking like the Frenchman, who is formerly over 2,700, has been a super grandmaster, such a strong player. He's doing everything right with the black pieces.
He decides to go for the second option of picking up the rook, so winning material here. And wow, that means, Robert, we've got former world champions, Vladimir Kramnik, Magnus Carlsen fighting it out. We've got Dinglerin in the mix, and we've got the challenger, Jan Nepomniachtchi as well. This is going to be a fun night of chess. Bishop c6, I think what Magnus is eyeing is to pick up as many pawns as he can. Maybe take the a6 pawn at this moment, hit that bishop on c6. You can't really defend the rook on e4, and you're kind of okay giving it up as long as you can maintain your own light squared bishop as white. And don't forget, once that bishop lands on e4, black's knight on e1 is trapped.
It's an essential point. And not only that, with a bishop on e4, this a pawn could be very dangerous down the line. So I'm looking at this position. Magnus objectively in huge trouble. But if he takes on a6, Fressinet may have to find an accurate move or two. Queen d7 protects the bishop and threatens queen takes h3. That looks really promising to my eyes, Tanya, because the bishop on c2 is still loose. So I feel like he's going to run out of tricks, is Magnus Carlsen, and he's going to drop to 1 out of 2.
Yeah, it's not an ideal start, but it's a long event. 9 games in the Swiss. We're into the second round. Bishop c6 played. Magnus down on the clock as well by a minute. And look at that. He doesn't go pawn hunting. He first falls back with the bishop to b1, almost seemingly losing a move here, inviting black to pick up the rook on e4. But it doesn't feel right. Bishop b1, it just feels as if Magnus he doesn't know what to do in this position. And he's just holding and hoping and praying for black to make a big mistake here.
If the clock situation were reversed, maybe he would have some chances. But Fressinet is also doing well on time. And queen takes c3. That's a pin piece. Didn't have to capture it right away. Now the knight can go to f3 and into d2, because this king has to step back in this diagonal. And now after knight d2, this rook is hanging. This bishop is hanging. This queen can go to f3 with check. This is lights out if he just plays the very nice knight to d2.
And he does. He does go for knight d2. Clinical stuff here by Fressinet. just taking all the opportunities and not rushing, picking up material, the queen and the knight on the attack. And it comes down to that practical decision of giving up the exchange with rook f3, and it all worked out. And very often you kind of ignore what the eval bar says. You take your practical chances, and that's how you beat, well, a former world champion and the world rapid and blitz champion.
So weird to think of him as the former world champion, but that is what he is. And I'm wondering right now, because there's a rook under attack, a bishop under attack. If knight takes b1, maybe white has this kind of queen c7. There's a pin down the c line. Already there are some threats in the air. So you do have to be a little bit careful for Fressinet. He just takes on e4, which that looks like a good move, taking some material. We'll see a bunch of exchanges. And I think what Magnus is relying on, Tanya, is his queen protects f2. And that could be huge because he won't lose the game immediately. And the black king isn't the safest. You would love to be able to push this pawn over to g7. Not allowed, I'm sorry.
And I like what Laurent has done as well, because that pawn is not on g7. He wants to control the d4 square. You don't want to get too far from that. Otherwise, white's queen comes and gives a brutal check on d4, keeping everything intact. So Laurent also keeping his queen in the center, hitting that knight on e4, x-raying that f4 pawn. White can't fall back with the knight anywhere. Queen f4 would be a big check. He's got to find a way to defend that e4 knight with the queen b7, or come back queen e3. Black can start pushing the central pawns.
Yeah, it seems like it doesn't matter. You can kick the knight out regardless, and f4 will in fact drop. So I like the move, d5, but there's queen b2 check. Just like queen d4 was a threat, you have to be very careful. Queen b2 was a nasty threat, but he's going to block with queen g7 and threaten a checkmate of his own.
Queens are off the board, it's game over. Black has enough pawns and he's up in exchange. So really, again, clinical precision conversion by Laurent Fressinet. And in fact, after queen g7, it's hard to imagine a white trying to avoid trades, but he's got to do just that. He brings the knight to the defense. f4 you can pick up, you lose the c7 pawn, but the f2 pawn is hanging as well.
And this is huge, that because f4 is gone, queen e5. If you didn't have queen e5, the game would have been a draw immediately with rook g7 back to g8 when the queen was trying to go back and forth. But that square was available. Oh my goodness. I mean, Fressinet is doing everything right, bringing up pawns so that h4 now is the target. f2 also is under fire. So really nicely played so far by Fressinet, and he's up on the clock. That remains important.
Yeah, this is a masterclass on how to convert a winning position. And winning a winning position is one of the hardest things in chess, especially when you're playing against Magnus Carlsen here. And look at him now, he's doubling up on the f-file. Your knight can't jump to e4. Queen f3 will be game over. It will be lights out. Magnus just holding on by a thread. I think it's time. Well, it's time to pick up another pawn, and at some point just start marching down the board with your central pawns.
Yeah, this pawn can be captured. There was no check on the diagonal, no useful one. The queen could always slide back to f6. And after queen f4, now the h pawn. It was doubled and isolated early on, a potential target. Now it's an asset, and it's running up to h4, kicking the knight out of there, opening the g file for mating attacks. I really think this has been exemplary play from Fressinet.
And queen e2 trying to hold on to the f2 pawn. As you mentioned, Robert, it's time to hit that knight, destabilize the defender, and step by step, Fressinet gaining on the position, on the advantage. This looks like it's going to end in checkmate. You've got to go back all the way to h1. Queen g4 coming in, and always a check can be blocked with queen to g7, threatening a mate, offering a queen trade. Game over, lights out from Magnus Carlsen.
I mean, this really was a masterclass. I feel like I learned a lot, and that's over. This is official. Fressinet has won. Every move he played was the best move, and he played with purpose. He stole a pawn, brought his pawn up the board, kicked the knight there, threatened checkmate, blocked the check with his queen, and that's going to be mate. So really nicely done from Fressinet. Let's maybe head on over to some of our remaining games, like Jeffrey Zhang, who's in the competition.
Yeah. Now let's do that. It is, of course, the established elite of the world, but also the youngsters go vying for the spot in that Aimchess Rapid. And we've got here Jeffrey Zhang with the black pieces. And wow, that's a lot of material up, but this should be just lost for black. For white, sorry.
Yeah, completely lost the game we just tuned into. The bar took a little bit there, but now that it's up to speed, it's an extra piece and 2 pawns for Jeffrey Zhang. By the way, Vuka Rasulov is playing an over-the-board tournament right now. So he must have finished his game and said, let me log on to the chess.com and play in the Aimchess Rapid play-in. And, well, he lost this game. It's official. Jeffrey Zhang takes it and goes to 2 out of 2.
Not just him, updates coming in with Wesley So on 2 out of 2. Levon Aronian, Jeffrey Jean joins them. And of course, Laurent Fressinet also on 2 out of 2. You got some big names who are still fighting. Some games are still on, or do we have all the results in, Robert?
Well, we have Vladimir Caruana playing, and unfortunately for him, losing. But Igor Kovalenko, super strong player. He has gone through a lot with what's happening in Ukraine. I mean, he has been very vocal about it. He, I think, streams as well. He's done well on Title Tuesdays. So props to Igor Kovalenko, who is taking down Vladimir Caruana with the black pieces. And yeah, it's just a really clear exchange up when it's over.
Yeah, it's an exchange up, and you're always threatening to pick up that bishop, going to a winning king pawn ending, and Vladimir Kramnik resigns also on the clock. He has been flagged, which means that he does lose the second round. And Robert, we've got a big round 3 coming up with some of the big names looking for a comeback.
Yeah, and you start with 2 out of 2, you're starting to feel pretty good about your chances to make match play and try to qualify for Division 1. And as I look at the standings, some familiar faces there, right? We have Jospim, that's Jose Martinez, Wesley So. Some of these players don't need any introduction, but Peter Svidler, happy to see him taking part. Tanya, usually we've heard him commentating, but he reminds us all that he's a fantastic player, and he's won the Russian Championship 8 times. Yeah, he's pretty darn good.
Yeah, he's an absolute legend. And P. Sweaty, as we call him, well, he is looking for a spot in the Aimchess Rapid. He's had a fantastic start with 2 out of 2. And Sarana Pirana there as well in the mix. This is going to be a fun ride. He's on 2 out of 2 as well as Daniel Dubov. Robert, everywhere you see, there are only big names here fighting for those big top 72 finish in the Swiss, and of course, vying for that Division 1 of the Aimchess Rapid. And we still got some games on. I see here with black, Dan Laz playing on seconds, but this looks like bad news. He's down 2 pawns. White so close to queening. Once the knight joins the party on the queen side, this should be over.
Yeah, you can bring the knight around to the square d6. This knight on a8 is actually quite hard to kick out of the corner. That's the annoying part, is because the pawns are split the way they are, that it's not that simple to rush the pawn through. And Denlaz, he's trying his best, but that was really well done. As you said, Tanya, once the knight joins the party, it's game over, and it's a party for one, and it's only for Parham.
Yeah, wow. Parham having all the fun in this one. He doesn't even want to win a knight. He wants to win a queen. He wants to promote that queen on a8, picking up that knight, and I don't see a way for black to stop it. You could pick up the f4 pawn. You could pick up the b4 pawn, but that's about it. That's where the knight ends for Dan Laz, at least in this game. And Parham looks like he's taking this one, and he has. Dan Laz resigns. Wow, that was a nice finish. Nice couple of moves, sequence of moves leading up to this victory.
And I see we have Tomaszewski taking on Min. Min, a very popular streamer. This game is still going, and it would appear that white, with an extra exchange, should be better. But Tanya, that's a beast of a bishop on e4.
And a beast of a rook on h2. Just so much counterplay for black's pieces. And that pawn on g3, one of white's rook always has to be on the defense of that weakness, which kind of slows down the activity of the 2 rooks. And I like that bishop on e4 that you mentioned. It's not only a great attacker, it's such a brilliant defender as well. Just guarding all of black's weak pawns here. Not just the pawns, the king as well from all the checks. And that's why Arivalbar says, despite having the material deficit, black is doing fine because of the piece activity.
The bishop really does it all. It protects c6 and is protected by c6. Defends f7, can go to e4, defend f5, and shuts down the 5th rank. So the rook can't even attack that loose pawn on f5. This is really nice defense from Min. And I wonder, Tanya, if at some point, if Tomaszewski tries too hard to win, if black can suddenly try to play for a win. If this king could get over to h5 and to g4, like get that king in there somehow, maybe black could even have a chance.
Wow. Yeah, that would definitely be something that is on Min's mind, but I think we're going to see a repetition as it's very difficult for both players to make any further progress in the position, and we see this one ends in a draw.
Seemed like a fair result, and that's a good result for Min, drawing with black against Super GMs. That's what you want to do, but you also want to keep winning because the competition is very stiff, and Magnus Carlsen doesn't have a perfect 2 out of 2 score, but I see Sam Sevian does.
Yeah, so many results are coming in and going into Round 3, we are going to have some players on a perfect scores and some big names not on a perfect score. We've got Aradhya Garg from India. He is a youngster. He's playing an exchange up in this position, but a rook and king versus king and knight. This is a theoretically drawn position. It is the only way for white to lose in these kind of end games is to get the knight and the king very far away from each other, and then you end up losing the knight. As long as the king and the knight can be best friends and just stay really close, Robert, white's doing good.
Best friends till the end. And when's the end? After the 50 move rule. The game will conclude in a draw. So the king and the knight are not going to separate. Great illustration of how to draw this position. The king does not want to go away, and the knight is helping out, not even allowing the king to step forward.
No long distance relationship with these two on the board, and that's exactly what we're seeing white play at. Just keeping the king and the knight together, keeping everything defended, and this will end in a draw in just a couple of moves. Of course, black will play it out till the end, but the 50 move rule should stop the clock any moment.
And I have to say, we see the FM title attached to the player with the black pieces, and it's because he worked his way into the field, qualifying based on those Monday qualifiers. So shout out to not just qualification, but scoring points against strong grandmasters like Conrad Halt. Conrad Halt, he does really well in Title Tuesdays. In fact, he won a Title Tuesday. Yeah. So that's a great result for Aradhya Garg here, and you got to just tip your hat off to the guy.
Yeah, absolutely. He is a very talented player from India, Aradhya. And Robert, as you mentioned, qualifying from the Monday qualifiers, the play-ins are for Grandmasters, as well as the top 3 finishers of the Monday qualifiers, which has other title players. And here he's keeping all his defenses going. And Robert, is this the last game remaining for round 2?
Considering we're on move 145, yeah, no, this has to be the last game going. If there's another one, I don't even want to look at it because there's probably some equally theoretically drawn ending. But yeah, I believe this is in fact the last game going on for this round.
Wow, and this will be ending in a draw soon, and I see we've got Wesley So out of the heavy hitters. Wesley So, Daniel Dubov, Levon Aronian are all on 2 points, and of course Laurent Fressinet as well after that big win against Magnus Carlsen, and we've got Serrana as well on 2 points. So a lot of players with 100% score so far, and that's a big confidence boost. What you really want is to have a hot streak. Once you have a hot streak, then you can afford to mess up one of those games in the middle of the Swiss portion and still be in the mix to make it in the top, in the match play.
Yeah, and also when you keep winning, your opponents get a bit more gentle later on in the tournament. But, if you have, say, 6 out of 7, you might make a couple draws to make sure you get to match play. But if you have a lower score, you need to start winning. So this game is a draw, and that means that Conrad Halt, if he hopes to get into match play, he'll have to get on a winning streak. But round 3 is beginning. And Tanya, we have so many great matchups. Like, I'm just going to click on some. Levon Aronian taking on Laurent Fressinet. Fressinet beat Magnus. Oof. Guess what your reward is? Wow. Now you have to play black against Levon Aronian.
I know Laurent a little bit, and he's loving it. He's still reeling from the fact and all the jokes he's going to be cracking with Magnus once the Swiss is over. They're 2 good friends, so he's going to have some fun with that. But of course, right now it's fun on the chessboard. He's facing Levon, and that's another moment for Fressinet to shine. It starts with the Italian. We saw Magnus face the brunt of it against Laurent. Can Laurent do it again in the same opening?
I mean, that first time was the charm. We'll see if second time will also work out for him. What happened in that game was black castled, brought the king to the corner, and eventually this knight rerouted to h6. It's a bit of an awkward sequence. But if I'm remembering correctly, Levon Aronian was one of the originators of that plan. Like, I've seen him in games from well over a decade, maybe 2 decades ago at this point, with king h8, knight g8 type of ideas to push f5. Not in this game, and there's no knight g4 anyway because the pawn went to h3. But we have a very quiet start, it would seem, to this game, Tanya.
You're totally on point with that, Robert. Levon Aronian has been the originator of so many creative ideas in the opening, and the fact that black can get that f-pawn moving to f5, he's played so many brilliant games employing that himself, and I think that's the reason he put in this little move h3 to make sure that idea doesn't come into play. And now we see more thematic Italian maneuvers where the white knight is headed to the center from g3, eyeing that f5 square. The bishop from c1 can be offering a trade on e3 because that black bishop on a7 is a piece that you really want to get rid of in this position. Yeah,
so exactly as you were saying, following that thematic Italian plan, do not take this pawn on b7. I'm just going to put it on the board so you can see why, because some people say, why'd you bring your queen out here if you're not going to go and take it? Well, after rook to b8, this rook over here, queen takes a6. I like to point this out. When there are two pieces in the same line, think what happens when the piece in between them gets out the way. And you're not going to stop on b6 or c5 or d4 or even e3, but you're going to take on f2 with check, and that says hello to the queen and also goodbye, because once your king reacts to the bishop, the queen is lost on a6.
That is going to be a painful hello for the queen on a6. And that's not going to happen. As you mentioned, the b7 pawn is a poison pawn in the position. You never pick it up. You just eye it. You just make black feel that that's always a threat on the board that he needs to watch out for. We see the bishops have been traded off the board. And now white has a double pawn, but that also means more control in the center. And Robert, I like what you're highlighting here, because white will reroute his rook to the open F line, and we might even see a potential sacrifice on F6, which is why it's important for black to play actively, and he immediately strikes in the center.
You said sacrifice on f6, and I'm like, wait a second, Fressinet isn't white in this game, because that's what he did to Magnus, that exchange sacrifice. And this is why you learn from the games that you watch, everybody, because all of you in chat, we just saw Fressinet do it to Magnus. If that knight were to sit on f6, just like Tanya was saying, this rook would think about sacrificing for it. But for now, we have these kind of weird pawns on d3 and e3. Is this pawn going to go to d4? Is this pawn going to e4? That's a big question. But if you play e4, the knight may hop into f4. So you have to time these things well. And for Levon, speaking of time, he's barely spent any. He has thrived in this format, Tanya.
We've seen him do that time and time again in the Champions Chess, though. He's always the player with more time on the clock. He has such great control. He's playing intuitively. He's playing fast. And he's also playing really well. I think it was Vlad who said, Big Vlad, that, you know, in these formats, you either play fast or you play good. But Levon seems to be doing both of them with a great ease. And he goes for the plan with pushing the e-pawn, because then that also takes control of that f5 square. And now that the rooks are in the central files, d4 is not out of the question. It's something that white always has, and he goes for it immediately, making sure that the knight on f4 is not feeling too easy for too long.
Yeah, this knight looks good on f4, but it's a lone piece. Now, you do have to watch out at some point for a sacrifice on h3. It will not work out in this moment, and the reason why, I just want to put this on the board. It doesn't take much analysis. After queen takes h3, two knights are hanging in a row, but the king acts as the defender, sliding up to f2, protecting the both of them. So that's why Levon, he's sitting relaxed at home, just focusing on the chess. He's not worried about knight takes h3 in this position. And instead, we did just see the move queen to d6 played. You do potentially have to watch out for queen g6, Tanya. So Laurent is keeping threats alive with his knight being loose on g3.
I'm just loving Levon's speed. It's like he's Speedy Gonzalez today. He's down to like 9 minutes, 39 seconds. He barely took time to strike in the center. So much pressure on Levon in the on Fressinet, on Laurent in the position and on the clock as well. Now rook f1, eyeing that f4 knight. Again, black can slide with the queen to g6, hitting that knight on g3. And yes, you can't move that knight because queen g2 would be a big threat. But one more time, we will see black's king, white's king, be a great defender, just simply sidestepping to h2, defending that knight on g3, making sure there's nothing on g2. Everything holds.
Is there e takes d4? This is what I'm currently considering, Tanya. The knight is loose on g3. So if you go queen g6, that's very direct. I see your plan. I'm going to defend. But if I take on d4, he goes queen g6 and said that was a mistake. I'm just going to take us back a second here, because I do think that that was a missed opportunity. And you see the question mark. It shows that black's move was not the right one. E takes d4 instead. If you play pawn takes, I was thinking knight takes h3 check, because you say check to the king and check to the knight at the same time. And somehow it's not an overwhelming advantage for black, even though it looks good. I guess the king comes to h2, the knight comes back to f4, and white is doing okay thanks to the pawns in the center. But Tanya, black would love to steal a pawn off the board.
I love this tactic that you're pointing out, and I think this is a big, big miss by Laurent. Very uncharacteristic. He's a super aggressive player who finds these ideas, but queen g6 was a tempting move, and as we were pointing out, yes, it's got a great idea, but white's king can be a key defender in the position. And very often we know that knights are great attackers, but it's also true that in chess, the knight is also a brilliant defender. A king and knight combination, and you've got so many squares under control. And that's exactly what we're seeing being played out here. Now, Laurent going on to try to trade one of those knights, and I think white can simply accept it. no harm done. Knight h5, queen h5, and you keep all the pressure in the center. Is Levon also considering jumping with his own knight to f5? That looks risky.
Yeah, so you're right. It did look a bit risky because the g3 square would have been loose and the knight could jump back to f4. Instead, he trades and goes after the knight on c6. Queen g6 can be met by a move like knight h4 because it's not just the knight that's hanging. f7 is loose, and there are all sorts of problems in this position. d5 may win the c7 pawn. Tanya, look at Levon's clock. Look at the eval bar next to the board. He seems to do everything right in these rapid time controls.
Look at Levon's position and look at those chessboards at the back of the screen that we see Levon sitting in. That's a whole lot of chess books on the chess shelf and a lot of inspiration in that move. And Levon Aronian here playing a lot of inspired chess.
Yeah, and speaking of books, I can't wait until Levon writes, an autobiography or pens his best games collection. I will certainly read that. I know Levon very well. He is a guy who has so many different interests. He loves jazz music. He loves art. He just loves creativity. And, well, maybe he should have been a little bit more creative rather than passive because Queen E2, it earned that question mark. I think that pawn on C7, that could have been grabbed over there, but instead he takes a defensive approach. And Tanya, it's one of these moments where you have to question the speed a little bit. We have been praising it, but did he move too quickly there? Because his center looks good, but he could have stolen a pawn and maybe had more of an advantage.
Robert, it's one of life's biggest dilemmas that your strengths can often at times become your weaknesses when you've been playing fast on the clock and that critical moment is missed. But look at what we're seeing on the board being played out. That queen move to e2, it does expose it to the pin. Queen d5, some creative defensive resource here by Laurent. If white picks up the queen, you destroy your pawn structure. Black's rook jumps into the activity, saying hello to white's queen there. But Levon barely taking any time. Jumps in with the knight. I like that response. f7 was hanging, but not anymore because the king on h2 was pinned, and Levon steps out of the pin.
Super smart play from Levon. That move, I'm happy with him to play quickly. But some of the previous moves, he probably could have spent a little bit of time. But look at the black king on g8. If somehow this queen could sneak to the diagonal, we may be talking about potential mates. But the knight is being kicked out of here. And maybe Levon at knight g4 will have to play e5 and break open the king that way. Or, Tanya, I know it's kind of spicy, but rook takes f6, trying to steal some pawns in front of the black king. Don't be surprised if that works at some moment.
It's always in the air, and white could also think about doing a rook lift with that rook on d1, but right now, queen e4 is a potential threat on the board. Will Levon try to create a counterplay, or will he simply defend the pawn on e4 with a move like rook e1 here?
Well, he pushes forward.
He goes e5.
Yeah, he's holding nothing back. He plays e5 because f5 is met by d5 potentially. Let's throw our pawns forward in the center. So, Tanya, if not for f5, f takes e. That's what Laurent quickly plays. He's running a bit lower on the clock. I think after d takes e5, well, the reason why white is so much better, this knight is offside. White has both rooks on open files. But I just don't see the knockout yet. And if you're saddled with this isolated pawn in the center, then maybe black has some chances down the road if you can get to an endgame.
It's the first time that Lev has slowed down. He slowed down in a moment where it looks like the recapture is the obvious choice here. But look at this. It might be the obvious choice, but Levon is anything but obvious. He first hits that knight on a5, and you can't fall back to c6. That ends up with d5 coming in, winning a piece. Knight c4 ends up with d5 again coming in, Robert, winning the piece. The only square is knight on b7, and that's an ugly one.
You don't like to fianchetto your knights. That's how the saying goes, and that would be great as a bishop. In fact, black may be thrilled if that was a bishop on b7, but that's a knight, and the pawn on b4 says no escape for you. The pawn on e5 says no escape, although there is knight to d6, so that is an option because of the pin along the e-file. And if I'm Laurent, I'm really thinking about it. Instead, he pushes with a5, and whoa, a game-losing mistake somehow.
There should be a blow right now. You're pointing out some amazing ideas there. Centralize the queen, eyeing the king side, but hitting the knight on the other side of the board on b7. Queen e4, can you go knight d6, hitting that queen on e4? There are so many tactics across the board.
I mean, let's take a look, because that's a blunder, a critically bad move, and I think it's because of tactics against the black king. Because queen e4 hits the knight on b7. You said knight d6. That looks to be the only move, because if you just defend passing, by the way, he went queen f3 instead, which actually was given the thumbs up. But queen e4, the point is you defend, knight f6 check, pawn takes, in comes the queen to g6, the king has to slide the corner, and I can start taking all of your pawns with a mating attack against the black king. But let's go to the game, because it might be over soon, Tanya. Queen f3, the knight was under attack, so c6 was played, and there it is, knight f6 check.
Wow. In the last game, Laurent Frasina with rook f3, and in this one, the f6 square. Robert, you pointed this out about 100 years ago that we might be seeing a sacrifice on f6, and it has arrived. Knight f6 check. It's all about opening up the king. If black accepts it, white picks it up with that pawn on e5, and once that pawn arrives on f6, that pawn is way worse than a piece. You're threatening that pawn to f7 and also mates on g3 and g7 coming in. What a game by Levon Aronian. Absolute masterpiece.
Yeah, and it's got the double exclamation point. Everyone in chat, be honest with us. How many brilliancies have you had? Come on, let us know. I want to hear what your recent successes, because I see how thrilled people are on social media when they're like, I got my first brilliant move. Hey, keep them coming. We love to see it. And thanks for being here. But what Levon is saying to Laurent, he's like, well, it was good to see you, my friend, but bye-bye. Because if you take on f6, not only can you take with the pawn, queen g3 check might be the very direct way, because if the king comes up, the rook captures. Queen g6, rook d7. This king is being mated in the open line. And wait a second, I was making the moves, but that's actually what's happening. So it wasn't even just me doing it. The players have reached this position, and Tanya, this king is just busted.
It's all on the board, and queen h5, a nice move. What you want is the rook lined up. And Robert, we see it on the board. It might look obvious, but queen h5 is absolute genius. You want to pick up that h6 pawn with the rook, giving a mate, and queen h5 is what wraps up the game. Rook h6, there's no stopping the rook and queen lining up, and a blow on the h line.
No, this is just crushing. The king has nowhere to go. And the reason why Tanya is correctly calling that such a fantastic move is that the queen had taken on h6 immediately. The black queen can step in there. It may take a little bit more time. White's still winning, but it would take a little bit more time to deliver the knockout. This is direct, giving Laurent no chance whatsoever. He's down 5 minutes. He's up a piece, but his king is being hunted. So this is just such an excellent display of chess from Levon Aronian.
Just amazing stuff. And you said up a piece, but what piece, Robert? That knight on b7 was dominated the entire game with white pawns, and it was all the player on the king side, and a stunning finish there. Precise, and we see that Laurent Frasina has resigned after this masterful move. The final touch to this beauty with queen h5, rook h6 coming in. Fantastic game by Lev. He moves on to 3 out of 3. Robert, we've got more action on. Where should we jump to? I'm loving the chess.
Yeah, I'm going to take us to a game between Gawain Jones and Jan Nepomniachtchi. And Jan Nepomniachtchi played for the World Championship, but I just want to, state very clearly, the most heartfelt condolences to Gawain and his family. I mean, it's such a tragedy with his wife Sue's passing. But he's playing in this event. He has the white pieces against Jan Nepomniachtchi, and from what I see, Tanya, no problems at all in this position for Gawain. It looks just pretty even.
Yeah, it's a great position for white right now. You've got no weaknesses. It looks like this will end in a draw. And Robert, just to what you said, absolutely heartbreaking news there. And perhaps in some ways, chess can also be therapeutic for these players.
Yeah, the chess world and the many other communities that Sue was a part of came through big time. I saw when they were raising funds to help Gawain and the family. And, it's actually making me quite teary-eyed just thinking about it and talking about it. So, I mean, really, I just want to extend my deepest sympathies to Gawain and family and the 2 young kids. It's just, there are no words for these kind of tragedies. Yeah. And, this game right now, it's maybe something that brings him joy in a very difficult time. But as we talk about the chess, this looks very even. So, I'm happy to go to another game and we'll come back to Gawain and Jan later in the tournament.
Yeah, and I think it would be a great result as well for Gawain to hold this one. And it looks like he's doing it with quite a bit of ease and activity, targeting those queenside pawns. It will not be enough for black to have a more active king in this position. We will keep an eye out on this one, but there's a lot of middle game action in the other games as well, Robert. What catches your attention?
Well, there's a former candidate in the tournament playing against somebody who's almost 2,700 and maybe a future candidate, Sam Sevian. Absolute beast. The way that he has been playing chess recently has been just fantastic to watch. Look at rook e3 just played by Sam. Double exclaim. Take my rook, please, because there's mate on g2.
Wow, and if you don't take my rook, rook g3, just pursuing that attack was a big threat. So once again, we see that white had to step up with the king, trying to defend this very difficult position, but black up material with all the attack on the king side. This is Sam Sevian's game.
Yeah, look at the safe king on b7. Black's up an exchange and a pawn. The rook comes to c3. Make sure everything's defended. He just goes after the pawn. Look at how direct he is. He brought his rook back and then back and says, all right, you're pushing your pawn to where? Nowhere. All of black's pieces are... oh my gosh, rook e6.
Oh, and look at
Perfect.
the speed. Just perfect stuff. And he's not going after the pawn, Robert. He's going after white's king. Once black does pick up the h5 pawn, it will be checkmate with the queen and the rook combining, landing up on h1. So that's not just getting greedy for a pawn, it's getting greedy for the win, and some amazing conversion there. And we see, in fact, that with just 0.7 seconds left, that Kirill has resigned in this position. Alexyenko goes down, and Sam Sevian gets the point.
He does indeed, and he moves to a perfect 3 out of 3. And let's go to the game between Peter Svidler and David Paravian. Paravian, he's been really strong in rapid time controls over the last few years. But if I'm doing a quick material count, Tanya, black is up a pawn. And don't forget, don't sleep on this bishop on a7, because I might forget it's there at some point. So remind me that if this queen never moves from d2, f2 will be loose.
I'm hearing you, Robert, and I agree with everything that you've said. And I also really like black's last move, putting pressure on that e5 bishop along the e line. But the one trump for white is that black has weakened the king side. That h6 a g5 structure, and it can be a target for white. Give white a couple of moves, let h4 come in, and then suddenly we'll be singing a different tune. So yes, black is looking better here, but still needs precision to convert it. It's far from over. Peter Svidler still has a job to do in this one.
Oh, whoa, he just hung a piece. What? Oh, wait, was that a trick? Wait. I got tricked. I was tricked. Look at this. Let's go back, because I have to show everyone what I missed. Queen takes f2 check is the sick counter to bishop takes f6. You have to take with your queen, and rook e1 is mate. So I set myself up for failure. I admit it to the world. I had owned my mistakes, everybody. But David Paravian did not make that error. But what error did he make? Because, Tanya, c6 was a big blunder. And
Robert,
I don't know what
I think the point is that you can first hit that queen on b6. You go knight a4, stopping queen f2, and you don't have a good square for the queen. Where are you going to move your queen and defend the f6 knight? Queen d8, is it queen trade? Resulting in with bishop f6 coming in, and this just wins a piece. Intermezzo, knight a4.
Wow, knight a4, what a good move. Knights on the rim, not always dim. That would have dimmed the hopes for black in the position, but instead after h3, the bishop doesn't move, the knight comes to d7, and that was a great choice, hitting the bishop on e5, and now the knight comes into e4, so all of these pieces are hanging here. This bishop on e5, the bishop on g4, we see the bishop on g4 e5 captures, and then the bishop on g4 is captured as well. And Tanya, you said just because black was up a pawn, it didn't tell the whole story. I agree with you that the king on g7 isn't that safe, but nor is the king on g1.
And I really wanted to play knight g3, heading with that knight to f5. But then again, the trick that you've been pointing out, queen to f2. Give up that queen, win the game with pinning white's queen on f2. It's always in the air. White doesn't have time to pick up the knight on d7, because then black has another great idea of picking up the knight on e4, and then queen f2 would be hanging. Tricks everywhere. King h2, a very human response, stepping out of all these threats. But again, a question mark. And now black trades off the queens and is up a pawn, and a net game that's going to count.
So the only question is, will black be winning there? Because opposite colored bishops, that tends to mean that there are good drawing chances. But queen c1, keeping the queen, that can't be good. Because the king on g7 is now quite safe. The king on h2, no, that is not a safe king. And so knight f6 played, and we see a trade. But is there queen takes f2? Because queen h4 is mate in some of these positions.
Wow. And I said he does. And I think, Robert, you were on point because we see across that Queen F2 was a deadly idea. But in this position, again, Peter Swidler playing on seconds keeps it simple. He picks up the knight. He's up an extra pawn. It's an opposite color bishop. So there might still be something to be done, but not really. Once you win the F2 pawn, Queen G3 is checkmate. And with that, we see that white David Paravian does throw in the towel. He does resign, gets flagged. It is game over. Peter Swidler on fire.
Petey Svids, that's what you call him? Or is it Peter Svids? Pete Svidi? What was it? P Svidi?
It's P Swiddy. Robert,
P Svidi, like P Diddy. I got you. My bad. I'm sorry. I'm not, hip like everybody else. So let's keep on moving so I can move past this moment. And let's go to the game between Daniil Dubov and Parham Magsudlu. Parham, he's a rap fan, so he'll be disappointed in me when he eventually hears that I didn't get the reference you were making. But what in the world is happening here? Black is down a pawn, but apparently winning because there's a mating attack?
Oof. Queen H1 is a massive threat on the board. And notice how that bishop on C6 stops all of white's queen activity. There is no queen E8 on the board, but white has Daniel been flagged already? Is this game over?
It's over on the clock. It's over on the board. He doesn't have a single check. So this queen is coming in and no matter what, and that will be mate. So Parham Magsudlu, he takes down Daniil Dubov in a clash of super GMs. I guess we got to keep on going because so many more games are still in session. And what is happening between Ivan Saric and Maxim Matlikov? It's one of these end games, Tanya, where I need to dust off the Dvoretsky endgame manual. Looks like it should be a draw, but white's pawn is more advanced.
Should be, could be, would be, but with 18 seconds on the clock, anything can happen. But Robert, as you're saying, very often in these positions, there are times when black can actually even think about advancing his own G-pawn for counterplay. White's king will get to B7, and perhaps it might be time for black to start thinking about creating play on the king side, combining the king on H7 and the pawn on G5, and eventually sacrificing the rook for the B-pawn.
The one thing you tend to want to avoid, as Tanya knows very well from experience, is separating the king from the pawn. I always make this reference. I shouted out Anna Zatansky at the top of the show. She got her GM Norm, won the Karen's Cup with a round to spare. She's doing awesome, but she did have that heartbreak against you in the Olympiad where the pawn was separated from the king. And Tanya, suddenly it's looking a little dangerous, but the king is in the right place to help the pawn go forward.
And that's the plan that I was talking to you about, Robert. Luckily for me, I was on the right side of that unfortunate incident, but we see here the plan, the defensive resource. You give up your rook for the passed b-pawn. You combine the g-pawn and the king, but make sure the king isn't too far behind. Don't get greedy with just advancing the pawn. It's got to be a combined effort. And it just looks like black's king will shoulder white's king, not allowing the white king to come into the defense and just assist the g-pawn. And this should be a draw, but requires a little bit, I think a couple of more precise moves from black.
Yeah, I mean, there's some potential for rook against knight, right? We get that in some endings here. And so we see the g3 move, but now the king is in great position. So I don't think that there's too much work left if g2, king d3, king f2, and check and go this way. Don't step in front of your pawn. Now you threaten to promote, and your king can just keep going back and forth.
And there we see the rook has been given up, and this one ends in a draw. A nice defensive resource there by black in this position. This ends in a draw, Robert. We've gotten more action with players playing on seconds. Let's jump to one of our top boards because, yeah, there's a lot happening and some interesting endgames.
Yeah, just clicking what games are ending as soon as I click them. But here, this one is interesting because it's opposite colored bishops with rooks on the board. White has a healthy passed pawn over here, but it seems like black is blockading it nicely until rook g6 check happens.
And that is a threat on the board. Attacks, keeps pressuring that bishop. And wow, and we see the Evalbar do a little jump, but it's so difficult for the players to be precise. So I'm expecting a lot of Evalbar jumps here. And Robert, I am going to predict a draw here. I think that's what most of us would. It's hard to imagine the H-pawn getting any further with the rook and the king, black's king and the rook defending. Well, it is on H6 now. And what black really wants to do is get the rook to H3.
Black could have taken the pawn. It was hanging from two different pieces, and it wasn't captured. I think black's going to lose this game. I just have a feeling that... Oh! Oh, commentator's curse.
What just happened there? D5 and a check, and the bishop hangs? Oh, one more blunder. And white blunders a bishop and blunders the rook on the next move. This is a complete collapse, Robert. What did we just watch?
I'm going to do an instant replay, and it really hurts because I was just saying I thought black was going to lose, and then walked right into a discovered check. Hard to see when you don't have time. The check happens, winning the piece. Then the king went back, and the rook went to e7, so it dropped the rook as well. Mistakes usually come in pairs, but mistakes usually aren't this big in magnitude. Okay, we can't look at this game anymore.
Oh my gosh, this is absolutely heartbreaking for white in this one. I mean, you're kind of dominating, being the one who pushes, but this is what happens. Chess is heartbreaking, Robert. And we saw a one-move blunder and another one-move blunder. And here we are seeing white trying to defend this position down 2 pawns. But the good news is there a good news for white here?
Nope.
I don't see it.
No, the black... Oh, wait a second. Suddenly there's a chance. Why is there...
But not easy to see where, because you've got the knight jumping in. He gives a check, king h2. He wants to give another check, but black just goes to h1.
Yeah, I mean, the knight just went into d2. And so
this is game over.
Yeah.
Does he just... Yeah, that's it.
That was strange. The bar very quickly went to even. I'm not sure if that was, lack of depth or what, but black won this game. I think Yilmaz deserved it.
Yeah, nice conversion there with knight d2, deflecting white's defender, and now there's no stopping the black g2 pawn from queening. And going into round 4, we've got quite a few players on 100% score. 9 players I see on our list, Robert, including Sam Savian with 3 points, as well as Wesley Soul, Levon, Aronian, and P. Diddy as well in the mix.
P. Diddy? Wow, P. Diddy. Now you're making the mistake because of me. Look what just happened there. Wow, and that would be amazing if P. Diddy started playing chess and was able to go 3 out of 3 in this play-in.
All right, P. Switty in the mix, even better. He is with 3 out of 3. A lot of players on 2.5. And Magnus Carlsen, did he manage to win his 3rd game, Robert?
That's a very good question. I'll have to look for him in the standings.
And he did.
Oh, okay. Well, I shouldn't be surprised. I don't know why I was like, oh, wow. No, it's Magnus Carlsen. When he wins, it's kind of the norm. But he will have to keep up that winning streak because he needs to catch up to many players. So should we head on into some other games?
Let's do it, as we are about to kick off a round 4. And for those of you who are just joining us, these are the play-ins for the Aimchess Rapid. It is the Swiss portion with 9 rounds. And a game 4 has started, and we're seeing already players going for blood here. P. Switty with the white pieces goes for h4. I'm loving it already. Hits the bishop on g5 is Levon's response. I mean, this game is going to be amazing, Robert. These 2 players have been on fire from the start of this Swiss portion.
And I can't believe how much time Levon Aronian has spent. And I'm half joking because he still has 9 minutes and 30 seconds. But it seemed like in his previous games, he was blitzing out every single move. Now, with this H-pawn thrust from Svidler, Harry the H-pawn going forward, playing in that Alpha Zero style, now Levon has a big decision to make. Where does that queen belong? It can go to d6, it can go to a6, it can go to e4 with check, but the bishop will slide back, and then rook h4 may be an idea at some point to kick the queen out of there. Tough choice for Levon right now.
I think you make a great point. Queen e4 is so tempting to give a check, but actually that just walks into white's plan of developing the pieces and then immediately after that targeting the queen. Queen d6, I like it because if we notice white's pawn structure, white has created some dark squared weaknesses. Queen d6, bishop falls back, c5 was a big threat. Black will never allow it. What black wants to do is place his own pieces on these dark squares. So I like that he's delayed the development of the bishop, instead brings the knight into the game, controlling the c5 square, and ideas of b6, knight c5, and then bishop e7, really holding his own in the center. Long term, because of the pawn structure, white has got some strategic weaknesses to handle.
Yeah, and black has a couple strategic weaknesses of his own, like the f5 square. The pawn on h5 means that g6 won't be easy to play. Whoa. Wait, weren't we just talking about how the knight covered the square? Look at P. Svidi. He says, I'm going to give you that pawn, and I'm going to go after the king. Look at how much more development white has. I count 3 minor pieces developed, and only 1 for black.
And Robert, it was for development and initiative, but also for some direct threats. With what he's just done, he's basically pinned that knight on d7 over the last moves, sacrificing a pawn, and now c5 is a massive threat. That is a really cool idea and a very cool way to handle the position. Just gives up a pawn because he says that extra c4 pawn was actually black's friend, and he just gets it out of the way.
Oh, this is cool. Like, I'm learning a lot from this game. And he says, you can check me, but maybe even just king f1, you can just block it with bishop d2. So that just wastes time for black. And a moment ago, after bishop b5 check, bishop d7 looks more natural, a way to defend. But after bishop takes c5, queen c5, bishop d7 check, you're not going to be very happy with your king stuck in the center, and white's king will castle, and this is just devastating. So there's no way you could block with the bishop, and that's why he had to block with the knight. But he's wasting time, very precious time. I'm going to study this game. I'm actually going to make a note to myself right now. So you take it away, Tanya, while I write to myself, look at this game.
This is very direct stuff. I mean, just 2 moves ago, there were 2 pawns on the c file to give it away. And then the c3 pawn goes to c4. P. Switty saying that I want more. And now black's position, he's in trouble. I see the Valbar says that Levon should be fine. But look at this. Levon can feel the heat. It's the first time in the Swiss plains that he's the one who's behind on the clock. He moves the queen to f6, still behind in development. White with full control on the center, but it's all about time. White has sacrificed a pawn. He's got to keep the initiative, the energy going. And where does Peter bring that in now? Does he continue the advance with c5?
Really tempting. I'm wondering if black gets some kind of e4 at the right moment. It takes a lot of time to figure all this out. There's also c6 potentially to try and block this bishop. And the queen on d6 was under attack, so if c6 had been played before, there would have been a queen trade and c6 would have dropped. So Peter could, he has so many options. c5 looks good. Queen a4, just trying to increase the firepower on the queen side, looks pretty good. Castling king side, I don't think we're going to complain about getting our king out of the center and opening up the e-file for a rook. Kind of too many choices for me. Which of these moves do you think Peter will play?
Oh, tough call. I think if it's one of those blitz or bullet games, you go c5 without thinking. But there are a lot of tempting options. You mentioned queen a4. I really like it as well. It does build up the pressure on d7. But I think we're going to see c5 on the board. I think it's direct. It does take more control of the center. Will he go c5? Will he go shah castle? Let's do one thing, Robert. Let's leave Peter to tell us what he decides. Let's use this moment to jump into some of the other games as we've got more players on 100% score. And we will, of course, jump straight back into this one as this heats up.
I just want to point out that Sam Seven and Wesley So just drew their game against each other. So they moved to 3.5 out of 4. Some early draws, it would seem, in this round. I see Alexei Dreyev and Ivan Saric. Abhimanyu Mishra made a draw against Maxim Matlikov. So some quick results near the top, but I don't think they can keep drawing their way. At least they won't be able to play for Division 1. Let's go to the game between somebody who has been in Division 1, Rauf Mamedov, and someone else who has taken part in the top division in Liam Lei. And well, it looks like it's all the way up for Mamedov at the moment.
Wow. And let's do a quick material count. It's all equal, but it looks like Black's king is in a big, big trouble. Who cares about pawns in this position? But right now, the a7 pawn is off the board. Luckily for Black, the a8 square is defended. And I see our Evalbar, it seems to say that Black is completely lost. Even though it's Liam's move here, it's as though anything he plays, he's in trouble. But my first question is, what actually happens, Robert, if Black picks up the c3 pawn? Because I see a rook on d8, eyeing that queen on d1. What does Rauf have in mind for d takes c3?
One of the things that people can forget at times, and I'm not talking specifically to you, chat, but I am talking to you, is that when you lose pawns, you open files. So if we just go back a turn, and Tanya was kind of leading me to this point, that her d takes c3, let's say you just, I'm going to keep taking all your pawns, I'm up material. What you've really just done is open up the c file, so I can just take here and play rook c1 or rook a1. I can play bishop e3. I don't even have to care about that pawn and go after your queen. Take this pawn on b2 with my queen and play rook c1 next. So you're just opening too much of the area in front of your own king, while the white king is happily situated behind the fort of pawns, the moat in front of it. So instead, we saw e5 played, and Rauf says, why don't I open up this position? Maybe there's bishop f4. If I get a rook to c1, the game will be over.
That's a great concept that you pointed out, Robert, that when you're going for your opponent's king, when you're going for attacks, you're looking for ways to open up files and diagonals for your pieces, even if it comes at the cost of material. And of course, Black had no time to get greedy with that rook on h8, the bishop on f8, the king open, could not have gone for those extra pawns, so tries to keep the center closed, but there's only so much that he can keep closed and under control. The c file is open, takes on d4. White is eyeing ideas of bringing out the bishop, and I'm just wondering, can Black also start threatening to trade off with bishop f4, bishop d6, and that's why perhaps he chooses a more sober approach with bishop d2, also threatening b4 at some point, destabilizing the queen on c5 and opening up his own queen's route to b3.
I love what you just said there, though, because I think my impulse, in addition to many people who would look at this position, bishop f4 was the active diagonal. But sometimes that allows more trades. And when you're the attacking side, you don't want to trade pieces. White's not going to trade queens here unless you get some kind of material edge for it. So really instructive bishop d2, well spotted by you, Tanya. Here comes rook c1 as an option. And this queen also is like in a bit of trouble. It doesn't have too many squares with a rook coming to c1 and a rook coming to a5. As has just been played, the queen has to take a step back on the c line, and White is gaining precious time.
Well, he steps up with the queen, so trying to create some chaos, goes queen to c2. I don't think White really cares about the b3 pawn. You could start considering rook c1. You could also defend the b pawn with the move rook b5. I love it because I say it defends the b pawn, but what it actually does is attack the b6 knight. If the knight falls back, suddenly the queen from a1 can jump to a6 all the way down the board using the pin and targeting the b7 pawn. There's no way that Black can allow that. Falls back with the bishop, and now your move rook c1 is begging to be played. Sacrifices on c7. I think it's time. Rook c7, bishop f4. But king c6, and b5 is hanging as well. Maybe it's not time just yet.
Oh, it looks like time. If that doesn't work, I don't want to play chess anymore. It looks so promising because of all the discoveries. So I like that. Actually, rook takes b6 might just be a free piece based on what you're saying because of bishop f4. So your idea,
much stronger.
Just in a different move order, and it looks like rook b6 just steals a free piece.
That's much stronger, Robert. I love it. Rook b6. Did he go for rook c7 instead?
Yeah, because it's winning, and it looks cooler.
Well, the bar approves, Robert approves, so we've got nothing to fight there. Rook c7, the point is king c7, bishop f4, king c6 walks into a fork on e5, knight e5, the knight joins the party, and that's game over. And Robert, as you're pointing out, if Black goes for the other rook on b5, bishop f4, with a million discovered checks, and that's game over as well.
Okay, so he just goes rook c5 because the king has to go to the
Rook
a file,
A5.
and he wins the queen. So it'll be up a queen and a bishop for two rooks. Too much material, too big of an attack. That is a nice game from Rauf Mamedov, and he would love, just like he did the Air Things Masters, to make his way to the top division.
Wow. Speaking about top divisions and top players, Robert, this one looks like Rauf is taking it. I think we've got to head back to P. Switty's game against Levon Aronian because there's madness happening there as well. Take a look at this. Where did the G pawn go? What is happening? The bishops have been traded off. Do you want to do a quick action replay to even see how we got here? Because this is madness.
You asked me what happened, and I'm looking at this board. Are we looking at the same game? Like, is this the game that we were looking at before? Because suddenly, White's missing all of the promising pieces that look good. So we left here just to quickly run through this. Black moved the queen, castled, great, c5. And this move c6 was really nice for Black, and e4 to follow, kicking this knight, trying to get the d5 pawn. And this is where it got really hectic. Bishop came to d4, which apparently was not correct. And then e takes f3 because the bishop is in the queen's path. Otherwise, you'd be able to take on d7 successfully. And that's why it didn't work out, where I take on g2. The rook was under attack, and we see the trades. And Tanya, I mean, P. Sviti had a good start. Can he have a decent finish to this game? Can he somehow hold this position? He is only down one pawn.
He's down one pawn, but all of White's pawns are separated from each other, and it just looks like big weaknesses across the board. The h5 pawn, that was such a strong point in the opening and the middle game, is now a glaring weakness in White's positions. And Robert, a big question. Does black want to trade or take advantage of white's open king? Right now, the trades are still on offer, but if white does accept it, the h5 pawn immediately falls. Otherwise, queen g5 always in the air. I think for Peter to hold this against Levon, it's going to take a lot.
But just great demonstration of restraint from Levon, because so many people would say, my coach taught me when I'm up material, I trade pieces. And that often is true. When you're up, you trade. But a2 is loose. h5 is a problem. This king wants to be off the g file because if a couple moves ago, or even now, you take, there's suddenly all this pressure down on g7 and on h6. So I really like what Levon is doing. He's making improving moves because if the queen trade happens on d5, that's best case scenario for black.
Yeah, and both players playing with tension here, keeping the tension alive. We see Peter Svidler with his last move, rook c7, eyes the f7 pawn, the a7 pawn, and it might be time now for black to take a decision. But Levon doesn't want it. It's just insane to see how they're just keeping the tension from both sides, not trading the queens. I do feel that he can pick up the a2 pawn at some point. And it might be now. Queen a2, why not? Just get greedy with it.
Because maybe he's worried. I thought a move ago he could have done it, but now if you take this rook a1 takes a5, and I think we should talk about bigger picture, where we know this, but maybe some of the audience don't, that if these pawns are gone, that actually helps white's defensive task, because instead of having your focus split across the board, when you're down a pawn and your pawns are split, as you mentioned, that if these pawns are gone, now you just have to worry about defending this pawn. So you can even take a passive defense with a rook on h1. So I like what has happened here, where Levon brought the rook up to b5 to take on h5, and that bishop is defended for now. I thought it was a free piece, but I forgot the rook defends it.
Yeah, and easy to miss that kind of stuff in these positions. There are tactics everywhere. Loose pieces drop off. Can he take on f4, bishop d6? Loose pieces drop off, and it happens.
You were just saying it, and it happened. So, you called it. That's called prophecy. I had a commentator's curse. You were just noting, and that's game over. It's another win for Levon Aronian.
Wow, Levon moves on to 4 out of 4, and a nice display there by him with the black pieces. Again, keeping the clock under control in a tensed opening, finding those defensive resources. Let's take a look at the other action that's on right now. A lot of results are coming in, but a lot of players who are still on 100% score are still playing, Robert. Where do you want to jump to?
Well, I saw that Parham Maksudlu was playing against Jeffrey Zhang, and I'm thinking, what is this, like the 2020 Junior Speed Chess Championship? Because these two, even though at this point it seems like they're veterans, they're still quite young, and they're very talented players. So what's happening in this position? White has a pair of bishops, but look at this really nice blockade. And all of these dark square pieces for black seem to be holding everything together.
Yeah, I think it's one of those positions where white's d5 pawn is actually black's best friend right now. What white really wants is that d5 pawn off the board and open up that bishop on c4, and then we'd be praising the double bishop and all the attacks that can be set up along the diagonal that you're mentioning. But as long as that d5 pawn remains, it's a weakness, but one that black never really wants to recapture, but just keep on forever. Make sure d6 doesn't come in, the bishop in c4 remains blocked. So the bishop pair, yes, it's there, but it's only for the name of it. It's really not doing anything. Meanwhile, white's king also slightly unsafe. I think for Jeffrey, with the black pieces, it shouldn't be that hard to hold. The queen can be centralized to e5 now, also targeting to come in with the queen to h2. Everything nicely defended. I think it's looking pretty even.
Yeah, I think black can pass forever, and white's not making progress. I think one thing that I just want to point out is that both players... Oh, wow. Knight a8. Is that knight coming to b6? Where does this knight go? That's the big question. But what I was going to say quickly is white would love a pawn on a4 to open up the bishop and an outside pass pawn. But black also has a 2-on-1 majority that's completely stopped by the light squared bishop. So there's no progress, at least immediately, for black. But suddenly knight b6, and white has some things to think about. Where is this knight going? Is it going to take the bishop? Is it going to keep running around somewhere? A g5, knight g6, to this side of the board. Oof. That's the problem when you're facing a knight. It's a very jumpy piece, and I am not sure what the future holds for it.
I love that plan that you're pointing out. It takes a couple of moves, but once the knight gets to those dark squares like f4 and h4, it could be big trouble for white. And I think sensing that, Parham decides to offer a queen trade. And I'm just wondering, will Jeffrey trade and go knight b6? But he doesn't. He's playing for more. He comes in with the queen. It's kind of interesting to see how black's knight is one end of the universe and the queen is the other end. This can get tricky for black as well.
Wow, and queen e6 giving up a pawn with check. But this bishop on d6 is loose. And as you point out, the knight over in the corner, it's a loose piece. And loose pieces drop off. So queen takes h3 check is available. I'm not sure you really want to go for that. You can actually just bring the knight back to c7. Don't forget the queen does defend this bishop on d6. There's that long range connection there. But the queen can sneak into d7 as well. So this is anybody's game.
This is anybody's game. There are threats all over, and now black has to spend another move defending d6. He picks up the pawn, and he says that he doesn't see a direct way. The g6 pawn can be targeted. Queen e4 runs into queen e5. So there's always the option for black to actually trade the queens and end up with an extra pawn in the position. Even endgames with the two bishops, I do think that white should be able to hold that.
I'm wondering if there's like a draw over here. Can I have, because I have queen g8 check afterwards. But maybe this king can try to escape. Like, I'm trying to invite the king forward, check it, but king h6, the king may try to run at some moment, and that's what I'm a little bit nervous about.
But it's tricky because the f6 pawn will fall with check as well. So I think that's exactly what they're looking at right now. Parham, does bishop g6 work? He goes for another aggressive try, starts with the move g5. I'm expecting queen e5, a trade of queens, and white will recapture. Black will have to recapture with the pawn. Wow. And that endgame. Black has an extra pawn, but white has a nice hold in the position after bishop e4.
It's one of those positions where black is up a pawn, but could lose more easily than white, because with the white king is very active. The bishop seems very promising on d3. I don't think that black will lose that game. I'm just noting that if you play for a win, that's how you sometimes lose those types of positions. But I think queen e5 is the best choice. I think I'll play it, and I'm looking at the clock. I haven't noticed it just until now. White is under a minute remaining. So I think that Jeffrey, he's trying to pounce. He's trying to get this victory. He wants to keep going up the scoreboard.
And I think for Jeffrey, he's trying to think of ways exactly to keep his ambitions alive. Maybe give a check on h5. Maybe fall back with the queen to f4. There are options other than queen e5. Queen e5 is simply a bailout, a draw offer, and he goes for it. I don't see this endgame giving a lot to black. White can pick up the c5 pawn after trading on f6 with a check. Black wins the d5 pawn. White attacks the knight on d5, picks up the b4 pawn, and I think this will end in a draw. Bishop c5, knight d5, bishop c4.
It has. It looks like they agreed to a draw. I'm okay with it. You know I don't like draw offers. Here I'm more or less okay with it because it was an easy simplification. But yeah, this is a well-fought game by these two. They earn the split point. And there's a name that I haven't looked at in a while. By the way, Gatakomsky got a win, so he is up to 3.5 points. That's an FFL for those of you who are at home watching the legendary Komsky. But what's going on in this game? Isn't that... It's black's move. So...
It's good news that it's black's move because white is threatening to promote. So you've got to either give a check first, throw in a check, and then pick up that pawn on a7, which I think could be the way to go because, Robert, if you immediately pick up the pawn on a7, white gives a check and picks up the pawn on h3. So we're seeing a now rook h3.
What? This is an easily winning king and pawn in game, right?
But how's it winning? Rook a3, king g2?
Yeah, yes. King e4 and king e3. You have to go king f1 because king e2 is a threat. And go king f3.
Yes.
And if king g1, there's king e2. What just happened?
So you're saying that rook a3 is just lost for white?
Yeah, this was surprising. I mean, Bogdan Danielevich did not have much time, so that's probably what caused it. But just to show an instant replay here, the king had to step backwards. This king needed to go to the first rank, and this would be a draw if the rook stays in the third rank over here, I believe. Not necessarily the easiest draw, but one nonetheless. Instead, he goes up, and he immediately loses because after this trade, white's moves are forced. They're king e3. If you push your pawn, here comes king e2. Check, push, push. Thank you for the queen. I get there first. And in the game, instead, we saw the king go back. But when the black king stepped here, if you go this way, the black king goes in, and it's all about pushing the pawn. And that's exactly what happened, is white tried to push this one, and then you're going to lose a pawn no matter what. But this would be a draw. The white king would step up. Instead, the black king stepped forward, and that's a win for Raonic Sirwani.
Wow, that was insane. All he had to do was step back with the king and avoid the rook trade. For a moment, I thought that rook h3 happened with rook a3 check, and it was just a complete chaos. With seconds on the clock, white did bungle that one up, and this ends. But we've still got action on the other boards. Robert, very instructive stuff in that endgame, and our buddy Pranav Anand here with the black pieces up in exchange, but that a pawn is brutal. If black moves the rook to e3, attacking with the idea of going rook e1 check, white can simply pick up the pawn on g2, and the pawn on a7 is unstoppable. And it looks like Pranav Anand is going down in this one. Just 4 seconds on the clock.
Yeah, and a8 equals queen also defends the bishop in case you thought there's any checking business. So it's a win for Jose Martinez. Jocelyn gets the W. A few more games still going on, it looks like. Ooh, time trouble.
We do have, a lot of time trouble. Vugar against Yu Yangyi, and this is madness on the board. What is happening? Black has 2 extra pawns. The knight on c2 is pinned and is going to be picked up, and it's a rook pawn ending with all the rook comes to f2, hits the pawn on f3. If you defend the f3 pawn, c pawn advances to c2. I think this is a winning rook pawn ending for black.
Looks pretty straightforward too, because the black king is where it needs to be, active, and all these pawns are going forward. So this looks actually pretty straightforward.
Oh, nice move there. Not only defending the c3 pawn, but also hitting the g3 pawn, can simply pick it up. And after a check on h1, you've got king coming back to g7, and you're about 1 million pawns up. Should be game over. And in fact, it is game over as Vugar resigns in this position. Oh no, he's still fighting this out. Are the clocks frozen? The game is still on? I'm not sure what's going on.
The game is done. Yu Yangyi. I was like, I'm surprised what's happening here. But it looks like, no, this one is officially done. Oh my gosh, there's a game going on. Look at this one. This could last 3 days. It's a game between...
Bring it up, Robert. We're in this together.
Yeah, Benjamin Bach and Pakleza. Yeah, there's a...
Wow.
We'll see if we can bring that one up.
We'll try and bring that one up. Meanwhile, this is over with Yu Yangyi taking the point on this one. I've also got my eye out on results, and Robert, only 3 players with 100% score will move on to round 5, and it is Armin Tabatabai, a player we haven't had a chance to look at yet, but we'll definitely be focusing on to round 5, and Levon Aronian, Mamedov Rauf with 4 points, 100% score. Robert, what are your thoughts going into the second half of the Swiss?
Yeah, there are some players we haven't even checked in on yet. That's how strong this tournament is. Magnus Carlsen, we haven't mentioned his name in a while, not among the leaders, but Levon Aronian, he continues to impress me so much in these rapid time controls. I think they really suit his style, the way he plays, creatively, but also quickly and accurately. I think it's really perfect for him. So I would like to see if he can keep up the pace. But Tanya, so many strong players in the field.
Wow, fantastic games and big fight. The action is heating up in the plains of the Aimchess Rapid. And we've got 5 more rounds coming up in the Swiss. We will be back with more plain chess action after this break. Shout out to Meetup. We're over 20,000 members and growing strong. Head over to meetup.com/chess to find a local group to grow your own community. And Robert, while we were on a break, I was having a look at the chat, and I have to say that you, me, and chat today are our own community because they were updating me with a lot of fun stuff. Currently, Anish Giri going into round 5 is at 1.5 out of 4. Magnus Carlsen has won 3 games, lost 1 game, is in position 35. There's madness all around. Let's jump straight into the round 5 action.
Well, I mean, as soon as we start looking at the chess, there is a mistake from Rauf Mamedov. This is one of those Sicilian lines. It's been played for so many years. Honestly, Tanya, I don't like these positions for black. I know some people swear by these lines, but I look at the structure. Isolated pawns on the queen side. I look at the king side. This king on g8 looks pretty vulnerable. And the white king, at least for now, is sitting very happily on c1. So, I don't know. Do you have experience in these lines at all? And do you share my opinion, or maybe you completely disagree?
I have to say, I'm really glad that with the black pieces, I don't have experience in this line because it looks so dangerous what we're seeing with the G line open and a potential rook slide onto G1. Maybe the knight jumps to D6, but these lines you have to calculate. I was super attracted to the move knight D6 until I realized, Robert, that if black slides in with the rook to D8, you have to be sure that that knight on D6 does something because it's kind of trapped there. It looks like a monster, but it might end up being a pony there that falls down after rook d6, rook d8, rook d6.
Well,
wow, on the board.
Yeah, he says, Tanya, you've got some great ideas up your sleeve. And the reason why is the black king is just in harm's way. If we go rook d8, just to show the sequence that may happen, and I play rook g1, and you take this knight on d6, and I take, and you take, and I play queen takes h6, you have a problem on the g file and a loose bishop on e6. So you can defend on g7, but then when I take here, and your queen takes, down goes e6, down goes c6, down goes d5. You're losing all your pieces. I mean, all of them are hanging.
Yeah, that's a lot of downtime for black in this position. So rook d8 doesn't work. Knight d6, indeed not a pony, but quite a monster on d6 there. A dragon right now, asking a big question, where do you slide with the rook? Rook g1 coming in, queen h6. I think the defense resource after rook g1 for black will be to sidestep with the king, come up the board to h7, step away from the pin, and also got the h6 pawn. But I completely agree with you that Rauf Mamedov is facing a lot of heat in this position. Robert, should we take this moment to zoom out and jump into some of the other openings that we're seeing?
Let's do it, because we might come back, and I think it could be a swift victory for Levon Aronian. Why don't we go to the game between Wesley So, he's taking on Amin Tabatabai, and we haven't checked out Amin's games today, but I look at this one, and I'm a little bit surprised that Wesley's not white. This feels like the most Wesley So position ever if he had the white pieces.
I know exactly what you mean, but I think even with black, Wesley in these kind of endgames, he's just so strong, and it's hard to imagine a penetration here with white. The good news for white is that black's pawn structure is hideous. That black bishop on c8 will take time to come into the game. But what are the trumps that Wesley has? Complete control of the D line, where he will be looking to create counterplay. I think Amin, he's got time. He can jump in with that knight to e5, to a5, start putting pressure. That's something that Wesley needs to think about while he makes a decision of where he wants to develop with the bishop. But Robert, I think this one will end in a draw. I mean, it's Wesley So. That guy, you just can't beat him.
I don't like his position at all, but I do like the player who has the position. You're absolutely, spot on that Wesley defends positions like these all the time, where most players be like, "Oh, I'm gonna lose." He's just like, "Yeah, whatever. I'm slightly worse, but I'll be accurate." So one piece of good news for black is if this knight ever leaves c4, a rook can come down to d2 and start pestering white's pawn. So look at how Amin is playing this: f3, king f2. He's slow playing this, and I like it.
Yeah, you're right. If anyone can push here, it's got to be white. You just compare that knight to the bishop, the pawn structure, and you know that this is going to be a long, long grind. And because we know it's going to be a long grind, Robert, I think it's time to head to some more exciting waters, as I'm seeing some fascinating opening and middle game outcomes all around. And you mentioned a famous fun legend, Kara Kamsky. He's got a famous fun position going on with Ronik's pawn down the board on g5.
Okay, I mean, Radek Sidwani knows a thing or two about beating legends of the game because he just played a match and defeated Nigel Short quite handily. In fact, it was a mix of classical, rapid, and blitz time controls. This is only rapid, no classical for you. Sorry, Gata. I know sometimes you wish the time controls were a bit longer, but here with the black pieces, what do we like about black's position? I think it's a stable type of Sicilian where you have these e6 and d6 pawns taking away key squares from white's pieces. And my big question is this pawn on g5, does white really even want it there? Because if you take with the bishop and you gave up g5, you open up the g file.
And that's a question that can be very relevant now that black has decided to trade on d4. Does he pick up with the bishop, sacrificing the g-pawn, or simply recapture with the rook, keeping the material balance and also eyeing doubling up on the d-file? He does decide, Ronak decides to keep the pawn on g5 alive, takes it with the rook from h1 can slide into d1. The d6 pawn is a long-term weakness. And right now for Gata Kamsky, it's not easy to decide to go castling on the king side with the h-pawn marching down the board. Things could start getting tricky for the black king very quickly.
Yeah, no, this could be tricky for both sides because the black king still in the center. The white king is about to face a bunch of pieces staring down towards it. So this is a situation where Kamsky, he needs to be careful about his clock management because he's down nearly a minute, Tanya, and that's what would worry me for him.
Yeah, and things are just starting to heat up, and the players have got about half the amount of time on the clock. And this position with pretty much all the pawns on the board, probably potentially an opposite side castling, both players going for each other's king. This is going to heat up in just a few moves. Robert, should we just use this time to zoom out and take a look at some of the other games? Is there something that catches your attention?
Okay, let's look at the game between Magnus Carlsen, he might be a little bit famous, and taking on the youngest grandmaster in chess history in Abhimanyu Mishra. And if I look at the eval bar, it tells me that white is slightly better, but I look at the position, and I note that black has a pair of bishops, and I think that tends to give some good long-term chances, especially because, Tanya, it's a fianchetto structure, but there is no bishop on g2, so you have to be very, very careful here.
We're going to try to bring that game up so we can show all these points that you're mentioning, Robert, and indeed Magnus Carlsen playing the youngest grandmaster in the history of chess, Abhimanyu Mishra. It is a tough, intense fight. And we see that Magnus playing with the glasses on in his bedroom. What's going on with that, What's going on with that, Robert?
Hey, look, it looks like a sunny day behind him. He just wants to focus on the chess. And because the players are on Zoom calls, maybe Magnus is like, I don't want players to be reading my expression. So, no matter at a late night, there's also that possibility.
Yeah.
I like the pillow behind him. You look all the way towards the back wall. That's a good pillow.
Ooh. And a very messy room, I have to say. But we're all used to seeing that in Magnus's stream. You mentioned it's a sunny day. It could be that, but I think there are bigger chances of this hiding signs of perhaps a late night outing there. But Magnus Carlsen currently on 3 out of 4. He is playing Abhimanyu Mishra, and we see the bishop pair that you were talking about. He has traded that off for the knight on c3, but that means one of the key defenders for the d5 pawn is gone. So white has to perhaps throw in the move d6, hitting that queen before he picks up the bishop on c3.
Yeah, d6 allows queen f6, and the queen takes pawn on c3. I feel like that knight on c4 is about to be kicked out of there, which means d6 will likely fall in the near future. I don't like the way this is going for Mishra. He's down 4 minutes on the clock. Suddenly, it went from a position where he's up a pawn with those knights against the bishops to one where I think material will be even, but white just doesn't have the stability that you would prefer. And if this bishop does get to c6, Tanya, and it goes back to a8, and the queen goes to b7, at some moment, there could be devastation down the diagonal.
Yeah. When you've got a light squared bishop, as black does in this position, and for Abhimanyu Mishra, the g2 bishop is missing from the board. You've always got to eye threats along this diagonal, but he does slow down right now, Magnus. He's definitely thinking about your move queen f6, and perhaps, I'm not sure which other move catches his attention, because queen f6 picking up the c3 pawn is just so tempting. But Magnus there on the screen Completely focused. I wish I could say that with complete assurance, but I can't really see his eyes, so I'm not really sure what he's thinking or where he's looking at right now.
I think he is just trying to figure out how to properly take this game. But I mean, Magnus, he did lose to Laurent Fressinet. He has 3 out of 4. Going to 4 to 5 would be big for his chances. And part of this comes down to the tiebreak, Tanya. We've seen this in previous tournaments, previous play-ins, where there's a big tie and some people get left out. So you actually do want to score early victories to help your tiebreaks down the line.
Yeah, it's a very important factor, as you mentioned, that we've seen players at the same point being left behind and not being able to make it into the mix because of a poor tiebreak resulting from early losses. And it's important for Magnus with his second round defeat to make up for all of that. Wow, this is a long think by him, but he's still up on the clock with almost double the amount of time. Robert, I'm just trying to think, what is the alternative? What do you think he's thinking about? Apart from Queen F6, the move Queen B7 comes to mind to try to activate that queen. Let's say the idea that you mentioned, if you take on C3, Queen E4, Bishop C6, lining up that queen. Is that what he's going to go for?
Queen goes to B7 to A6, so you called it. And he might want to line the bishop up on B5, barrel through the knight to the pawn on E2, so D6 is loose, E2 is loose, A3 is hanging. I just feel like this is a position, and it's not just because Magnus is playing. I think that this really is a position where it feels like white is falling apart at the seams. Everything is kind of loose. Black has this bishop that's going to be powerful down the line, and white has no time. So I really fear for Abhimanyu Mishra here, but it's good experience for him to play against the former world champion. Is Magnus drinking sangria? Like, what was that?
Yeah, he's having a lot of fun. He's definitely in party mode right now, as we can see, and his position looks like a lot of fun. Now, Queen A6, one of Magnus's biggest strengths, at least from whatever games that we've studied of his, or at least I've looked at, it feels like his activity with the queen, he just knows where to place it. Now, Queen to E4 was the idea that came to my mind, centralize the queen. But Queen A6 is such a nice square. It hits that knight on C4, hits that A3 pawn, picks up that rook on the pawn on D6, a strong point. And with that, all the weaknesses for white here, the A3 pawn is about to fall. An extra pawn for Magnus, and this one looks like it's going to be a tough task. What Abhimanyu really wants is get that rook to B1, get that rook to B8, and try and create some counterplay. So Magnus takes it slow, first pushing out that knight from E5.
Because of your point, that rook coming to B8 was worrisome for him, or even to B7. So just get out of here. Where's the knight going? You go back to D3, but the knight will lose its square. I mean, this bishop can come to G6, for example. The pawn can come to C4. I feel like Abhimanyu is being kicked around here, Tanya, and something is going to fall. Knight G6, I could consider taking it, and then taking on E2 at the end, because I won't get back rank checkmated. I will have enough counterplay as black. So I think Magnus is successfully going to go up a pawn.
Yes, it's just going to be about which pawn he ends up picking up, and I think that depends on the move that Abhimanyu decides. He goes with that knight to F3, two very tempting options for Magnus. Pick up the A3 pawn immediately or start lining up pressure against the other weakness, the E2 pawn, with the move Bishop B5, activating the bishop. But first, he goes for Queen A3, and I think white has got to play Rook B1 here. You have to try to find your own counterplay, and now look at this. Just again, clinical stuff here by Magnus, offering a queen trade. You're up a pawn, you want an endgame, take away all the counterplay from your opponent.
And very important is that the queen or a bishop on A4 protects the D1 square. Because you may think, oh, rook A1 here, but rook D1 check would trade off the rooks, and then the A pawn will run up the board, and that's going to be a losing endgame for white. So he goes rook to B8 check. The king will escape. I would go to H7, just avoid any sort of checks over here, even though rook D7 is still available. And that's the power of a bishop, is it just defends all across the board, keeps everything defended, and rook here and bishop C6 comes to mind.
Nice idea. And then you can always move your rook and start advancing down the pawn with the A pawn down the board. But I also like to move rook D7. And you keep your bishop coming to B5. You can take it slow. Look at the way, notice how the white knight has been cut off from the queen side. The D4 square isn't there, the D2 square isn't there. It's got a long way to go before it can join the defense on over to the other side of the board. Gives a check, falls back with the king. The bishop will come and target the E2 pawn. Bishop B5 now comes to mind. He first pins the rook, the knight, and now bishop B5, rook D2 coming in, and another pawn is about to fall.
Just A one-sided game at this point from Magnus. And when Magnus is in his best shape, playing his best chess, this is what happens. And he goes c4. That is extreme.
Whoa.
Why would he do that?
To defend the pawn, but that looks super committal. He could have easily gone for the e2 pawn, but instead blocks the bishop. But he knows what he's doing. This is Magnus Carlsen. This is an endgame. The Magnus touch, he knows the c3 pawn was going to fall. He does it. He's up 2 pawns. And Abhimanyu Mishra playing on 10 seconds, down in the endgame, can't pick up the e6 pawn. Rook e2 is a big threat on the board, picking up that knight, tries to bring the king into the game. But this is just over. G7, you can win it. Nobody cares about that. The c-pawn will decide the game. Bishop a4 check. Oh, bishop a4 check loses the rook, so that's a bad idea. Pick up the pawn on h2 or give a check on c2.
Yeah, go c2. If you take it, we swap everything off, and that's a winning endgame with bishop e2 at the end, winning f3. And the knight's trapped over here, so that's another issue to add to the many. But I didn't actually look at the clock for a while, and Abhimanyu's down to his final seconds, which is why Magnus was playing quickly. And for Abhimanyu, if he had a defense, he wasn't going to find it. So Magnus Carlsen moves to 4-5.
Wow. And that was a nice win with the black pieces, picking up all of white's pawns. He moves to 4 points, as you mentioned. Let's go back to the other games as action is on all around. And Robert, what catches your attention? We're getting in results, we're getting in fiery positions, and a lot of fun. Which board do you want to jump to? Well,
I pulled up the game between Amin Tabatabai and Wesley. So just because I wanted to show that Wesley, it looks like his technique is fantastic, as per usual. He's worse. He's the one defending. But what's happened is he's cemented white's pawns in place. So even if he loses a6, he'll get counterplay against the h2 pawn or against the e3 and e4 pawns. So Wesley's going to make a draw. I think we could head on elsewhere. Levon Aronian did, in fact, win his game. He's a perfect 5/5.
Wow, yes, and this is what we're talking about, right? Wesley, just so difficult. One of the most difficult players on the circuit to beat. He just keeps everything so solid. Let's head back to this game, and I see a lot of development here. Gata Kamsky has an extra exchange. I'm trying to do the math here, Robert. He's an exchange up, but the eval bar still says white is fine because, again, doing the math, you see that white has got 6 pawns. Materially, it's quite balanced. Bishop and 2 pawns for a rook, and white's pieces are quite active. Mobility, we see the black bishop being tied down with that pawn on e4, but it's still anyone's game, regardless of what the eval bar says.
Okay, so rook takes d1. If queen takes g3. Look at how quickly gotta play the double exclam move, because if knight d1, there's bishop takes e4, and this knight gets to d4, and it's the white king that's in some danger over here.
Yeah, big danger after that because the knight is jumping in. The c2 pawn is super tender. This is such great awareness by Gata Kamsky here. Immediately blitzing out the move. And now the players are down to under a minute on the clock. Ronak Sadhwani with 25 seconds. It's all coming in. Robert, you pointed it out. Great call. Bishop c2 is a threat. You can't go queen to d2, stopping knight d4 because the bishop on g3 hangs. Only move. Knight jumps in. You called all of this out. Knight is coming to f3. The c2 pawn is hanging. The queen has to go to f2 to try and keep everything under control.
And then you could still take on c2 if you want, because once the queen takes back at the end, g3 bishop is loose. Maybe there's an improving move here for Gata to work with first, but I have to say that rook takes d1 shot came out of nowhere from me. I wasn't looking at that. He plays a5. He just wants the attack.
He's just putting the pressure on because it's so difficult for white to make moves in this position with everything tied down, and especially when you have to do it in just 10 seconds on the clock. Ronak Sadhwani desperately trying to get the pieces off the board, and he does it. And Robert, that is great defensive technique. In an opposite color bishop position, that's exactly what he needed to do. Queen g3 is always in the air, offering a queen trade, and the pawn on g7. Watch out for that pawn on c2, but anytime the queens get traded off, this will end in a draw. He first forces black to fix the pawn structure on the queen side. He can even give up the c2 pawn at some moment now, and it will still be a draw.
Yeah,
queen g1, queen.
No, I was going to say, if the queens come off the board, queen g1 was like an excellent call because it forces the queens off. So, Tanya, I'm with you. Give up c2, trade the queens. That makes your life as easy as possible.
Wow. And the players are still playing on seconds, but this looks like, and now we're expecting the queens to be traded. The only problem in white's position is that the king is super far away from the king's side. So I think that's what probably Ronak is a little worried about, not going for the queen trade. He finally decides to do it, and this is essentially a draw for the bishop will come to c3. Okay, he defends it from e1. And now the king comes up the board. c3, king b4. And eventually the white bishop will sacrifice itself for the h-pawn.
Yeah, and you can play b3 at some moment, because once these pawns are gone, you just give up your bishop for this pawn. So king c4, bishop c2, that gets a little tricky. That's why he plays b3, making sure that all pawns are gone, and now it's a forced draw. Well done by Raunak.
Yeah. Nicely defended, precise play there. And of course, the players are just making moves right now. The pawn will be given up, and that is it. This one ends in a draw. Quite an exciting fight that was, and a really nice save in a tricky position by Raunak Sadhvani. Robert, more action is on.
Yes, still games going, including Wesley So against Amin Tabatabai, and this looks like it should be a draw, but barely. If this pawn were on f5, white wins the game. The king needs to stay on g7 and h7, and this king wants to go up to b7, a7, but unfortunately this pawn will be used as a decoy. So nice hold here by Wesley So.
And that's a fantastic point that you make, Robert, that this pawn on f5 would change the game completely, because it would force the black king onto the f file with its own advance. But with none of that possible, even if black did not have the f4 pawn, actually this position in many cases is still a draw. It becomes trickier because you have to be precise with the defense, but theoretically even that's a draw with the side defense. But we see right now that's not required at all, and even though Amin Tabatabai has an extra pawn, it is easily holdable with the f pawn, not allowing white's king to march up the board. f3.
And the king has to come back. You can play f2. The king goes back, and then rook a2. The king has to send f1, and then white is frozen, so black just goes back and forth.
If white would have stepped up with the king, you might have ended up losing that position with king e3, f2. So you've got to be a little careful. White's got to come back to the defense. Black plays king h6. King goes back to g7. And yes, don't pick up that pawn on h5, Robert.
Yeah, after the game, I will show that, because that is one of those tricks that people miss all the time. Oh, it's a free pawn. I'm making progress. And you take it and you regret it. This is why the king needs to be here. If the king ever steps up, rook h8 check allows white to queen. So that's why Wesley knows this is a draw. Like you said, even without the f-pawn.
Yeah, and we're going to see that being played out. It's easier now that white's pawn is on a7 and the white king has got nowhere to hide anymore. The king can't go over to a7. And really interestingly, there's another game that's on, Velokatan Andre versus Daniel Diak, and that is the exact same rook pawn ending, Robert, with white having a g pawn in this position. So really instructive stuff.
That is, I'm hovering it over on my screen. It is the same ending with the g instead of h1 and still a draw. So that is a crazy coincidence, the timing of all this. But the one thing is, as soon as the king gets the b file, check it away from there, because the king protects the pawn. So he tries a little sneaky thing, take the pawn on a7, and force everything off.
Yeah, you got to check it like it's hot. And with that trade, this one ends in a draw. Robert, I think we should pull up that other game just to demonstrate how these rook pawn endings actually, even with two extra pawns, there's no way to improve them. And this is the position in the other game, the exact same end game that we saw, but a pawn on the g file.
Yeah, good call by you. Good job scouting out the other games. It's a same draw, because you need to get the king to b7 to free up your rook, but as soon as the king goes that way, you check it away. So there's no way to make progress. And just one last thing to note, this is what I was talking about. Don't take this pawn. Don't be fooled, because it's not free. Rook g8 check frees up the pawn to push to a8, and then when all is said and done, you're up a full rook as white, and you win the game. So don't go taking the pawns. You need to stay on these g7 and h7 squares.
Just amazing stuff, and the players showing incredible defense, Robert. This one ends in a draw as well. And exactly the point that you made with the king stepping up on g6 is the problem, that if instead of the h and the g pawn, white has a pawn on f5. And Chad, if you visualize that, once the f5 pawn advances to the f6 square, there is no way for black to actually avoid it. The king stepping onto f7 would mean, maybe with arrows we can show it, Robert, rook h8, rook h7 ideas. And that's how you win this endgame. And with this draw, I think that is the end of round 5, Robert. I think we've got all the results in.
Yeah, I think so. And that means we're starting the next round.
We're starting the next round with just one player on 100% score. It is Levon Aronian in pole position going into round 6 at 5 out of 5. He's on fire. And Robert, the best part in Levon's play today has been how quickly he's been playing, just keeping it up on the clock and the pressure on the board.
Yeah, and Amin Tabatabai, he's looking at this game as one where he does not want to see Levon that we keep seeing round after round. I think that Amin would be happy with a draw. Levon's the higher rated player. He's playing super well. But you look at Tabatabai's score, 4.5 out of 5. Clearly no slouch either. So it's Amin is thinking first. And I guess he's worried about C3 in some of these positions if he castles.
Oof. Yeah, well, we see the bishops have been traded off now. And so bishop d2 played. For black, very often it is about whether you want to get a c5 break in or not. Is that something that you want to play for? Queen e7, rook d8, c5 ideas. Right now, he's in a think tank.
And goes
Levon plays a5, so stopping bishop b4. I love it.
Yeah, I was looking at c5, about to make a comment, just trying to wrap my head around the position. He plays a5 instead. And when you play a5, sometimes you do follow up with b6, and you get the a6 square for your bishop. Something. Also, a4 will keep 2 pawns in place with just 1. So that can be good. But can this pawn be defended on c4 with the move b5? That's one of those big questions.
Yes, it can. And that's what Lev does, Robert. He goes with the move b5. And that's why a5 is important, because it opens up more squares for the rook as well as the bishop. Very often, a black's rook can jump onto a6. Black's bishop can come to a6 to guard that b5 pawn. So a5 was preemptive. Levon always wanted to not give away the c4 pawn. He still keeps it intact. White, meanwhile, starts playing on the king side. h4, h5, h6. With not having castled on the king side, it gives an additional option to Amin.
I'm getting flashbacks to Dubov against, was it Mamedyarov? It was against somebody. They play these lines. They give up a pawn, the c4 pawn, and just play on the flank. And it's some wild stuff. It's really exciting chess, but difficult to play for both sides. And it's actually Levon who's down on time. So what happens in these positions? The knight on f6 is a critical defender. If that knight ever were to move, knight g5 type of ideas would be really nasty. So for example, just a move ago, if you play some backwards move like knight to d7, you're going to see the eval bar react, because after pawn takes b5, pawn takes b5, knight g5 threatens checkmate in 1 over here, and the bishop is loose on b7. So the knight needs to stay on f6 in these positions. It's a critical thing. And actually, while we have the analysis board up, I'm going to show your point why a5 was so critical. That back here is, let's say you played, I don't know, I'm just going to waste time for black. I guess this wasn't a good way of doing it, but I'm going to castle and then play b5. These moves don't work in these positions because after a4, c6, this is the critical point, is knight comes to g5 and your rook is trapped in the corner. And you normally would block with knight to d5, but you can't do that when checkmate in 1 is hanging on h7. So just to show how important the knight on f6 is in many of these positions, including what we have in the game.
Really nicely shown there, Robert, all these subtleties that exist in these Catalan kind of sacrifices. And speaking of sacrifices, there's another one on the board. Look at the way the players have handled. Amil Tamatabai goes for g4 after h6, gives up the g-pawn. You mentioned this in another game, that when you're going for the king, it's all about opening up the files and the diagonal. At the cost of the g-pawn, white has opened up the g-file and taken more time from black. The knight on g4 now can be attacked. Rook g1 in the air.
There's also a takes b5 and knight g5 type of ideas if you want this light square bishop. So things are really crazy here, but Levon suddenly is speeding up, and it's Amin Tabatabai who's slowing down. And I think it's a bad sign for him, because you're the one who's playing a sacrificial line, Tanya. And when your opponent says, okay, I'll bite, let me take that pawn that you just gave me, and then you start to think, it probably indicates you don't know the line very well.
Yeah, and it's amazing that Lev did not really take that much time, but immediately grabbed the g4 pawn, just taking on the challenge there. And now white has to prove the compensation. It's clear, yes, you've got the g line, but you still got to make the moves. You still got to build that attack. And Robert, once again, this line that you're pointing out, right? Take on b5, knight jumps to g5. Black has to capture the knight. The bishop on b7 falls. Thank God for Levon Aronian for that move a5, because otherwise the rook on a8 would be trapped.
Yeah, no, it's a really good point. I mean, I'm just trying to wrap my head around everything going on here, and I still can't get over it, Tanya. Like, all the variations that we're going to come up with, but also the fact that he gave up the pawn and now is thinking. I just that somehow gets to me. I don't know, because I feel like when you play a line, you really have to know it, not just from a memorization standpoint, but from the play. Queen did come to e4, so I think that's a move we can get behind. But I have to say I like Levon's chances.
Absolutely. Levon's got 2 extra pawns. White has got just a few moves to try to create that attack, to try and get that initiative in. Goes for queen e4, attacking the knight. Lev has the option to fall back with the knight. With a tempo, defends the knight, attacks that queen on e4. The idea was to slide all the way to h4, and we see the eval bar dipping. It is an inaccuracy, and these are the downfalls of these positions, Robert, that you have to be so precise. After sacrificing those 2 pawns, you immediately have to play all the right moves to get the counterplay, and with just minutes on the clock, that's a big ask.
It is. And look at Black's moves, by the way. Took a pawn, brought his knight back to safety, developed this knight. So all of Black's moves had clear purpose. I think what Tabatabai is relying on is some kind of rook g1 and an attack, and he does play rook g1, so he's going for that. I think that Black would be wise to step off the g file because bishop takes h6 with discoveries would be there. So this knight can come back to g8 at some moment. The queen trade would be offered, and you're just trying to protect your king at all costs.
Yeah, tricky position here. And once again, of course, for white, it is about getting that attack onto the black king. Knight e5. If black was to trade on e5, that means the knight from f6 gets displaced, and it is a key defender in black's position. So white really trying to create a chaos here, trying to make things messy. Robert, do you want to use this opportunity? I've got my eye out on the other board, and I see some really exciting stuff on the Magnus board as well. He is currently on 4 out of 5. Should we use this opportunity to jump into that one?
I mean, you say, let's go to watch Magnus. I'll say, absolutely, let's do it. So let's go to Magnus Carlsen against Jose Martinez. That's Jospim. And if my eyes are correct, isn't he up a pawn and just dominating because black has this bishop that can't move?
Yeah, he's up a pawn. Black's pawn structure is absolutely terrible on the king side. No shield there. The 7th rank, absolutely naked. And Magnus already has a rook there. This looks like bad news for Jospim here. The a-pawn advancing down the board. I don't see how black will survive this. White's queen jumping into c7 to create more pressure. Queen c7 coming in next. That's going to be pretty deadly to handle. I think you have to find a way to stop that.
Rook b4 doesn't exactly give me much confidence. But I love moves like this, king h2. Right? You're just saying, I'm not going to give you any kind of rook takes d4 with checks. If you're going to sacrifice an exchange, you're just going to have to do it and hope that it works out. But it shouldn't. So objectively, Magnus is just crushing this game. And look at him with those sunglasses on. I mean, he is just looking cool.
He's crushing it in style today.
That pillow. That's what I want to know, what that pillow is in the background.
Yeah, I wonder what it is. Yeah, maybe we'll get an update from him. If you have him join us afterwards, then we can always ask him, because it's the bright corner in his room right now, but also his position looks pretty bright. Maybe chat can tell us what's really going on with that pillow over there, if they can read what is written on it. It looks like some kind of I don't know, like a superhero pillow, no?
Well, maybe he's the villain. You know, there's a superhero pillow, but his Air Things device is on and his air quality is good. So it seems a bit humid, but otherwise the air quality is good.
Yeah, the windows are open, the fresh air is coming in, and it looks like Magnus is in driver's seat in this one. Robert, let's pull out from here and take a look at some other games. What catches your attention? It's so difficult to pick a game with the names that we have and the positions that we have.
It's difficult for sure, but you know, we know who the top of the leaderboard is. I see Ralph Mamedov drew against Jeffrey Zhang. Peacevity, Peter Svidler drew against Alain Pichot. By the way, Alain Pichot was amazing in Division 3 of the Chess Kid Cup. I was covering that. He just cruised to victory in that one, so that was cool. We have Liam Lay taking on Galakomsky a little bit further down, so we've got some legends no matter where. I got to look at the FFL. Like, what's going on in Komsky's game over here? And it looks like white should be in a promising position on the long diagonal.
I mean, great call of a game because you got both kings in the center. Well, one of them remains in the center. White's pawn is on g5, which means a king side castling by white would result in a lot of weakness. He goes on to pin that bishop on c5. Black can simply sidestep the pin with giving a check on e7 right now. Queen e7 on the board. And he says, you know what? My king is not safe with a castle, but I'm going to put it on f1, start marching down the board with the h-pawn, and do a rook lift, finish my development.
I have to be honest, this game, I wouldn't expect either of these two to be playing it. For Lemley, he's a d4 player that started in the d4 opening, but it doesn't look like it came from the queen's pawn game. And for Kamsky, I mean, he's usually this endgame maestro. That's what I'm used to seeing from him. And bishop h3, wait a second, why is that a mistake? It looks like it just almost wins a piece.
Yeah, it looks like a winning move, right? Because you're threatening the knight, which is defending the c5 bishop. Is it that you go rook e8 and start threatening queen e2? But black's got rook e1 as well. You just simply defend that threat.
Maybe you play rook d8, and then when the bishop takes, you move your bishop away because that bishop on d7 is pinned. So maybe Kamsky has this ridiculous defense where you temporarily give up a piece, and I think it is rook to d8. And once this bishop takes, then bishop on c5 is loose. But you can actually play b6 there as well, because that bishop on d7 cannot move. It is pinned.
That's not an easy defense to find, Robert, that you're pointing out. You simply give up a piece, but don't recapture it immediately. Defend that bishop on c5 because it's pinned on d7. And the fact that the famous fan legend has slowed down, he's trying to find it as well. It's not an easy task. Rook d8, is that the only way to keep the balance in the position?
I would imagine so, just because that knight is loose over there. Your idea with getting a queen to e2, that definitely strikes me as being an interesting plan. I just don't see it, how it works. It may work. I might not find the way forward, but as you said, rook e8 can be met by rook e1. The whole point of queen e2 is the bishop is loose on d2 as well. So I think that rook d8 is the move that needs to be played.
Wow. And we've got a bit of a thing. This is a big critical moment. So let's hang in here to see if Kamsky finds it, plays rook d8. Otherwise, black could be in a bit of a trouble. I'm also trying to look for other ways. The fact that he hasn't made a move right now, if there are other ways to counter this threat. The idea of queen e2, you can also play d3. It's a pawn sacrifice. But my problem with d3, Robert, is that white can still go rook e1. And I'm kind of struggling to find a response to rook e1. Has he played d3?
He has. And you know what it is? I think it's fancy footwork. Knight b6 after rook to e1 because your knight's under attack, as is your queen. But he plays it, knight b6 attacking the white queen and his pawn on d3. That could be a huge asset going forward. If white can't go and win that pawn, that's a passer in what will be a queenless position with some chances for black.
Wow. And if white does decide to win that pawn immediately with queen d3, you're just opening up a lot of lines. Black simply sidesteps with the queen to c7. And after that, the rook is coming on to d8. The queen is jumping on to c6. There are all these attacks. And with no coordination in white's rook, the king on f1 can be super weak in this position. So the endgame might be the way to go. You might have to pick up the queen on e7. But then, Robert, with that pawn on d3, as you pointed out, everything to play for. It's a big strength in black's position.
I like Kamsky's position. I don't like his clock so much. It's a very complicated battle here, and there isn't that much time remaining. But 3 minutes is plenty for somebody who streams, who plays lots of blitz online, and there's the increment. Kamsky would be mad if we took that increment from him.
Absolutely, and it is a position that he needs all the increment. And in fact, finally, Liam decides that the d3 pawn cannot be allowed to stay in the game, picks it up, and this means it's going to be a fiery, a festive middle game with black. Instead of starting with stepping up with the queen, he keeps the pressure, and it's perhaps because if white does pick up the queen on e7, the bishop on d2 will hang eventually, the rook on e7 will hang, the bishop on h3. Too many pieces to defend. I don't see a way to do that.
So, queen f3 sidesteps. Apparently that was some kind of mistake. It looks like a pretty natural move to me, but the queen comes up to d6. Tanya, look at black's pieces. All of them are connected here. White has this rook in the corner, the king on f1, the f2 pawn will be a target. Queen d4, going after b2 as well. So I like Kamsky's position, but maybe there are also other games that we should get back to. Should we go back to Levon versus Amin to see what's going on there?
Let's do it. It is our top board. Levon Aronian with 5 out of 5. Another update, Magnus Carlsen did win his game against Jospem in a convincing manner. And this endgame that we do have, we see Levon's the one with all the pawns and a lot to play for. It is opposite color bishop, and white has got the idea of planting his own bishop on d4, stopping, at least momentarily, the pawn advance on the queen side and targeting g7. But Robert, if anyone's pushing for a win, it's got to be Levon here.
Look at him. Look how relaxed he is. And look at his clock. He is nearly 4 minutes ahead on time. And bishop b6, good idea here by Amin Tabatabai. He needs to start getting some counterplay. He's going after this pawn a5. And, this a pawn could be a nuisance, a distraction, because what black wants to do is just this. Just throw this pawn up the board all the way to the other side. And white needs to be very careful because it's an obvious looking plan, but one that's kind of hard to stop.
Yeah, but right now, the big question is, you've got to give up that a5 pawn. The big question was, for me, how do you defend it? And the answer is simple. There's no way to defend it. The only way is to go d4, but that gives up the d pawn. That's not a happy option. You kind of really reduce your winning chances after that. With bishop a5, it's definitely becoming messy. The b4 pawn hangs. The a pawn starts advancing down the board. Bishop b6, a nice resource there. And it might be time for black to actually shift the rook. Perhaps with the tempo, you can start eyeing the f2 pawn. Maybe a move like rook f5, clearing the way for the h-pawn. If white takes on a5, you can think about picking up the f2 pawn, or already with the idea of queening with that h-pawn.
Yeah, I like rook f5 a lot, because if this pawn goes to f3, my new idea is to play d4, d3 at the right moment and try to just chisel down your pawns. What black ideally wants is a 2-on-none. Right now it's 2-on-1 because a pawn f3 shuts down the diagonal and stops the g-pawn. So I really, really like rook f5. It also allows you to defend the f7 pawn if need be. But he goes bishop c6, and apparently the entire advantage is gone.
Yeah, the bar creeps up. It is stabilizing. Of course, black still has all the edge in the position. The problem with a move like b3, which might for a lot of people feel that, it's a move, you just save your b4 pawn, but it allows bishop to come to c3 with a tempo on g7 and the a pawn to march down the board. So with no time for that, the a pawns have been traded, and now they move rook f5, and it all comes down to this h pawn. Robert, can Levon get it coming down the board in time to create threats? And will it be enough?
He can. And I think what he just did was eliminate all losing chances by playing in this way. He didn't want to leave white with an outside pass pawn, as you were saying before. So really a good highlight by you there. And I think that he's just saying, look, I'm up a pawn. If Amin plays perfectly, we'll just make a draw. That's fine. But I do have this outside pass pawn, and that's a long-term nuisance. I mean, what is white going to do? You put a bishop on d4. I play g5. So what? It was a one-move threat. I still like Levon's winning chances because he's ahead on the clock, but I do think that Tabatabai is likely to draw the game. Just the way he's played the last bunch of moves indicates that he is comfortable with the pawn deficit. He can hold this game.
I think a lot of it will come down to the clock. Right now, Amin Tabatabai reaching the 1 minute mark. Levon Aronian with almost 3 minutes. He's going to push this one out till the end. A good strategy there, just getting a position where Lev will be playing for 2 results. Will it be enough or not? A time scramble is going to ensue, and that's when we'll find out. f3 played, defending that f2 pawn, freeing up that bishop from c5, and it's time for black to start marching down the board with the h-pawn to try and create some winning chances.
Yeah, this pawn on g7, that's where white is going to attack, and black is going to try to bring this one. Rook f7, that's a good move to cause confusion. It's like, well, what's the real plan? Does it threaten anything? The answer is no, it doesn't threaten anything, but he's trying to organize his pieces, put them on the best squares possible. What those squares are, I'm not entirely sure, but he goes over to b7 just to keep an eye on b2, and I'm expecting at some point he has to push the pawns if he wants to win.
There's no other plan, right? With this bishop on d4, it's a very cool blockade here. Black central pawns have no way to go down the board. Rook a1, so shifting white's rook to the other side to try and penetrate down to the a8 square for all the counterplay. Rook a7 is also an idea that with the rooks off the board, it should end in a draw, would be a lot easier, but he comes back rook g1. It might even be a repetition with the bishop moving to defend g7. It might be time to go g5 if you want to try something in this position.
I think that Amin didn't have enough time to calculate rook a7. You really need to think it's concrete, right? You give a rook trade, then are you making a draw? If the answer is maybe, then you don't do it because you know that this should be a draw. You're much more comfortable with the dynamics here. And if g5, maybe there's f4 because you can't take on f4, otherwise rook lands on g7. So I feel like Amin did the right thing, playing quickly, not overthinking, not trying to get yourself in time trouble. So good job by him.
G5, so he's still playing for the win. I still think, Robert, that with the rooks off the board, this should be holdable. But like you said, unless you're 100% sure, you don't want to rush into it. But intuitively, it just feels that opposite color bishop with white's king in command over to the king side to stop the black pawns. And he might be heading there. We might see rook a7 coming up.
Yeah, rook a6 check. You might block with the rook, in which case we get that trade. And here we'll see. Big decision from Amin. Is he sure that this is the draw?
Wow. Critical moment here. Does Amin believe that he can hold this position without the rooks on the board? And as long as the rooks stay, of course, Lev will keep on trying. And such a tricky point for Lev because with Amin just having 30 seconds, he's asking a big question right now. And that's never pleasant to answer with just 30 seconds on the clock. So Levon choosing a very appropriate moment. Finally, Amin decides that this is a confident hold.
Okay, but the eval bar did, when it's only at -1 or -0.5, you kind of expect it should be a draw with best play. But I'm wondering if there's any chance whatsoever. You play h3, the white king will just go here. Can this black king, this is my question, can this black king somehow just run around the board and get somewhere active? Oh, okay.
And the big question is that what is the pawn structure that you want with white? Do you want to play e4 and trade? No, you don't, because that allows two passes on the king side after the pawn trade. So e3, and I think this is the perfect defensive structure for white, Robert. You keep the pawns on e3 and f3. The king shuffles around. You don't allow black to go d4. Yes, the black king can march all the way down to the board, all the way to b3 and c2, but there's no improvement after that. Do what you want, but what next? Your king comes to c2, your king comes to e2, get your king to even e2. And then what?
Yeah, no, I'm not seeing any progress. The bishop and the pawns that I've highlighted, they're all protected, which means that black will not be able to make progress. If these pawns get traded, yeah, you're not winning the game. The good news about opposite colored bishops means your king can sit on a dark square. You can't kick the king out of there, and that you just leave the bishop and pawns where they are.
And that's what he's going to do. He's just going to move around with the king now, and there's really nothing to be done here. Black can put his king on f1, take away the g2 square, or like this, after king h2, you go king f1, and still don't see it. White not even moving the king anymore.
Yeah, this is just a draw. So I think we can let these two players finish the game. That looks very even. So why don't we go to perhaps the game between Wesley So and Ivan Saric. That one looks like it's in the late stage of the game, and it's actually Saric who is up in exchange against Wesley.
But the knights are so tricky. You've got to watch out. I think for white, the big problem is the king on h5. It's almost a mating net. If the other rook lands on h2, it's game over, and that's where it's headed. Rook d2, mate in one, threatened. You've got to come back with the knight to g4, I think, to stop that.
And then maybe there's rook g2, and you're just chasing down this knight over here, and it looks like it's going to be a checkmate whether you like it or not.
I really don't see a way for white to fight this. Rook h2 is a big, big threat. You don't have a check. You've got one check on b6, but rook b6 just runs into king a5 or king a5, I think. Hit that rook and no good square. This is game over, and that's it. Wesley So has resigned. Wow. Ivan Saric takes a big point here.
Yeah, he does, and it goes to show that in these fields, even players that don't start with 2,700, though Ivan Saric has been over 2,700 in his career, they can take down the superstars. And look at this game. It says that Matthias Blubaum is better with the black pieces thanks to the passed pawns. This is anyone's game at this point. It might just be a draw in extra moves. They don't know who's better. It's a bishop and queen versus a queen and a bunch of pawns over here. Is the black king safe enough? That's a big question. Are these pawns quick enough? That's another, but they have repeated moves.
They're repeating.
It's a draw.
Wow. The only way to perhaps stop that is to try to trade the queens, but the players are still probably feeling that that does end in a draw. we see a repetition, and this one ends. It's always tricky on seconds. And Robert, do we have more games that are on?
We do. We have Vladimir Kramnik in this ending. Looks kind of tricky to me, but white should be winning thanks to being up. Oh, you see that last move? Rook h7 check, the deflection.
That's amazing. That's such a nice finish. Rook h7, picking up, giving up the rook to pick up your own queen. And now that queen from 8 also defends that h1 square. That was a good touch by Big Vlad there.
Yeah, really nicely done by him. And he's just going to put his knight on h1. The queen protected all the way from the other side. And he should be able to quickly mop up the pawns and win this game. Big win for Kramnik.
Yeah. Wow. And I was thinking you could also start thinking about checkmates on g2. Start with the move on g4. Queen g2 comes to mind. But instead he falls back with the knight, the plan that you mentioned. And the h2 pawn falls one by one. Both the pawns will fall, and this will be game over. The player is playing on seconds, but it should be enough.
There's no moral degradation here. Kramnik, he receives his increment, so he doesn't have to worry. His queen is about to deliver a checkmate, and he is going to get this victory. He's going to move up the scoreboard, and that gives him a chance to fight for Division 1.
Yeah, it does. With just 4 rounds remaining, it is everything to play for, and there we see Vlad. He's done it. He wins the game with a mate coming in. That is a game over. And with that, Robert, I think it's a wrap for round 5.
Wow, that was round 6, actually.
Round
I was about to
6,
say, like,
yeah.
I'm losing track. It's been already a long day and still so much chess left. We're already in round 7, and Tanya, I think you'll like this matchup. It's Levon Aronian versus Magnus Carlsen.
That is going to be a fun one, chat. Levon against Magnus. Lev's the only player on 5.5 out of 6 right now in pole position. He starts with the white pieces. We want to get chat predictions in for this one. What do you guys think will happen here? Levon starting with the king's pawn opening. This is a big one.
Yeah, but Magnus, he might need to make a move at some point. I'm not sure if that will help him, but I do believe so. Magnus may not be at the board. I'm not sure what's going on, but the round starts as soon as the previous one ends. So there's Magnus. Oh, he's running back. And now he's going to make his
without
first
the glasses. That's the first time we're seeing Magnus today without his glasses on, and he comes back to the board. E4 played, and he starts with the king's pawn opening. E5. Are we going to see a Spanish or an Italian? Spanish on the board.
Thankfully, I didn't have to answer the question because I wasn't sure, and we do get a Spanish from Levon. And I think the big question, Tanya, is does Levon just want to make a draw? He doesn't want to lose. That's obvious. No one ever wants to lose. But when you're playing Magnus Carlsen, you take any risk or do you force the draw? We're getting a marshal. I think he may force the draw.
Wow. We often see white go into an anti-marshal when they want a game, and with so much theory that is advanced in the marshal, black has sacrificed the pawn, that many lines just end in a draw or an end game where white has an extra pawn, but black has got a bishop pair, and it's enough to keep the balance in the position. Robert, we don't see a marshal being played out too often, like we're seeing right now.
Yeah, I think that Magnus and Hikaru have made a draw in the marshal several times very quickly. And, these kind of lines where black has given up a pawn but has a lot of activity and play. You see the coordination of black's pieces with the minors doing a really good job here. And white lacks development. Now, there are some positions where white even tries to steal a second pawn on d5. But it's not about the material. You need to catch up in development. And that's why you see the knight quickly come to e4. It's going to be a draw. This is the exact variation.
Yeah, this is all theory. This is all lines that have happened 100 times before, and both players are fully aware of it, which is why they're just blitzing out their moves. And I think for Levon and for Magnus, it's not a result to be unhappy about. There's still so many games left. Magnus has already had a defeat. Levon undefeated so far, and I think he wants to keep that going. And I think a draw with Magnus is not a bad result given the tournament situation at all.
Yeah, they get a breather. Now, the one downside of getting the breather now is they were going to get one anyway because there's a break after round 7. So, you didn't really need the rest because you're going to get it. But I think it's a great result for Levon for sure. He's already now played Magnus. He keeps his lead in the tournament. And then for Magnus, well, I had the black pieces. What do you want from me against someone as strong as Levon Aronian? So I think it works for both.
And this is the exact same game between Hikaru and Aronian from Norwich as right now. We're just being updated with that. So a big shout out to our producer, Big, for letting us know that they just played out the same game as in Norwich S.
Yeah, no, Magnus and Hikaru played this multiple times. They've also played this in a Champions Chess Tour event. So this is like their draw. Like Hikaru and Wesley have the Berlin draw. Hikaru and Magnus have this draw. But Levon's like, hey, I want to be invited too. I'm going to make the draw. It's going to be good for my tournament results. So let's move on. Well, there is no more Magnus and Levon for this round. By the way, other games that finished quickly, Alexei Dreyev and Peter Svidler. What is this? The Russian championship from 2000? Like Dreyev and Svidler, they make a draw. And then you have Pichot and Mamedov making a pretty quick draw. So let's go to, how about the legendary Gatakomsky? He's still on the top boards.
Yeah, wow. He's fighting for his big spot in the divisions of the Aimchess Rapid. And he keeps the fight on. He starts with the white pieces while the queens are off the board. But it looks like a queenless middle game with all the minor pieces still on. But it's all about comparing the pieces. I really like white's bishop on h2. The bishop on b5 feels more active. You've got the a pawn advancing down the board. But Robert, is this enough? Well, it's far from enough, but is it something to push for in the game?
So for people who think the London system was created by like Eric Rosen or somebody during the last few years, during the pandemic, the answer is no, it wasn't. And Gatakomsky has been somebody who's essayed the London for many, many years. He is very crisp in his technique. He knows how to milk little advantages. You see the eval bar saying 0.3 for white, nothing major. But then we start talking about ideas. White wants to play knight c4 and pawn to a5. Start creating some problems on the queen side for black. a6 is not available because after the bishop takes in c6, the b6 pawn will be loose. So black's pawn structure here looks very good, but it means the pawns can't move, and white is going to play a5. Gatakomsky, I mean, all jokes aside about the FFL and being a legend, he is a legend. And his technique has always been his calling card. So I'm looking at this position, and I'm thinking I would never, ever, ever want the black side of this position against Gatakomsky.
Yeah, it's a tough one. You're just on the wrong end here, and you've got to be passive. You've got to stay defensive for the whole game. And we'll see if Ivan Sarch is up for it. And also, I just want to correct myself. The draw that we just saw between Magnus and Lev, I think I said it was the game between Hikaru and Lev. It was the game from Norwich S between Hikaru and Magnus, and they've played that out a couple of times. But Levon and Magnus following that exact same draw, and that one ended quickly. I was looking forward to a big fight there, Robert. I've got to admit that I'm a little disappointed. Makes sense from the player's perspective, but damn, I wish that was that lasted longer.
Yeah, I mean, we want to see a fight between all the players, but I get it, especially with the tournament standing. I think we both do. So Magnus had no choice, right? He played into a variation where if he doesn't make that draw, he's just worse. So I think we can forgive the players for just doing what's best for their tournament. It's a 9-round event. And what's going on here? We see the pawn structure being ruined for black. And I'm telling you, Komsky is so good in these variations. Maybe Sarch knows his way out, but I'm already looking at split pawns and thinking white has an edge.
Well, white can immediately pick up the a5 pawn and start targeting the a7 pawn. So this is going to be a long grind by FFL Gatakomsky. Rook a5 on the board. The first big question is, I don't think you want to make the move rook a8, defending that a7 pawn. But you know what, Robert? I think a6 is possible here because you hit the bishop on b5. And if white captures on a6, there's a pin along the a line. Bishop a6 runs into rook a8. So you guard your pawn on a7 by making an offensive move and win some time.
Yeah, it's a pretty huge move. So good call. Good find by you there. A6 available. The bishop should probably just slide back to c4. And black does get a quick initiative with his knight coming to e4. So I starting to see it for black a little bit. But I think if black isn't quick, you really need to get that momentum going because this is a long-term weakness. The c5 pawn is a long-term weakness. So I'm looking at knight e4. And if castles, knight to d2. You desperately need the activity of a rook trying to slam on d2. Otherwise, white will legitimately be better.
Yeah, black needs to be very precise and active in this endgame. We leave Ivan Saric to it. He does start with the accurate move, knight e4, as you were pointing out. Robert, let's take this moment to zoom out and take a look at some of the other action as we're inching closer towards the final stages of the Swiss part of the play-ins. What catches your attention?
So many great games. Laurent Fressinet is taking on Vladimir Krumnik, not at the highest bid of the standings, but considering that Fressinet already beat Magnus Carlsen, why not take down a second former world champion? And in this position, I have to say, I don't really love Fressinet's position. In fact, I really dislike it because black is even on material, but whose king is safer is definitely Krumnik's, and white's position just feels a bit loose.
Yeah, it's the kind of position that you really need to look deep into to understand. And what you're saying, right? Black's piece activity, and even though it's a position without queens, white's king has got all these checks to answer. Rook e3 check, the other rook coming on to d8. There could be a knight d3 check. And I think it was very important for Vlad to actually get rid of one of the for Fressinet to get rid of one of the rooks. Rook f3, nicely played there to dilute the pressure. And with this, the knight can jump onto d3, and the other knight can find itself onto that spot of b4. And let's not forget, f4 is a big target in the position. Actually, how are you defending it? You've got to go f5, create more weaknesses.
I mean, there's so many holes in this position. If these bishops were off the board, I think black's already strategically winning. So maybe bishop b4 is an option because, as you said, the knight does want to get to b4, and Kramnik plays it. But let's trade the bishops. b2 will be loose. e5 check. And we usually say the bishop's advantage against a knight. Is this bishop really having any sort of advantage against this knight? The answer is absolutely not. The knight, because of the way it moves, can jump from color complex to color complex. The bishop is stuck on the light squares, and you're staring into your own pawns, no matter which diagonal you go to.
Yeah, that's a great point. And I love this call by you, Robert. Very strategic, important decision. With the move f5, white created so many dark squared weaknesses, so you want to get rid of those bishops. Bishop c3, trade that off. The other knight looking to jump to c5, but watch out for that a7 pawn. It's a bit tender, so you've got to time it well. And now with the bishops off, black's knight can also jump over to e5 and even think about immediately winning some material.
Yeah, I think that Fressinet will give up c4 to open a diagonal for his bishop. That's his plan in the event of knight e5 check, taking on c4. So I like your plan. I think knight c5 is good. a7, that's a pawn you would love to keep, but maybe it's not possible. If it is, rook a8 comes to mind, but it looks oddly passive, though it's only for a turn. Then knight c5, a5, a4. Now that I think about it, Tanya, and you've mentioned this a pawn, maybe rook a8 is the precise move necessary.
But it's such a difficult move to make. Rook a8, even if you know while you're playing that this is the best move in the position because you want to defend that a7 pawn, your hand doesn't allow it. Or in this case, your mouse won't allow it. The move rook a8, it's going to be interesting to see if Vlad actually goes for that. The idea is clear. You want your other knight into the game. The only way to defend a7 is with rook a8. But Robert, I'd be surprised to see that on the board. I think I'm expecting either a move like knight e5, or maybe get the rook to e8 or d8, but rook a8, what a move.
Yeah, rook e8 is actually quite a clever move because then you have knight c5 next, putting pressure on e4. There's so many ideas. g6 is a move we can't discount. He does give up the a7 pawn. So Tanya, Vlad is saying, have fun with that pawn. Is his response rook e8 and just going for the e4 pawn like you're mentioning? I think that could work out for black.
It's very interesting that you just combine it, switch the move order, and after the rook is on a7, it's going to take some time to come back into the game. Rook d1, rook e8 follows up. The white rook will have a long way to come to d1 or to e1, and after rook e8, the only way to defend e4 would be with a move like king to e3. But Robert, even that could potentially run into some tactics, though I'm not sure they work. I wanted to go for knight e4, bishop e4, knight c5, but you can take on d3. Oh.
There are all sorts of tactics, as you're indicating. Knights are such tricky pieces. And I think what Kramnik is suggesting is that it's not just about the material. You could take on a7 and be up a pawn, but once that happens, you have these double pawns. These pawns aren't going anywhere because black controls the dark squares. What you really need is somehow to punch through like king f4 and e5, but you're not getting there. And I think knight e5 check, rook e8 next, e4 is a clear target. I really, really am impressed by the way that Kramnik handles these positions.
It's amazing, right? He first trades off the dark square bishops and now places both knights on the dark squares and rook e8, targeting the e4 point. Robert, exciting endgame, but let's pull out from here because I've got my eye out on the other boards and there's so much action. I'm looking at the Parham Sam Savian board. It's absolute madness. I feel the Black King is about to get checkmated any moment there, or potentially an attack. Look at that rook on 8-6. It's the one that's defending and keeping things together. But my question is, how did that even get there? Did Black even castle in this game? But there's no time to backtrack and do an action replay because the players are down on the clock.
So Black castle in move 4, I can see that, but I can't answer the question of how the rook got over there. It went on some kind of crazy rook lift at some moment. But now that the rook is here, it does defend a g6. It also makes sure that h8 won't be a problem with his bishop on c3. And at the right moment, if Black can get bishop d6 in, suddenly it's Savian on the attack. So my first instinct, Tanya, if I'm honest, is, okay, Black has to be in bad shape because your pieces are scrambled. But the more that we sit here, and I see the EVA bar still suggesting that White is slightly better, the more I kind of like Black's position because you have the bishop pair. This bishop dominates the rook on d1, and I just don't see how White's pieces jump forward anymore.
Jumping forward, I've got a move, knight f5. I don't know good or bad, but it's definitely jumping forward, taking advantage of the pins that we're talking about. I'm hitting that rook on 8-6, Robert, asking questions. Where do you want to move to? It's an awkward piece, but I see you can probably go rook h5. But what I really want to do after that is trade the rooks. It's my dream. Maybe rook h4 comes to mind, and I'm really eyeing ideas of a mate on h8 if you're kind enough to cooperate.
Normally, I am kind enough. We're co-commentators. I should cooperate. But in that position, I don't think I would allow you to deliver a checkmate. But rook d2 was played. Apparently, that's a mistake. Looked like a pretty normal move, trying to get the rook over to f2. And if there's no checkmate, if there's no mating attack, does Black have time to start pushing these pawns forward? That's one of those big questions. Ooh. Who's first? He goes rook h7, a defensive move. The rook comes to f2, and I have to kick this bishop out of here. I think that there's a threat of checkmate down on c1. So at the right moment, I'm pushing this pawn up the board, trying to pry open the c line.
Wow, and we see crosses after crosses for the moves, Robert, which looks so human and so tempting to make to keep things together. Bishop g7 would be the first move that comes to your mind to stop any activity on the diagonal. And now Sam Savian trying to trade out the rooks, but again an inaccuracy there. And that's kind of strange because these are exactly the kind of moves that you want to make to dilute White's pressure here. Take that rook, destabilize the knight. It looks like things are in control for Black now. But it's that rook on h7. It's such an eyesore in Black's position.
Yeah, it's not where it needs to be. Rook h5 at some moment, but a5 is loose. But I think that with the shattered pawn structure on the queen side, even if White goes up a pawn, this kind of reminds me in a way of that Magnus win over Abhimanyu Mishra, where it was that light square bishop kind of dominating the opponent's knight. So even if Black loses a pawn on the queen side, I don't think that's the end of the story. c4 will be played. The knight on a5 will be loose. This bishop is just so strong there on d3.
Yeah, and White is targeting the weak pawns that you are mentioning. Queen jumps into c7. There's still some defensive work and a task required for Sam Savian here. Robert, again, I've got my eye out on the other games as well. And with Magnus Carlsen, Levon, Aronian ending in a draw, Armin Tabatabai is just half a point. Started the round 7 with half a point less than Levon Aronian. He's playing against Iturizaga, and it's another game that's got my attention. Do you want to just quickly take a look at that?
Okay, here we are. Iturizaga, a name we haven't mentioned a single time, I believe. And for Amin Tabatabai, he started off well, but this game does not look good at all for Black. Now, you may say, haven't they talked to me about this with the bishop on the light squares and opponent's king may be vulnerable? But there's a pawn in the way. Black's best move is e4, throw it off the board, open up the diagonal, and go try to checkmate the white king. But that pawn's not going anywhere because there is a knight that is firmly entrenched on the e3 square, protected by a pawn on f2, exerting pressure on the c4 pawn. So, Tanya, isn't the next idea to play like b5 for white and just take on c4 a bunch of times?
I love it. And you never want to take the c4 pawn with the knight, allowing e3, which is why you want to put in b5. Move the queen, come in the way of the defense, and take it with the heavy pieces. As long as you keep that bishop on b7 entrapped there, as long as it doesn't have activity on the long diagonal, the knight indeed is stronger than the bishop. Robert, after b5, it just looks like an extra pawn, but white first makes the simple move king g1, falling back on any diagonal checks, and c4 can still be picked up. In fact, rook c4, I think now with no e3, you can actually play it immediately.
There are some pins that we need to work out here, and I'm trying to figure. I think actually rook c4, you can take it. I'm just gonna show this very quickly. And after, that's a mouse slip. Sorry, rook takes c4 versus bishop d5, and I'm exerting full pressure on this pin. And once you take, now your rook is pinned. You take my rook, you lose your queen. So you drop it back. But because the king's on g1, there's queen d1 check, picking up this rook at long last. So you have to be very, very careful here if you're Iturrizaga. And yeah, he's careful. He slides the queen on over to e2. He says that pawn on c4 is not going anywhere, but I like this little back and forth that Tabatabai is doing.
It's like a little dancing queen. We got to do a little replay of what just happened. Queen e6, queen e2. We started with this position, and the queens are jumping around. And finally, we see a white falling back to d1 this time, not heading to a2. Defends the a4 pawn. Again, also eyeing that d4 square, queen from d4, attacking black's weaknesses. b5 always in the air. It just feels as if black has all these long-term weaknesses with the pawn structure, and he keeps dancing with the queen.
Yeah, but f5 is a nice move by Iturrizaga. If you take with the pawn, you drop the pawn h5. That's what the queen on d1 did. I wasn't looking in that direction, but he opened up f5, and now if pawn takes g6 here, I think it's time for rook takes c4, and the black king will also be exposed.
This is amazing. And it was so easy to miss that the queen from d1 not only defends a4, but eyes the h5 pawn. That's full board awareness there by Iturrizaga. Some really cool stuff. Wow, king g6, that's desperation, not bravery.
Yeah, that's not where you want your king. Not at all. We will see the rooks get traded on c4, and I think black will try e3. It's just hoping that white goes wrong there, but I don't think white will blunder some sort of checkmate on the long diagonal. You just trade, and if e3, your knight just goes back and takes, because the queen can't join the party, as the queen on d1, that heroic piece, has been protecting all the key squares.
And with that idea not working, he decides to keep the rooks on the board, but that means that the bishop on b7 is still inactive. Rook d8, hitting the queen. He wants to perhaps jump in with the rook to d3, trying to create some illusion of play here. But rook c5, that h5 weakness still in the air. Robert, white's got his own ideas. Rook c5, rook h5, I really like it. And black might be forced to offer a queen trade with queen f3.
But if you trade the queens, you probably just lose. But maybe that's black's best hope at this point, because there's not going to be a checkmate against the white king. And there's also rook c7, getting the bishop and the pawn over here. The bishop actually is just completely stuck. That's really bad news. And rook g5 check, I might add, it might win the h5 pawn anyway.
Oof. Yeah, because king, if you come up to the f file, there's rook f5 coming in. You might be forced to go king h6, but then there's knight f5 jumping in with the idea of at least winning the h5 pawn. I love throwing in rook g5. Nice spot there.
Yeah, but 17 seconds for Tabatabai. Bad position. I do think Iturrizaga is going to take this one. And if he wins this game, he'll move into a tie for first place with Levon Aronian. So I don't want to be harsh about any players, but when you think about being at the top of the scoreboard, you think, okay, I'll play Magnus. Oh, I just drew Magnus? I'll play Jan Nepomniachtchi. I'll play Ding Liren. I'll play Hikaru Fabi. But if you get to play Iturrizaga, that's one of those tricky pairings where you're like, okay, that is a favorable pairing, at least on paper. But when Iturrizaga 6 out of 7, like he's about to be, I don't know if you really want to face him. He's been in the Pro Chess League for a long time. Many successes to his name.
Yeah, that would be an amazing run for Iturrizaga. And you mentioned Jan Nepomniachtchi. I quickly sneaked a look at his game. And Robert, he just got checkmated on the board with the white pieces against Pavel Smirnov. And that's the point, that these formats, everything is so unpredictable. It looked like it was a brutal, brutal game, that one. But it's over already, and we still have action on.
It's just a really good shout out by you there, because I was just pulling out names and saying how you may think a pairing is favorable, and it is, but then you just note that Smirnov beat Mr. Nepomniachtchi. And Pavel Smirnov, by the way, has some big victims on his list, including Vishy Anand from the Chess.com Global Championship last year. So this one, Iturrizaga just pushing his pawns. He's clearly winning. The knight on e3 has dominated the opposing bishop, and so just a matter of time before he goes knight g2 to f4, for example.
Wow, just some incredible results as we focus on this game right now. Players playing on seconds. The knight and queen is a deadly combination for the attack, and that's why we see white rerouting the knight. Again, that h5 weakness just staring down the board. Black does give up that e4 pawn, but it's too little too late. There's no way for black to actually strike up a combination between the queen and the bishop on the long diagonal. The queen comes back to c2. The d1 square is completely defended. Now you can just trade off the queens. Nice play there. Good technique by Iturrizaga in this one.
Yeah, it was never up for debate. There was no doubt whatsoever. And he's just going to play g4, I think, and he's going to have an outside pass pawn. So the black king will have to deal with the b6 pawn. But there's another pass pawn about to rumble up the board.
We see that happen, and eventually white's king will join the party as well. Not to forget that the white knight can start targeting the black bishop if the black king goes too close to the h-pawn, and expecting a resignation there. And that does happen. Iturrizaga does take the point. Armin Tabatabai loses with the black pieces. Robert, is that the end of round 7?
It looks like there are a few games going on, actually quite a number of them, surprising amount, but Min Lei is still going on. What in the world? This has to be good for black. And he won.
I mean, it's gotta be good for black. Look at those connected passed pawns. White's got a pawn on c7, but that's one passed pawn. Black, meanwhile, has got d4, the d4 pawn advancing straight down, assisted by the other pawn. The f4 pawn is falling. This is game over, and I think the players have resigned. We should, because I don't see the clocks moving anymore.
Yeah, that one is over. This one's still going. And Dmitry Kolarz, who was in Division 1 of the Chess Kid Cup, he's on board 34 right now. That's how strong these events are. Where Kolarz just making Division 1 was a huge success for him, and he performed well there. And then now you're looking at this, and he's board 34, and he's losing. So this is how strong the Champions Chess Tour is.
Yeah, and white's idea is clear. You just want to march up the board with the king. Black can give a couple more checks from h1, h2, but the king goes b2, a3, b4, c5, and absolutely safe there. Meanwhile, the g-pawn is going to be a nuisance for black to defend.
Okay, but black down a few seconds and with a losing position. Rook f8 check is about the end of the game. Bishop h7, there's rook h8 chasing the bishop away. The bishop on d4 defends the g7 pawn.
Nice one there, Robert. If the bishop comes into the defense, you first destabilize it and then continue to queen your own pawn. And that is it. Dmitry Kolarz resigns. And with that, I am looking at our scoreboard going into the final 2 games of the Swiss portion of the play-ins. And indeed, it's Levon, Aronian, and Iturrizaga who are at 6 out of 7. And hot on heels, Magnus Carlsen, after losing game 2 to Laurent Fressinet, at 5.5, with a bunch of other players there, including FFL, Gada Kamsky.
Kamsky doing great in this event. Kovalenko, we saw him earlier in the show very briefly at 5.5 as well. This is the moment where you start calculating, are my tie breaks great? Can I make a couple of draws? You can't rely on that because part of the tie breaks are the opponents you played along the way. What if your opponent loses the last 2 rounds? What if one drops out? What if your opponent from round 2 plays one of your other competitors' opponent from round 3, and now you are relying on other people? You want to have control of your result, and we see with 2 players at 6 out of 7, it seems like destiny is in their hands, and I think we could see a bunch of draws. But for the players in the trailing pack, Tanya, oh no, you got to play, especially for Magnus Carlsen.
Yeah, it's just 2 more games, right? And once again, it's going to come down to how many players are tied on those equal number of points and who's got the better tie break. So it's everything to fight for in the coming 2 rounds. And Robert, I believe you've got 1 more game still going, and here it is, the players playing on seconds. Now, theoretically, this is a draw, and black's done everything right. The way to do this is to get your king into the opposite color corner of your bishop, so that when there's a check, either from the last rank or from the side, you can block it with the bishop. And as we're talking at, it plays out, Robert, and there we have it. This one ends in a draw.
Yeah, normally you'd waste a move here, but it's stalemate. No legal moves for black. So that game was a draw. Fair result between Igor Lesige and Valentin Dragunev. So many grandmasters, no matter what board, if it's board 1 or board 41, all these GMs taking part.
Wow, and it's a stacked field and it's packed at the top with just 2 players on 6 points, a bunch of players, including Magnus Carlsen at 5.5, and of course, also extremely strong grandmasters at 5. The next 2 rounds are going to be fire on the board, everything to play for. Nothing is certain for anyone. We will be back with more play in action in just a few.
Looking for a new way to learn chess? Meet Dr. Wolf, the ideal chess coach and companion. Play against Dr. Wolf as he explains everything step by step, points out strategic ideas, and alerts you to your mistakes. Train with him and go over your past mistakes until you master them. Choose from over 35 lessons created for all skill levels. No matter your level, everyone could use a coach. Download Learn Chess with Dr. Wolf for Android or iOS devices today.
My inspiration with reading about great players from the past, great performers from the past. Arthur Ashe, reading his life, his legacy. Jackie Robinson, who was even earlier. After reading about people like that, Malcolm X and Dr. King, their journey, James Baldwin, those are people who made me feel, as I was pursuing this history-making moment, if you will, that I wasn't really going through stuff that was that hard. I mean, I know we were still and still are in the middle of a deeply divided society in this way, where the struggle is still real for African Americans, where equality of treatment is something you thought should have happened a century ago, or at least in the last century, but it's still happening today. But it's not like it was. And I understood that I'm standing on the shoulder of the giants, and they were absolutely my inspiration in dark moments, difficult times.
Chess grandmasters can lose 10 pounds and burn 6,000 calories just by sitting.
Yeah, so I've actually been spending a lot of time getting in shape.
Wow, that's great. What are you doing?
Mostly like rook lifts. Oh, I've never heard of that. It's a thing, don't look it up.
It's packed at the top, and only 2 more games remain in the Swiss of the Plains for the Aimchess Rapid. And for those of you who are just joining us, I'm International Master Tanya Sachdev. Alongside me, Grandmaster Robert Hess, calling all the action. Robert, it's been exciting. It's been fighting chess. And now it comes down to this final 2 games.
Yeah, it's been down to the wire in many of these contests. We've seen blunders in time trouble. We've seen stellar sacrifices. We've seen just excellent play all around. But all that hard work could be for naught if you don't have a good finish. Only 2 games are left in the Swiss stage. And Tanya, if we're being real, all these players, they want to get to the top 8 so they can play for Division 1.
Yeah, that's the big prize. That's the big enchilada. You want to get into that top 8, and not just that. You want to try to finish in top 4 so you can choose your opponents in the match play. But we'll get to that. We'll talk more about that right now. We've got 2 big games coming up, and Robert, action is on. Levon Aronian on the top board takes on Iturrizaga. Wow, and we're seeing a Catalan this time by Iturrizaga.
I think that Iturrizaga wants to draw, and there he has it. It's over. The game is already over. You know how I feel about the draw offer. Ban the draw offer. I don't blame Eduardo. I don't blame Levon. This was smart because they're trying to make it the top 8. Great. Ban the draw offer, please.
Oh my gosh. I feel your pain right now. This game with these 2 players could have been absolutely a treat to watch. But given the tournament situation, of course, for them, they've already won so many games. They're at the top. They're looking at qualifying for that top 8 with just 1 more game remaining. It makes sense for them. But the fans and us as commentators do not like it. I support this. Ban the draw offer. But we've got action on the other games, Robert. Where are you jumping to? I see you pulled up Magnus's game.
I know. I thought you'd be disappointed if I went to Magnus's game, so I aim to disappoint. But this position right now out of the opening, Magnus, he has pawns established in the center of the board. That looks pretty good to me. Black has not completed the development. Only now he just played bishop to e7. And you see the eval bar saying white is slightly better. And I agree. I've played these positions from the white side since childhood. And this knight that's on b1, it is about to get out to c3. And the change in pawn structure, I think, is generally favorable for white, where white gets a pawn advantage on the queen side, 4-on-3, that becomes a 3-on-2, and black has a 4-on-3 in the center, but the e-pawn is very hard to move.
Yeah, and Magnus playing really fast there. And I'm not just talking about his clock usage, but the tempo that he's been playing with. Every move attacking a piece. Hitting that knight, not now hitting the bishop with the trade, will come on with the knight to c3. The rook will come to d1, pinning the knight. So by the time black manages to get his king to safety, Magnus will have a lot of piece play going on. And materially, it's balanced, but it just feels like a very pleasant position. The tempos will continue with knight e4, bishop g5, rook d1, and there are still problems for black to be solved.
Yeah, so many easy moves for white, and Kovalenko, he's taking a think. So while he does that, maybe we can keep going to see how some other games are beginning in this round. I see so many draws. I'm looking. It wasn't just Levon and Iturrizaga. It was Saric and Maksudlu. It was Bluebaum and Kamsky. It was Pichot and Jeffrey Zhang. Why did they make a draw? That's what I'm curious about. Maybe Jeffrey had black, so he was okay making a good draw. But that's the Berlin draw for Jeffrey Zhang with the black pieces. He's now in 8th place. He can't just keep making draws. Other people will win their games.
Yeah, it comes down to the last round, and then they'll just have to go for the kill in that final round. But Robert, there are players who are fighting it out, and I see some great action on P. Switty's board against Aram Hakobian, and I think that's the one we want to go to because there's no quick draw in that one. I see Harry the H pawn, Gary the G pawn, and what was it for the E pawn?
I don't know.
So it's Harry, Gary, Freddie, Eddie the E pawn.
Okay, well, Simon Williams must be happy that we're giving all the pawns their names. We should call them by what their names are. This pawn on e4 is a bit vulnerable. There might be a rook takes c3 at some moments. We have to keep our eyes out for that. But bishop takes f6, voluntarily giving up the bishop pair. The point is to play g5, to keep kicking black's pieces away. And so bishop takes f6 was the choice. And P. Svidi, as you call him, throws in the pawn g5 push. And Tanya, what do you think? Are we getting an f4 as well? Are we just going to see all the pawns run up the board?
I would love to see that pawn storm down the board, especially with Black King still in the center. But right now, a big decision for Black here. Does he want to fall back with the bishop, giving that extra move to white, or instead trade off to try and ease out the pressure? Speaking of pressure, we see a big move there, sacrificing an exchange. Robert, it's a thematic idea, but Black still not having castle, the other rook far away from c8. Do you think this is enough compensation?
Such a tough question to answer, and I see the eval bar struggling with it as well. It's going up and then back towards the center. King b2 is automatic for me, but this knight is trying to go to b6 and into a4 or c4, depending on how white responds. So I'm looking at this position and I'm thinking that this rook on d4 will likely have to sacrifice for a knight once it gets over to b6. So now the question is, what's the correct sequence of moves? How do I, maybe get an attack on the king side with h5 and g6? Will that be in time? And Svidler, I was going to call him Svidler for a second, but Svidler there, he's in the darkness. He's playing in the shadows, but he's also just behind the leaders, and he can jump out of the shadows into the spotlight if he can take down Jacobian in this game.
Yeah, wow. I love it how you just explained that. Well, he's playing out of darkness, but definitely the chess is full of light with the H pawn and the G pawn down the board. Fire on the queen side as well. King b2 played. Knight b6 is what you're mentioning. Black also has the option to simply play for a strategic sacrifice. He can already go maybe shot castle, bring the rook into the game. He starts with the move knight c5. Aram Jacobian is a very tactically gifted player, a very creative player. I don't think he's going to rush with knight a4. I don't think he's going to rush with giving Svidler the opportunity to neutralize with giving back the exchange.
So, but he puts that on c5, so there's pressure on e4. I'm just wondering, is that something to worry about? I don't think so just yet. I'm playing h5 because, Tanya, as you indicated, Black has yet to castle. And if you do castle, I'm quickly playing g6 and trying to checkmate you. So rook h3, I really like that move as well. I think in a way he's kind of forcing Black's hand somewhat, because now that the rook protects c3, you have to be careful that knight a4 check may not have that much power. At some moment, the king can think about slinking away. I don't think so here, because, these pawns, because up to b3, the pawns defended.
Are they going to repeat? Knight c5, and then you go back to a2, because c3 again is defended. So maybe after knight c5, the king doesn't indeed return to b2. Wow, king b3 is a brave move. And Black does exactly what we were talking about, brings the rook to the party. Now, after shot castle, rook c8 is a threat on the board. White probably has to put this rook on b4 at some point, Robert, to cut off the queen from attacking the c3 pawn.
Yeah, very likely. There might be some repetition at some point, as you were asking about. Also, d5 is something that Black can consider if you move the rook away, because you would love to get your bishop into the attack as well. And look out, bishop e4, knight c5, some sort of forks will be in the air depending on the position. So Svidler can think about h5, but I actually don't think there's a checkmating attack, in which case I like his decision making, just defending everything. This bishop on f1 will eventually develop. Tanya, I really like how calm Svidler has been given the dynamics here.
And it's an important move to stay calm and to defend that e4 pawn, because rook a4 was not possible, Robert. With the queen taking that rook on a4, the e4 pawn would fall. Now after rook e3, if Black does play rook c8, Svidler also has the option to bail out. Simply pick up that knight on a4 and everything is under control because of the last move, rook e3. So just preempting all these ideas.
Yeah, and you can just play queen to d2, queen e1. I'm not sure what the right squares are at this stage, but he can just defend the c3 pawn. So I think that Svidler is counting on his extra material and suggesting that Black has an initiative, but is it enough? Because initiatives do fizzle out, and when that happens, you look at the board and you're like, oh gosh, I have one rook and my opponent has two. So Svidler has good chances, I would say.
Wow. And because you mentioned queen d2, queen e1, and you don't want to give back your exchange, then the other idea comes to mind. You want to bring the bishop, the light squared bishop that Black has, into the game. You want to play d5, and I really don't believe that White can allow Black to trade on e4, give up that d5 square. The only way that I see for White is actually to go e5 in that position to just make sure that Black's bishop remains out of the attack.
Yeah, it's a really instructive point. The bishop is a bad piece behind a good pawn. So I'm with you there. I think that black will struggle a little bit. And while this game is ongoing, I want to check out the Magnus Carlsen game because we haven't tuned in a while. So I'm going to see how Magnus, the former world champion, it's really, I'm saying it so strongly because I forget half the time that he's no longer the world champion. And D5 has happened in this game. Let's go over to Magnus Carlsen's game against Igor Kovalenko. And wait, what? Isn't white just crushing?
White is crushing. He's up in exchange and he's going to be threatening a checkmate into after g4, rook h5. Black's king is in the kill zone, trapped there. It's on the board. You can give a check. The king goes to f3. You have to pick up the h2 pawn. Rook f6 is the second checkmate on the board. Game over. Nice endgame play there by Magnus Carlsen.
I don't even remember this game, so I'm just going to go... Oh, this is actually where we left off. And then right after this moment, that's an exchange. So
that's a blunder.
Yeah, the position wasn't good for black. I think we can see that white's pieces are very active. There could be a take on c5, a knight d6, things like that. But it's better for white not immediately winning. This is now an extra exchange, and he went on to convert it probably without too much difficulty. So Magnus Carlsen moves into a tie for first place. Maybe he will make a last round draw if it means a top finish. He doesn't need to risk anything. But let's look at some players who may need to risk a little bit. I don't see Wesley So's name on the standings right now, but that's because he's entered the round 5 out of 7, and here he is with the white pieces in this game against Jose Martinez.
So it's almost a must-win game for Wesley at 5 out of 7. If he wants to keep his chances alive for Division 1, to try to get a spot in Division 1, he's got to win this one. And Robert, it's exactly the kind of position you want when you're in a must-win situation, right? It's a position for all three results. I love that Wesley's got these two bishops on the king side, a bishop pair. Black's got a strong center, but these pawns can be very quickly weaknesses in a black's camp. But again, trumps for Jose Martinez as well. The knight jumping into the game, the d3 square being weak. Again, it's a game, a position for all three results, but I do like white a little bit here.
It is a fascinating position. And what I love about this game thus far is that Wesley is playing in the style that he grew up playing. He was such an aggressive tactical player where he would create his chances. And he is trying to make it happen in this Aimchess Rapid play-in. He wants to win, get to the matches for Division 1. It's weird seeing Wesley in any other division, but he's a great player, and even great players struggle against other fantastic players. But Tanya, you like the queen with the bishops over here, but black at some point will get the knight to e5. It seems like a very difficult position to assess, and even the eval bar is saying like slightly better for black, about equal. Which color would you take?
Yeah, that's a tough one. And though the eval bar says it's equal, this is anything but equal. It's some sort of a dynamic balance position. It's a position where draw is the least likely result. A queen g4, it hits the rook. You said which color I would like. I think white here. I do like the bishop pair. I like the chances of trying to create play on the G line. And Robert, right now there is an immediate threat if you fall back with the queen d6 defending the rook. I can't play rook g3, still delaying your knight e5. Meanwhile, you don't have such a great square for your rook. If you decide you can't fall back with the rook, and if you go rook to e5, then I'm just glad that your knight isn't jumping into that square, because what you really want is knight e5 next.
Yeah, you want to share the square, and sharing is caring, but it's also not legal in the game of chess. So queen did go back to d6, the rook did come to g3, and what's the problem? Is bishop e5 met by like a bishop f7? What a position.
Whoa. That was madness. Bishop g3 there?
So I'm going to just go back to analyze quickly. That bishop e5, bishop f7. You can't take the bishop because there's back rank problems. And bishop g3, I thought I could just take back on g3, hitting your queen and hitting your rook on e6. And somehow this is still like good for black. Maybe there's like a rook e5. It's wild stuff.
This is madness. This is madness. The bishop f7. What an idea there, Robert. Love it. And that's probably what was scaring Jose Martinez so much, that he plays the move queen d7. So controlling that f7 square, defending that bishop on g7. Again, just trying to get that knight to e5. Black is one move away from really finding his own counterplay.
But he's also one move away at, say, knight e5, rook takes d5 will be the response. The queen on d7 overloaded, defending the bishop and the pawn on d5. So suddenly I'd like Wesley's position. His pieces, though the bishops are kind of awkward on the H-file, they're all protecting each other, well positioned, and going for an attack. So I think that Wesley has the upper hand on the clock, on the board, and of course by rating, he is the higher player between the two.
What a tricky move, right? Rook d1, just playing against the idea of knight e5. So easy to fall for because it's definitely what black wants. And as long as white doesn't allow black to play knight e5, he's got the edge in the position. Now, because you're mentioning that rook d5 is a threat, I'm still trying to find a way for black to get in knight e5. Can Jose Martinez start thinking about rook g8? But I really don't want to make this move because I want my rook on f2. He does it the other way, Robert. I like this as well. He goes rook d6, defending the d5 pawn, and knight e5 still coming in, also offering a queen trade.
Yeah, I'm looking at this position. A queen trade happens. It feels like black is starting to get closer to stabilization. But this pawn on b5 at some point could be a target, giving white a tempo move. This rook can go up to g6 and start patrolling the 6th rank once the knight gets kicked out of there. So I feel like Wesley has something here. I see the eval bar saying he has something, but he goes for bishop e2 first. He'll go rook g6 next, and maybe this rook will slide over to a6 and go after some of these pawns.
Yeah, this is getting tricky, and the bishops are getting more powerful. Now the knight, even if it does get to e5, you don't see as much counterplay. Black has to find a way to activate that bishop on g7, a break with b4, a break with d4. These are the two ideas that come to mind, but he needs to time them well. Right now, bishop b5 is a big threat on the board, and Robert, I'm not really seeing a good way to fight against it. You just go rook b8, trying to get b4 in next.
Yeah, rook b8 makes sense, but after rook to b8, I'm already looking at rook g6 as an idea. And it just seems like white is kicking black's pieces around a bit, and now white's coordination looks nice. This knight will probably try to work its way to c4, but even when it gets there, white can just play b3 to kick it out. So I really am liking Wesley's position. I'm liking his lead on the clock, and I think that he's got great chances to take this game.
And we see it happen on the board. Rook b8, rook g6 played. I've also just sneaked in a look at the results of the players who have finished the game. And Robert, there are only 3 players at 6.5 going into the final game. And one of them is Magnus Carlsen. So he is back in the lead alongside Levon, Aronian, and Iturizaga. It's going to be a fierce round 9 with a lot of action. And this one is so important for Wesley to stay in the mix. He needs to convert this position. And we see he did get that rook to g6. The bishop falls back, attacking the rook on b8. And always there are these ideas of the b2 pawn hanging and b6 coming in. Robert, you're pointing some checkmating ideas.
Oh, yeah. Bishop g4 hits the rook, threatens bishop f5 checkmate. That's game. I think that's just over because you're winning an exchange.
And if you go rook f7, you just win the d5 pawn, and then you're again hitting the bishop f5 idea in the air.
So Jose says, all right, I'm going to lose material. Can you take d7 and take e4? That's what I'm wondering right now. There is knight takes b2. So things are a little bit tricky still. There is some precision required because if you give up b2 and c3, suddenly black has some pass pawns of his own. But Wesley has done everything right thus far. Yeah,
I love it. Just take the rook, pick up the exchange. But Wesley's slowing down because the bishops are also so powerful in the position. And black's rook, right? It can't really move. You can't give up the d5 pawn. But to me, Robert, the simplest seems pick up the rook on d7, kick that knight from c4. b3 comes to mind. Knight b2. Rook e4 on the board. Knight b2. And now does he want to give a check on g4 and pick up the bishop and pick up the d5 pawn?
Oh, now that is great simplification. So king f5, Tanya's points, rook takes g7, distracting the rook, rook takes d5 check, rook takes b5, white is up a healthy 2 pawns. I think that's a practical choice that I would get behind, and that's why I went king h7. He's saying, I'm going to lose that game. At least now there's this weakness here. My knight can start jumping around, causing some problems. Good practical choices by both players.
Yeah, I love it. Wesley deciding to give back some material to go into a simpler winning endgame, knight a4. It's very important for black to keep the pressure. c3 pawn is hanging. There's still some work that needs to be done. I don't see a way to actually defend the c3 pawn. But Robert, the big question is it really hanging? Imagine the bishop takes on c3. White picks up the knight on a4 with the rook. The knight takes on c3. White picks up the bishop on g7. So I think it's a bit of a mirage and an illusion. c3 is not really hanging.
Brilliant point. I actually was looking at I can't defend it, but it's already defended tactically. So Tanya's vision right now is giving us a free turn. What can we do with that move? Can this bishop go somewhere useful? Can we try to play f3 and bishop e1? It's a bit passive. Don't love the thought of that. But even though we have a turn, Tanya, I just don't know what we do with it. Like, what should white do here?
Yeah, that's a great question. Like, yes, c3 cannot be picked up, but what's the move? You want to get your king into the game. One plan that comes to mind is develop your king. Goes with your idea of f3, and the bar, it falls straight back, Robert.
Oh, the bishop's loose. Knight c3, rook g7, rook takes g7, and the bishop is now hanging on g3, and suddenly black does not lose material.
And that's the difference in the position. Pawn moves are always so tricky. You've got to watch out for what you leave behind when you move forward. With f3, the bishop on g3 is now undefended. And look at that. Jose Martinez jumps on that opportunity, picks up that pawn on c3, and after the tactic that we discovered, that bishop on g3 hangs.
It was a blunder.
What a miss.
It was a blunder there by Wesley, and there's no beating around the bush. That was what it was. But let's see. Rook c5. He still probably has the better chances just because all of black's pawns are hanging. So, Tanya, we know how precise Wesley is for the most part. He just did make a mistake there. But do you think he has legitimate winning chances with the white pieces?
It's always tricky with Wesley, and he will pick up one of the two pawns. Now, the first big question for black is which pawn to give, because this is always so tricky to answer, and he's under a minute. Does he go d4 or does he go b4? And it's not an easy question to answer, Robert. I do not envy Jose Martinez's situation, and he's confident that the king pawn ending is a hold for black. Wow, that's a brave decision there. If white is not winning with rook g5, then black is fine here now.
And apparently it wasn't winning. Just to very, very quickly show that the idea that looks winning for white is that if the black king is just in time to stop, and you're just trying to play f4, but the problem is a pawns remain. So you will play f4, the white king will venture over, win the a pawn, but unfortunately the rook pawn, just king and pawn, will not be a winning endgame, and Jose deserves a lot of credit for calculating that long line, and he did just play rook g7. Wait.
Whoa.
This is a bit different.
But the king comes to e5 anyway, and white will get g3, f4. Black will put a pawn on h5, and Robert, there's no way to make improvement. So after king e5, king d3, black puts a pawn on h5, and I think it still draws.
I feel like black could lose this game, though. Like, this is those positions where you make one little mistake, it looks everything should draw, right? But you make one little error, and then you lose. But for now, everything is right. And the big problem for white is you don't have g4 because of h4. So I just don't see it. If king d3, king d5, g4, and you start taking and the king's far away, maybe you have some outside chance. But g4 never works because of h4.
I think even in that case, you're actually coming back with the king on time. But as you mentioned, h4 is there, which is good enough. And now white can get f4 in. But after f4, black simply, I think, steps with the king to c5, will catch the... It's tricky, Robert. I'm not sure what's going on.
No, it's
not easy.
It's like, oh, it should be. Wait a second, that looks difficult. And both players now down to their, not too many seconds remaining. There is 2-second increment that will be important here. But if I'm Wesley, a4, king e5, there's king c4, and I win the pawn. So after a4, kind of by process of elimination, you have to go king c5, f4, king d5. He starts with f4, but similar idea.
Yeah, and I like this because this forces the black king further away. a4, a3, you've got to go king c5, and now f5.
Okay, that's simultaneous.
King e4, king c4.
Black wins.
Yes, after king e4, king c4, black should not lose that. And like you mentioned, that black is perhaps winning because in the end, you actually win the queen on f8. Robert, do you want to show that line?
Yeah, maybe after the game, just because they're moving so quick. And the game might actually just conclude relatively soon. The king could take on d4, take on a4. The black king is just in time, I guess, to get g3. But this is a race of pawns. Oh, what's this?
It's a race. Oh, wow. He comes back, and this is definitely a draw now. And now black can come forward with the king, trade off the h-pawn. If black tries to head towards the queen side, white will be in time with his own pawn.
So instead, we are just going to see a draw where black is not going to give up any ground. And this is just a complete draw. No matter if you lose the pawn, your king will get back here. So they have drawn the game. But wanted me to show this line, so let's just do that very quickly. That if you try to play for a win, sometimes you're playing for a loss. The black king comes up, and after f5, d3, oh yay, we queen at the same time. Maybe I have chances to win the game. You really only have chances to lose because of the opposition of the kings. The king has stepped the f file, and once the check happens, the queen is lost on f8 behind it.
It's brutal. It's king pawn endings. You've got to be so precise and calculate, and that's what the players did on playing on seconds, ends in a draw. Robert, more exciting endgame action. I'm looking at the Armin Tabatabai, Levon Pantasulia game, and even that one. Is that just a draw? What's happening here? Black's rook on h8 is trapped for the rest of the game.
So black probably should keep in line with his pawn, because I feel like black's in huge danger right now. If this white king gets active, I think black will be in trouble, but maybe there's no way in, because even if you get your king to g7, the bishop will always come to c3 or this diagonal and check you away.
And it's not easy to find a way in as well. Rook d1 played, so white's idea, and black always has rook h7 in the air. You've got to time it really well, of course, and gives a check, doesn't allow it. Can white make progress here? King h5 comes to mind because f3 isn't a possibility.
So
players repeating.
Amin just shuffling around, but he should bring his key. Go back, check. Do not allow rook takes h7. Okay, so he allows it. And
he picks it up.
The king's in the wrong side, so that's the good news for white, but this should be a draw because you're going to have to eventually go after this pawn, it would seem.
But he's got to be careful. So we were talking about this a couple of rounds ago, that the technique here for black is to get the king on the corner that is the opposite color of the bishop. In this case, that would be a8 or h1 here, so that the bishop can actually block a check on either the file or the rank. But right now, black's king is far away from there, which gives white some chances. The player's playing on seconds right now. Does he just continue to advance with the king? Not right now. King h5 would run into a checkmate.
Yeah, don't touch that king. You get mated. And thankfully for black, the king can run back to g7, so that's not checkmate. And good defense from Pantasulia. It seems like he understands these positions very well. And I think that Amin Tabatabai will be regretting the fact that he allowed rook takes h7. He could have stopped that and brought his king in himself.
Yeah, and now he just continues to advance with his own king. The g1 square is defended, and I think white is just going to give up the rook. Does it? And this one ends in a draw. And Robert, I think that was our final game of round 8.
Wow. Okay, well, it feels like this round was shorter than some of the previous. Nope, I see some games, but they're all the way down on board 62 and 67. So let's go. Why not? We have, oh my gosh, rook and bishop versus rook.
Robert, I'm telling you, these are so hard to defend, and now white has to be careful. He steps back to a4. It almost looks like white should be getting checkmated. Rook b2, rook a2 is always... Rook b6!
Mm-hmm.
Rook b6 is game over!
Yep.
And that's it, rook a6. Checkmate coming in.
Wait, what just happened?
Oh, there is a defense.
Wait. It was winning for black, and then it seems that both sides are making mistakes, but they have no time. But this king will probably work its way back here. The bishop will come to d5 and the king to c5. These endgames are very, very tricky. There is a way to defend when you only have the rook, but when you don't have time, he's in the losing zone again. Rook b7 check. This is the way to do it. King a6. Now rook to b8. Oh, okay. This also works, I guess, because the rook doesn't have the distance. Yep, go here.
Wow. Rook g1, but he doesn't do it.
Rook g8.
Rook g1. Sorry, rook g8 and rook a8 is game over.
He still has it. Oh, but that was rook g7. And then rook h1. So the thing is, the rook now can't get in front to defend. Yeah, they're struggling right now, but they have no time. We got it.
Whoa. And now he can go rook h1, rook a1, big threat, but misses it.
I mean, these positions are so difficult. He needs to bring his rook down to the other side because the rook is lost. That's the key. Oh, it's a draw. So the game is officially a draw, but I want to show everybody why this is winning. The rook on the 7th rank, and it's getting question marks, is because when the king goes up to a7, the only way to avoid checkmate, the rook comes to a1, the king goes here, you give this check, and when the king comes to c7, you have rook a7 check picking up the rook on the other side of the board. So that's hard to see when you don't have much time. But these are the ideas you need to keep in mind. And way back here in this position, king c5 was great. That was a good start. But around, where was it? There was like a missed opportunity somewhere. Oh, here it was. In this position, this is very instructive as well, that it looks like, his rook b6 move was the wrong direction because this rook can't get in front of the king to block this way. So that's what you need to keep in mind, is that these rooks struggle, that if you go rook here, there's a check and a mating threat. And now after the rook comes to a8 to stop the mate over here, I think that you can, my memory's not serving me well here. There's like some kind of a rook h5. Does that work? No, I blundered it. I was trying. I blundered it. They're too difficult. Let's go to the next round. I'll work on my rook and bishop endgames later.
Wow, but really nicely pointed out that last position, Robert. And this is how tricky they are. And playing on seconds, we saw that end in a draw. And now it is liftoff for the final round of the Swiss. Robert, this is going to decide the players who will fight for Division 1 of the Aimchess Rapid. And we've got Magnus Carlsen taking on Iturrizaga. And this, was this a Sicilian Dragon?
It looks like it, and we saved ourselves from seeing the quick draws that took place. Levon Aronian, Ivan Saric made a quick draw. Para Maksudlu and Matthias Blubaum made a quick draw. Jeffrey Zhang and Alexander Grishuk also made a quick draw, but that's very surprising to me because they had a chance to play for Division 1. So I don't think they will have that chance anymore. So Jeffrey and Grishuk drawing so quickly, I think that wasn't the best call, but Jeffrey had the white pieces and probably just... Are you offered to draw move 1?
Whoa. Yeah, just e4 and that was game over. Ban the draw offer. Robert, we're all signing that petition after this one, but this is still on. The action's still on here. We see Iturrizaga. He is going for the play on the queen side. A5 played, and given an opportunity, that pawn will further march down the board with a4, a3. And I'm just thinking that it looks like black should be pleased with the way the opening has gone.
Yeah, this is exactly how you play these positions as black. You take control of some of the key dark squares in the position. I get the sense that Magnus doesn't really care about the opening advantage, that he's just playing to get a position, is going to try to outplay Iturrizaga. But every move that Iturrizaga has played has a clear purpose. Now b2 isn't threatened because rook to b1 will trap the queen. We've seen an idea like this earlier in the day, but you just have to keep an eye out on b2, and so he keeps that eye out immediately and slides rook to b1.
What do you think? Do you think in the Magnus Iturrizaga game, either of the players offered a draw and the other refused? Do you think there was a draw offer that was made, considering given the tournament situation, Robert?
I don't think Magnus offered him a draw. I think, if I'm just being completely honest, I think that Magnus says, I'm the better player. I have the white pieces. If I want to make a draw, I'll do it at some point. What?
Rook b1
played.
And Robert?
No! So did you ask me that question knowing that a draw had just been offered?
No,
did you just completely set me up? We're teammates. We're friends. You just
Robert, it might look like that. I'm that person who was at the wrong place at the wrong time. I did not set you up for this. But it was hilarious, the timing of it all.
That hurts. But you know who's still playing right now? Someone who's actually competing and trying to get to that Division 1, get those matches, is Aram Hakobian and Gada Kamsky, the legendary Gada Kamsky. And Aram Hakobian, very strong player from Armenia. He's a student in the States and plays many tournaments in the US. Now, what in the world is this?
Wow. It's crazy is what in the world this is. White has voluntarily put the king on f2, so no more castling for white. Meanwhile, black wants to trade off continued development. I look at the eval bar, it says that white is better, and I understand that. It's because of the control of the dark squares. Even if the bishops come off the board, the rook can come to c1. c6 pawn is a backward pawn. It's a weakness. The knight jumps onto c5, and it's a lot under control. But white is still far away from finishing development. You still have to get your e3 in, develop the bishop. Robert, I think long term, white's doing well as long as you can get your pieces out.
Yeah,
do you have time for that?
In quicker time controls, with the queen, if we just throw the queens off the board, white wins this game in rapid and blitz all the time. But black is not going to trade queens. So if queen d2 is played, that you can't take the knight on a4 because you lose the bishop on d6, and then you're really hurting on the dark squares. After queen d2, I think queen b8 could be the response. Let's keep those queens on the board. It gives you some counterplay opportunities with the queens on, and black does look to strike with e5 at some moment, especially with a king sitting out in the open on f2. The good news for white is the f3 pawn completely limits the scope of the knight on f6. It dominates it from 3 squares away. But Tanya, I really like the opening for Hakobian. I think that Kamsky has a wealth of experience, which should serve him well, but I would definitely take white in this position.
Yeah. I agree with you 100% on this. So the more pieces that come off, white has got a long-term advantage, and for Ram, he's going to try and convert that one. It's not a pleasant defense, but bishop d6, and we do see that Aram Hakobian is taking his time here, considering the move whether to trade or to immediately go for queen d2. I like your idea of trying to trade off the queens here, and it's on the board. Queen d2 played.
Yeah, this is a great choice, and I think that Kamsky, he could take and then try to get his king safe and sound, but I don't think you want the queenless ending, because what Kamsky is really thinking is, can I get the white pieces in this game? I'll beat my opponent. Doesn't matter if I'm playing Magnus. Give me the white pieces. But for Kamsky, it's not going to happen. Play queen to b8, reinforce the bishop on d6, try to trade there on your own terms, and then get your king out of the center.
Yeah, this is going to be a long fight. And Robert, there are some other players as well who are fighting for those top spots. Let's zoom out from this one for a moment. Wesley is one of them, but he's playing against David Anton, the Spanish Grandmaster. He's super strong as well. And I see this position. David Anton has managed to create some play, has managed to create some edge here with the knight jumping, the queen coming to g3, a potential knight jump to f5. I'm not liking Wesley's position.
The eval bar says he's just losing. So knight to b4, apparently a mistake, going after this c2 pawn. So you mentioned knight f6 as an idea. So queen g3 comes to my mind. I'm trying to make it work. It does look pretty scary, but he trades on e6 instead. And maybe he will just play some kind of knight f5, queen g3. But the c2 pawn is loose, so you need to calculate this very well.
Yeah, queen g3 is very tempting. You want to get that knight to f5, but queen g6 always in the air. But Robert, there are so many tactics if you pick up c2, because I can always put in rook c1, rook c6. Can we just show these ideas like queen g3? And let's say black was to start with knight c2. And maybe before you go knight f5, you throw in a rook c1.
Okay.
Or maybe, I'm not sure.
So yeah,
okay, knight b4.
Yeah.
I really wanted to get rook c6, and my point was, I know you can capture back with the knight, but just to show the idea that after knight f5, now if you go queen g6, there's knight e7 on the board.
Nasty. So you get that fork because the knight on c6 was guarding the square. And I think that, in these positions with the queen on g3, there's rook f6 as well, with knight f5 to follow. I think it's just a brute force attack. Oof. So I really like queen g3 now that we're talking about it. Who cares about one measly pawn over on the queen side? Let's get that queen up the board and go for threats.
I love it. But queen g3 after f5, how are you continuing your attack? Do you jump in with your knight to c5? What's going on? Queen g3, f5 is critical here.
I like knight c5. Let's go for the other side of the board. What other ideas? I guess I don't really see anything else, but I actually wasn't looking at f5, but that's a good thing to point out, that sometimes the best defense isn't getting into your shell and hiding from the rest of the world. It's by getting some activity for yourself and kicking pieces out. But I do think that there likely will be some issues that black has to deal with this pawn on f5. But yeah, maybe you're right. f5 as an option, that definitely looks interesting to me.
Whoa, but look at the bar. It seems to say that f5 is an inaccuracy right now, and white has got something I'm struggling a bit to find. Knight f5 doesn't seem to work. Rook f5, you've got rook f5. Is there anything there, Robert, after rook f5, rook f5?
What is
I
this?
don't see it. Queen g4, there's rook f1. How are you finishing this off?
Is it just... This is ridiculous. I mean, I would never assume this position was +3, but yeah, you just give up a piece, and then look at this. Look at this. The queen comes back, check. The king goes to the corner, queen in. you have to stop me from mating you, so you take on f6. And I guess right around here, I can just start taking pawns, and I have at least a draw by force over here. But rook takes f6 looks to be a big advantage for white because the king is in trouble.
Yeah, but this is just insane stuff. And unless you play it out, it's so hard to see. And we've got the eval bar guiding us, but you cannot blame David Anton for not finding this idea of just sacrificing a piece, just simply playing rook f1. He makes the calm move, queen to f2, Robert, defending the c2 pawn, still keeping the trumps in the position. But it feels like the big pressure is over for Wesley right now. He's managed to trade off the bishops, and things are more in control for him.
Wow, but g4 played.
Big move.
Yeah, David Anton really wants knight f5 and to take back with the pawn. The knight on e4 is a monster. The knight on b4 is also a monster. You can't really kick the knight out from b4 because you drop d3, and you can't kick the knight out from e4 because you don't have control over the f5 square. So both sides have monster knights, but I'm looking at this position, Tanya, and a4 is hanging. Can black get away with it? That's a big question. It's greedy, it's risky, but
greedy.
Weren't we just saying that Wesley needs to win this game to get into the top 8? He should take it, and he does.
He does. He does. Wesley seizes the opportunity to win an extra pawn, and he says, prove the compensation, and it's not that easy. Knight f5, and I'm just wondering, after knight f5, does David Anton have in mind to actually recapture with the g pawn, not only threatening f6 on the next move, but opening up the g file for further counterplay?
Yeah, and I think that knight f5, g5, f6 is kind of forced, but there's so much pressure that's about to be unleashed at the black king. Black will get a rook to f7, maybe move the king, try to defend this way, but there is this extra pawn that black has, and white also is tied down to the c2 pawn, which may slow his attacking chances by just a hair, but it may be just long enough to keep black not just in the game, but also maybe with an advantage.
And not liking the concept of allowing white to have the open G line and weakening the king's side, Wesley falls back with the knight to d5. And I'm just wondering if white has got the time to start pushing this knight, go c4, and force black to take a decision.
Yeah, what an interesting moment here, because after c4, we can just show you have to take on f5 because you can't move your knight, as this knight e7 is loose. And knight f5, g f5, is the knight going to f6? Is it going to e7? Oof. Like, where is this knight go? I think you go to f6.
Oh, wow. And king h2, you just hide on h7 as well.
Let's run away. Wow. That's huge.
This is just some incredible defense. And knight d5 on the board. David Anton having a think. I'm just amazed. Like, look at the position. Look at the knights that are there. The pressure, the tension that's there in the center, and either of the players not blinking. What a nice find there by Wesley. Knight d5, knight f6, ruining his own pawn structure, but keeping the position intact. Queen h4, no c4, not allowing the knight to fall back to f6. Robert, now if you take on f5, after knight f5, g takes f5. Again, f6 is a big threat, and you don't have the opportunity. You do. To go knight f6 because the queen on a4 is hanging. Can we just show that?
You know what's funny is I watched your eyes light up because knight f5, g f5, wait, knight takes e3 or pawn f6 to stop f6. Knight takes f6 is Tanya's entire point, that this is check to the king. The eagle bar, slow to react, but there it goes. The queen on a4 is loose. So amazing geometry. Fantastic full board awareness from David Anton here. And Tanya, I saw it, like I saw you, but whoa, wait a second.
Right?
Yeah, I watched it happen.
Because it took a while to understand that. And Robert, it's crazy as chess players when we see this beautiful play and geometry, how we light up with it. Because it took me a while to understand that knight f6, the queen on a4 is suddenly hanging. And David Anton, this is what makes these top players so strong, because they see all of these ideas that exist that are so easy to miss. Knight f5 played. Has Wesley missed it? Knight f6 is a big threat on the board. Okay, he falls back with the queen.
But
this allows f6 to come in.
Does he want rook a6? Is he going to use a rook lift, not to attack, but to defend his king? Maybe he's banking on that. But this looks so... Oh, wait, rook a6 is knight c5.
And you can't move the g-pawn. The h-pawn is hanging. Queen h4 was a brilliant move by David Anton.
Yeah, and Wesley just fell right into the trap, brings the queen back to d7, but the geometry still good for David Natan here. And knight c5 picks up an exchange, but you see the eval bar not react. That was the best move, and that is one of the many things that makes Wesley so strong, is he may have made some mistakes. His position, maybe he's living on the edge a little bit, but Tanya, he finds the tough moves, even if it gives material, it's the correct one.
And I'm struggling to understand what's so correct about this. It's the only move, Robert. I get that. White was threatening to set up a mate on the G line, and it's too many weaknesses. But after knight c5, how are you still in the game? First, did he decide not to go knight c5? Did he just go king h2?
He went king a... Wait, knight c5? What is Black's response here?
I mean, that's a great question.
You've
got to go somewhere with the queen. Yeah, you win an exchange and you still have an attack on the king side. But Robert, king h2? Oh, he goes queen d8. And maybe this is what he wanted after knight c5 as well. And that was the point of Wesley's defense. Robert, we have to show that. We have to show it, because after knight c5, just quickly, queen d8, and yes, you pick up the rook on a6, but you will lose that pawn on f6. Knight f6 is coming up next, regardless of what white plays, because the queen on h4 hangs.
Wow, okay, that's now more geometry in this position. White is still clearly better, but I'm with you that this keeps Black in the game. White's king isn't perfectly safe either, so that was a good defensive try from Wesley, but he doesn't even need to play defense anymore. After king h2, queen comes to d8, suddenly it's Black who has the upper hand, and what do you even do here? Because knight takes f6 is a move you can pretty much pre-move.
And let's just point out, king h2 was not without idea. Given one more move, rook g1, and it's busted for Black. Black would lose the position on the spot. Queen d8 very well could have been the only resource that Wesley had, because now rook g1 is met with Black picking up that f6 pawn with 3 pieces attacking it. It doesn't matter that the g7 pawn is pinned. Rook g1 is not an option. Knight f6 is coming up next. And Robert, how the tables have turned. We were talking about white's queen on h4, targeting the black queen on a4. And now with the white queen on h4, the black queen on d8, it's Black targeting white's queen.
Yeah, chess is beautiful like that. And I'm wondering, so I'm going to cheat. I mean, usually we just have the eval bar. I'm going to see what the move is. How is white staying in this game? You're not going to believe it. But it's actually, this is not it. It's not queen g3. You're going to see the eval bar go down. But the move that was necessary, this is actually so awesome. Rook a1, a move that no human would ever consider here. But the point is that when f6 is captured a bunch of times, you need to take back with everything. And then once these queens are traded, rook takes a5 at the end. And this is one of Black's extra pawns. It's not going to be enough, objectively speaking, to win the game. So rook a1, the only move to keep white in the game. But queen g3, taking on e5, that seems pretty normal to my eyes. But you see the eval bar saying, now Black is winning.
Unbelievable. Rook a1, good luck finding that, even in a classical game. It's the kind of move that's not even on your radar, to bring the rook to the other line, the edge of the board, when all the action is on the king side. And we see that moves have been blitzed out. And after all of that, Wesley ends up with an extra pawn and a safer king.
And Wesley can decide what pieces he wants to trade. Does he want to trade rooks? Does he want to trade queens? He has some choices here on what pieces are coming off the board, but I love this. Bring the second rook to the party with rook e6. So Wesley looks like he's going to win. Tanya, are there any other players that need a result to try to jump into the top 8?
Well, we do have Amin Tabatabai against Laurent Fressinet, and I think the players there also in a must-win situation to get their chance to go into the playoff, and we're seeing an endgame in that one. Do you want to take a quick look at that? Because there's been a big mistake by Laurent.
Okay, the king could have gone this way and dropped f2, but the king is on f1, but Black is up a pawn, and this bishop is trapped. So b2 next looks like it is quite nasty and devastating. And I think white's completely frozen, Tanya. There's just no moves to make. Don't play rook c1, because the bishop does stop that square and does not allow you to promote. That would be bad. But can't Black just move the king and just run this way?
Wow, so you're saying that now Black has all the time in the world to get the king to the party, because white can't move the bishop from a3, rook c1 comes in. The rook from b1 can't really go anywhere because Black gets bishop d2, bishop c1 in, and the king can go to f3, but that's about it. There's no more progress. You can't move the e pawn. You can maybe trade the g pawn, but you lose f2. Basically, white's in a practical zugzwang here. Every move is just worsening the position. You've got to just keep waiting. And black's got all the plans in the position. Does he want to even go e5 maybe?
Yeah, probably. And the game is over. It was resignation because white has no moves. And so let's get away from here. I see that Levon Pansulai is taking on Yu Yang Yi. And this looks, wow, just completely winning for white. It's even material, but all the pawns are weak. And that's a pawn on b6 that's hanging. Maybe winning is a strong term at this point, but it does look like black can hardly do a thing.
It's a good knight versus a bad bishop endgame. This is a proper example of that. White's knight is dominating the black bishop. All of black's pawns are hindering the bishop's activity. And with that, he does win the b6 pawn and will have a free hand of creating a passer at the right moment on the queen side. You've got to make sure with white, you don't give too much counterplay. Play a3 here. Make sure that the black rook doesn't have much activity. But Robert, it still requires work to be done because rook c1, rook b1. And wow, look at that, knight a6, and the eval bar doesn't approve.
I'm wondering why that was a mistake. Can this bishop get out? If this bishop gets to f3, black suddenly is winning. So f6, g5 at some moment might be an idea. I just think it takes a long time because e6 is loose as well.
But it might be in the air. And knight c7, he targets the bishop. Now the rook can pursue the bishop. Where are you hiding? After rook d6, rook d8, you've got bishop b7.
Yeah, but then there's knight e8 check. I actually think that this is the winning on the spot for white. The geometry, we keep using that word, but that's what it is very favorable for white because when the rook gets to... Oh, whoa. That's an unexpected choice. But to quickly show you, because they're in time trouble, rook d6 forces bishop c8. Rook d8 forces bishop b7. Knight e8, you think you might run with your king, but after king e7, there's knight takes b7, and the knight protects the rook, which means that to begin with, the king would have to run the other direction to h6, but that also loses because knight d6 hits the bishop, hits f7 with check, and the black king's in trouble. So this would have been a very good decision for Pansulaya. Instead, we see a trade, and he's better. But winning this will take a lot of effort.
He's got an extra pawn, a very healthy extra pawn, and it is a matter of technique, but of course it is white who's going to be pushing that. And Robert, this is the only game for the fight for the top 8 that remains. There are some other boards that are still in action, but very difficult for those players to try to fight for Division 1. And players playing on second, should we stick to this one?
Yeah, let's do it. Wesley So did win his game, and you see the current standings. He's in 9th place by the tiebreaks, but that will change when the round ends. So you know the top 3 are safe. Levon, Iturrizaga, Magnus, they will play in matches to get into Division 1. But the others, who knows what's going to happen, and this game could change the standings as well.
But now this looks like it's easier for white with the king going all the way down the board. I don't know if white wants to commit to b7 because very often the white king hides on b7. So perhaps just start with king e5. A rook f5, yes, you can win the g5 pawn, but it's super slow after king d6. The white king is so close to the pawn from queening. You can just go b7. The rook will have to go to b5. You hit the rook from king c6 and then free your rook and queen the pawn and win the game.
And Pansulai does win the game, such an experienced grandmaster. And there he slides into number 10. So the standings are not final. We will keep everybody updated on that front. But he has pretty good tie breaks before all the games conclude.
And there are games that are still on and a lot of exciting ends that are happening, Robert. As we speak, let's jump to one of the live games while we wait for the results to pour in to determine the players who will be fighting for Division 1.
Okay, I don't see games towards the top. There's one. I see Vaseev Durabeli taking on Denis Lazovic, and it looks like Lazovic has a queen, and Durabeli does not. So I think black should be healthily nursing this advantage to a victory.
But it's a bit tricky because black's king is going to find it's going to be a little hard for black's king to join the party with the black queen here. And as long as that doesn't happen, but the f3 pawn is so weak right now.
Yeah, the king can even walk into f4 and try to deliver a checkmate. So it seemed like when we first looked at the position that it was suggesting that, it's mate. No, it's not mate, sorry. I thought it was checkmate, but the king can go back to g3. But at first it said that it was only minus 2.8, which means that there was a potential fortress somewhere.
That's the feeling that I got with White's rook on d5, but it quickly collapsed with the f3 weakness that we saw. And Robert, even this requires a little bit of work.
Yeah, it's a position where the black king needs to help the queen. And mate 1, queen h2.
Queen h2?
No work.
The white rook was a big help there, walking into self-mate, queen h2. And with that, this one is over as well, Robert. And here we see black has an exchange, but that's 3 extra pawns for exchange. If anyone's pushing, it's white.
And this is Chess.com, very good friend, the director of Portuguese content, Krikor Mkhitaryan. You've probably seen him stream and play in all these events, and he is looking to hold this game. Now, Tanya, one thing I'm looking at, a8 square, wrong bishop. So if this rook can sacrifice stuff for these 2 pawns, then the game will end in a draw. Easier said than done, but I'm keeping that in the back of my mind.
And I think everyone should. That's such an important defensive resource in these positions, to know that you can give up the rook as long as the a pawn is the only one alive. And that is a draw, even if white has the extra bishop because it's the wrong color square. Robert, I see that Evalbar says this is even, but I wouldn't be so sure of being able to hold this position with white. With the bishop and the king assisting the 2 pawns on the queen side to march up the board, I wonder how easy of a hold this really is.
You can't play a5 because the rook takes b5. The pawn dropped earlier, and it seems that actually the game is happening very quickly, but as we're going to see, the rook is going to sacrifice itself for a pawn, and then it's going to be a draw.
And that's the idea that you mentioned, Robert. That's exactly what you were talking about, that the a pawn is of wrong color, and we see this one has ended. Robert, the prophet. So this happened, and wow, this means that round 9 has come to an end. I don't think we've got any more live games.
Okay, so, I mean, we'll listen to word from our team behind the scenes, but we'll wait for the exact final standings because they sometimes shake up at the last minute with some result on board 55. But if all games are done, I'm wondering if these are our final standings and we know our top 8.
Yeah, we're going to find out. But there are 3 players who are on 7 points, Robert, and they are definitely into the top 8. And that's Levon Aronian, Magnus Carlsen, and Ituri Saga. Now, there are a bunch of players on 6.5 points, and a lot of them, in fact, starting from 4th up till 16, they all have 6.5 points, but only 5 of them will be fighting it out for Division 1.
You know, it's one of those moments where I don't want to say I told you so, but for the people who are making quick draws, maybe you should have tried to play because you would have had a good chance to try to make your way to Division 1. Instead, for those people who took quick draws and don't make the top 8, they'll be fighting to make it into Division 2.
And with the match play coming up, this is what the players are fighting for. The top 72 will go through into match play. 20 will be eliminated at the end. It will be 4 players after match play who will advance to Division 1. 16 players will fight it out in Division 2 of the Aimchess Rapid. And 32 players will make it to Division 3. All these 3 divisions, there's big prize money at stake. There's also tour points on the line. The 4 players who make it to Division 1 will play alongside Nodirbek Abdusattorov, Fabiano Caruana, Jorden van Foreest, and Vladimir Fedoseev, aka the Big Fish, aka the guy who's been winning everything that he plays on line chess here, Robert. It's so much to fight for in the match play.
Yeah, Fedoseev is the Pro Chess League MVP. He led the Gotham Knights to the Pro Chess League title. He is super strong. He won Division 2 at the Chess Kid Cup. So you got to give a shout out to our friend of chess.com, Vladimir Fedoseev, who has been a star on the online format. But I want to say one thing. I know we don't know everybody in just yet. We'll announce that shortly. I think the player that Fedoseev, Abdusattorov, Jorden van Foreest, and Fabiano do not want to see in Division 1 is Magnus Carlsen. So they're hoping that no matter who Magnus picks, they can rise to the occasion and knock him out and send him to Division 2.
I think secretly they're also pleased that Hikaru did not show up to this party today, because definitely having Hikaru and Magnus make it through to Division 1, it gets super tricky for the other guys. And Robert, we are about to reveal our top 8 players who have made it into the match play to fight for Division 1. And here they are. Levon, Aronian, Magnus, Carlsen, Eterizaga, and Armin Tabatabai, they finish top 4. And then we see Ivan Saric on the left side, alongside FFL, Gada Kamsky, Farham Maksudlu, and Wesley So. Robert, it's not just about finishing in top 8, but there is a big advantage for the players who finish on the left side of this ranking system. That's the top 4.
Yeah, I'll give one player from the left a disadvantage because the top 4 get to choose their opponents. For Amin Tabatabai, we know who he's playing. He's going to play Wesley So. I would, I think, bet everything on that pairing. But then the question, Tanya, is Levon going to pick Ivan Saric? Because Ivan, I think, is the lowest rated player, along with Gadakomsky from the bunch on the right-hand side. But I think Levon, he knows Gada very well. They played many games. Does he respect the FFL, the legend? Or does he say, Rapid Chess Online isn't so much his thing sometimes. If I can get him to time trouble, I can take him down. So, Tanya, I don't know what matchups we'll see besides Amin Tabatabai against Wesley So.
Such a tough one for the players to pick, and I'm going to make a prediction. I think Levon will pick Parham, and then Magnus will pick Ivan Saric, and it will be between Kamsky and Wesley So for the other two players. It's a toss-up who picks who in this upcoming match play, and of course, we've got our top 8, we've got the top 72 who've made it into the fight, but that's just the job half done. We are about to start the match play for the play-ins of the Aimchess Rapid. We will be back with all the action on the other side of this break.
Seriously? Checkmate. Aimchess is an intelligent system that analyzes your game, prevents mistakes, and develops recommendations for improving your skill. Phew.
Welcome back, everyone. We are about to lift off the match play for the play-ins of the Aimchess Rapid. It is going to be big fights for that Division 1. Robert, exciting chess in the Swiss. We saw Magnus lose in round 2. He eventually finished second. Lot of turnarounds and some new names in the mix as well.
Yeah, we're going to have some exciting matches. The top 4 got to pick their choice of opponent between numbers 5 and 8. And those are not the only matches taking place. There will be matches to see who gets in Division 2 and Division 3. So it's a super exciting time and stressful time for many of these chess players.
Yes, especially those who are waiting to be picked to play their opposition in that fight for Division 1. But first, let's talk about the format of the match play that we are going to be witnessing now. It is completely different from the Swiss, as the players play a best of 2 match. They're going to have 10 minutes on the clock with a 2-second increment. It's a best of 2 match, so you win the match if you score 1.5 points or 2 points. In case of a tie, in case of 1-1, we will have an Armageddon between the players. And of course, the big twist in this season is that the top 4 select their opponent from the bottom 4 who finished in the Swiss play-ins. Robert, those who finished from 5 to 8. And what are you expecting there? We were discussing this. It's tricky to decide because you pick a player, Robert, and then what if you lose to them? We've seen that happen, and that can get so tricky.
Yeah, that probably crushes your feelings in addition to your hopes and dreams of making it into Division 1. But it's difficult because every player who finishes in the top 8 is super strong. Now, some players are super grandmasters, and you probably don't want to pick them as your opponent. And, well, others, you're just like, you close your eyes and you just say, I point my finger to that person. That's who I'm playing.
Yeah. It's a lot of pressure for the players who do pick their opponents for the match play. And of course, the pressure comes along with having to prove your decision of picking them. And let's take a look as we reveal the match play pairings for Division 1. And this is what the top 4 went with. Levon Aronian decides to play against Gata Kamsky. He's the one who got the first pick, Lev. He goes with Kamsky. Magnus picks Ivan Saric as his opponent. Meanwhile, Iturrizaga, left with Parham Maksudlu and Wesley So, decides to go with Parham, and Amin Tabatabai left to play Wesley So. Robert, 2 different storylines here. For Amin Tabatabai, he finished in top 4, but it's kind of heartbreaking for him that he's got to play the strongest player in the mix. He's up against Wesley. And for Parham, what do you think about his match against Eduardo?
Yeah, I think that Parham is probably the happiest of the people who finished 5 to 8. Eduardo Iturrizaga is a beast. In the Pro Chess League, he won 9 games, drew 4, lost 0 against very strong opposition. So Iturrizaga, he is not just an underdog that you can't gonna count out. He has good chances, but I have to say it was fun to see Gata Kamsky laughing when Levon Aronian chose him. So he was the first pick. You know when you're back in recess as a kid and you're picking teams and you're like, oh, that's the person I want to face, or that's the last person that's going to be picked for a team. Kamsky is a monster, but when Levon Aronian has the choice of Kamsky, Saric, Maksudlu, or Wesley So, you just have to pick a very strong opponent, and he had limited choice. He chose Gata, and Gata is going to give him everything that he can handle.
Yeah, and Levon did not lose a single game in the Swiss portion. His chess today has been from another planet. He picks Kamsky as his opponent in the match play, and it's going to be a fun one. And Robert, what do you think is the strategy here when you decide to play against an opponent? Is it based on past results? Is it based on styles? How do you think the players come to this conclusion?
I think it's based on styles. When you take away the rating differential, like you're not going to pick Wesley So. He's the best player of the bunch. That's not a debate. Everybody knows that. That's okay. But when you look at the others, you're kind of like, who do I match up well against? I think Magnus wanted to play Kamsky. I mentioned this to you during the break, but people unfamiliar with the chess history may not know that Gata Kamsky delivered a very painful loss to Magnus Carlsen in 2007. We're dialing back the clock well before Magnus was world champion. This was the World Cup semifinals where Magnus, he was having a breakout tournament. He was very successful. And then Gata Kamsky says, Hold up, slow down, young fella. It's my time to shine. And Gata Kamsky came out of retirement not long before that, won the World Cup, beating Alexei Shirov in the final there. So I think that Magnus wanted to play Kamsky. He doesn't get his wish. Instead, he'll play Ivan Saric.
Oof. And that is because Levon picked Kamsky to fight against. And those of you who are just joining us and wondering why do the top four get their pick, it is because they finish in the top four of in the fight for Division 1. And that's the big edge. That's the big advantage, where they get to choose their opponent from those who finish from 5th to 8th in the ranking. And Robert, I believe we are about to lift off. The games should be starting any moment. And once again, a completely different format. It will be a best of 2. It is a match play. This is going to be fun. Get ready, chat.
And I think that, on the topic of revenge, there's plenty of it at stake here. And I mentioned how Carlsen probably wanted to beat Kamsky in a match. I think he would like to take down Saric as well. If my memory serves me correctly, Saric beat him in the Grand Chess Tour. And I also think that Saric beat him at the Olympiad many years ago. So Magnus, he's going to want to take down Saric for sure.
Absolutely. And that's what they need to do to book their spot into Division 1 of the Aimchess Rapid. And Robert, I think we've got action.
Okay, well, we're talking about Magnus. We're talking about revenge. He's taking on Ivan Saric, but we also have Levon Aronian taking on Gada Kamsky. So which match would you like to start with? I guess Magnus is hard to pass up on, so let's go there.
Let's do it. Let's bring that up and look at that. That looks like a Rossolimo in a Sicilian, but white has already got a pawn down to a5. It's not a very familiar position for me. Robert, what can you tell us about this opening?
Yeah, I actually have played the white side of this since childhood. You played bishop b5 check on move 3 and black block with the knight, but you see this pawn on b6. So that pawn is going to be recaptured by one of black's pieces. It's not going anywhere, so there's no rush to take it. But this pawn on a6 is what Magnus is claiming is a disadvantage for black. It's a long-term weakness. It's isolated. So Magnus has the healthier pawn structure because he has one pawn island where black has this isolated pawn on the a file.
Wow, and we're seeing that the players are blitzing out their moves, which means that they too are familiar with this opening. Now, black has delayed the recapture of the b pawn. First develops the bishop to b7 because the b pawn is not going anywhere, and eventually will decide whether you want to pick it up with the knight or the queen. Both options tempting. I like this approach. I like bishop b7, targeting that e4 pawn. Robert, but even from black's perspective, it looks like things will be under control. You will be able to get play along the b file, queen b6, rook b8. Some ideas to fight for on the queen side.
Yeah, no, I mean, black is going to try to stabilize on the queen side. White is just going to keep putting pressure, and I like the way Magnus is handling this. You see that rook on a2? What a clever little move where he wants to push his pawn to b3, but doesn't want to have a problem down the long diagonal. So Magnus, he does it. That's his thing. He comes up with these clever little moves in the opening stage, but I think it's principal chess. It's good chess. And yeah, I like Magnus' position, and he's also the #1 rated player on the planet.
Yeah. Not the world champion currently, but he is the #1 rated player in the world. And right now, he is up against Ivan Saric in the fight for Division 1 of the Aimchess Rapid, as are the other players. Let's take a look on some of the other action that we're seeing. Just a quick look that I had in the Levon Kamsky match. The queens are off the board in that one already, but it's still everything to play for. And Robert, which game catches your attention? Where do you want to jump to first?
Well, you just brought up this Levon game against Kamsky, so now I'm looking at it and thinking, okay, the queens are gone. Black has these 3 pawn islands. White only has 2. White's also missing. Not missing like sacrifice, but traded off an H pawn for an F pawn for black. So it's interesting to note these dynamics, Tanya, that we just don't have a symmetrical structure. It's not easy to wrap my head around this position. And in addition to the position, I haven't seen Levon Aronian down almost a minute on clock all day.
Well, we're going to get the board up really soon between Levon Aronian's Gada Kamsky game. But right now, let's take a look at, we're back to Magnus and Ivan Saric as we wait for that. Robert, b3 has been played. Making intentions clear, what white wants is to fan shadow the bishop on the queen side. Bishop b2 coming in next. The rook on a2 looks odd, but it's nicely placed to plan some kind of doubling up on the a file. We had a look at that one. We will jump back to it soon, but let's get an update on the Levon board.
Okay, so we're jumping around a bit. There are 4 games underway at the same time. So you see that this game is not the one between Magnus and Saric. It's still the Levon game against Kamsky. Interesting dynamic there. All 4 matches at the same time. Tanya, it's a lot to juggle, and the players, they can't care about anybody else, and they're focused strictly on their own games, their own positions.
And that's exactly what they need to do, because it is a tense situation. And we see here as well what we've got. You're pointing at this pawn structure, which really does impact Black's bishop's activity on b7. The h file is open. Black's rook defending the h7 pawn. The king still in the center. I do like a white's position. It might not be much, but it feels with just 2 pawn islands versus Black's 3 pawn islands, less weaknesses for white. In more general terms, white has got a slight advantage, a slight pull here.
Yes, in the game between Aronian and Kamsky, slight edge for white, but it's going to be a long game. So we'll have to see how this one continues. And, I mean, whose style do you think it fits more, Kamsky or Levon?
That's a great question. I mean, what we know of Levon is his creativity, right? His originality in openings and middle games. And I think Kamsky can't be too displeased that the queens are off the board and it's simplified, but the work isn't over. It's still an endgame with pressure, and we've seen Levon create masterpieces in the endgames as well. We will come back to that one. Let's jump back into the Magnus board, I believe this is, not the Lev board.
Yeah, we are having technical difficulties, everyone. Sorry, just to be transparent, some things are going awry, but we will try to catch everybody up on what's happening as soon as we can. So Kamsky and Levon, they're still playing not this game. This is not their game. This is the one between Magnus Carlsen and Ivan Saric.
And we're still where we left it, right? b3 played, and Ivan Saric still seems to be having a long thing. Robert, meanwhile, I've also got my eyes on the other 2 matchups as well, and fun stuff going on in that one, but I think we are facing some technical difficulties. We will come back with the chess action. Wow, Robert, just 2 games, which also means there's no margin for error for the players.
No, there isn't. Unfortunately for the players, if you lose a game, it's going to be hard to bounce back. Some people do win on demand, so it is possible. But if you are someone like Ivan Saric, you don't want to lose game 1 to Magnus Carlsen. Very few people defeat Magnus. Now, I know a lot's been said, how Magnus didn't win a classical game in Norway chess, this and that. I mean, let's be real. You lose a game to Magnus in a 2-game match, chances are not very high. So, we'll see these matches, and when we have everything restarted, just being transparent with everybody, there are some issues that we are working through. But as soon as everything is back up, we'll gladly dive right back into the chess.
And before that happens, Robert, you know I love putting you on a spot, so I'm going to do it. We've often seen in these play-ins that the players who finish in top 4, sometimes they're the ones who qualify and make it to Division 1. But we've also seen a couple of times that there have been switch-ups, and the players who they've been paired against are the ones who actually win the match play and go on to fight in Division 1. What are you expecting from today? Do you think we're going to see some turnarounds, or do you see the top 4 making it to Division 1?
Ooh, well, Wesley So is one of the people who were not in the top 4, so I feel like we will not see the top 4 just make it through. You do well in the Swiss, doesn't mean that you're going to have the easiest matchup. You do get to choose, that's the good thing, but for Amin Tabatabai, for example, he was forced to play Wesley. That was the last person remaining, and it wasn't happy to see that. He was like, couldn't you please leave Robert Hest there so I could play that guy? No, you're going to play Wesley So, one of the best players on the planet, someone who's won the Grand Chess Tour, the Fischer Random World Championship, and speaking of world champions, he may no longer be officially the world champion in classical chess. Magnus Carlsen, he has nearly a 3-minute lead on the clock. He's brought his bishop to b2. He's still staring down at the a6 pawn at some point. But for now, his rook went to b2. It can slide back to a2. Another rook to a1. I just hate these positions on the black side.
Yeah, it's a long-term a6 weakness that black has to fight, which is going to tie down the pieces. And meanwhile, you look at White's camp, right? It's such an intact pawn structure. There are no weaknesses here in Magnus's position for a black to strike at. So he's got to start looking for countermeasures, for counterplay. Not going to be easy to find. Robert, we were talking about Armin Tabatabai's tough task against Wesley So. It was unfortunate that he finished fourth, did not have an option, did not have a chance. Of course, none of the other three wanted to pick Wesley as an opponent. Armin Tabatabai had to face Wesley. But I'm looking at their position. And right out of the opening, it looks like Wesley is in trouble in their first game.
Okay, so let's try to check that one out between Wesley So and Armin Tabatabai. We keep talking about how Wesley, he is a beast. We know how strong he is. And this is the game between Tabatabai and Wesley So, where, well, what's the material count? Isn't White just up a pawn here?
Up a pawn. Black's got the bishop pair. The queens are off the board. And look at that queen side. You've got a 3 versus 1. That's a 2 passed pawn majority there. If anyone's pushing, it's Armin Tabatabai. Black's got a tough task to defend. Yes, he wins the b2 pawn. But Robert, that king is still in the center. White can hit that bishop on b2 and plant that bishop on d6. Also get the pawn on c7. This is a lot of pressure for Armin.
And it's a big moment right now for him because rook c2, keeping your rook behind the passed pawn, that seems like the advice you always received, and he plays it. But I was about to say, that feels inaccurate to me because as you point out, Tanya, the bishop could go to d6, stopping Black from castling. I want my rook on b7. And he could have accomplished that by playing rook b1, rook b7. The c-pawn, it's going to push up the board whether a rook is behind it or not. At the end, you'd like to be in contact with your bishop, but bishop d6 here. But maybe this black king, if it gets to c6, Tanya, we could see this game turn around.
And he might just be in time because you want to play c6 right now, get that pawn on c7, but that gives Black the chance and the opportunity to go e5. And no more bishop d6. And if you go c7, Black's king simply steps up to d7. And in fact, the c-pawn just falls off the board. So c6, e5 is not something that you want to allow. And Robert, if you go bishop d6, then Black does get the time. Wesley does get the time for the king march, planting it on c6. Because after king d7, it also targets the bishop on d6. No time for c6.
Yeah, although there are some tactics that we need to keep looking out for, like rook d1 ideas. The king will be out in the open. So I know I was thinking that a king runs to c6. I'm not quite sure it's in time. So it's a big moment here for these players. And you can sense the moment from Armin. He does play bishop d6. He realizes that rook d1 will be the follow-up after king to d7. So what else can Black do here? e5 might be met by f4, just trying to pry open the position for the rooks. So Tanya, I am struggling to see a big idea for Black.
That's a really good point that you make, because if Black was able to get the king to c6, all problems solved. But because of tactics, king d7, rook d1, and maybe, Robert, we can just quickly show that. The problem after that is that with the pieces lined up on the d file, now if you go e5, there's bishop takes e5, and everything falls into place. White just wins the game on the spot. So after rook d1, it would actually be big, big trouble for Black. Starts with e5. And now the big move that you were talking about, f4. And I'm just wondering if Wesley plans to try and keep the center intact with something like f6. Because if you take on f4, opening up the e line, that looks like it's asking for trouble. Instead, oh my God, Armin Tabatabai goes for c6, and that's not approved.
Maybe castles queenside. That's such a hard move to see in advance. But the rook hits the bishop has to retreat somewhere, and the king can go up to c7. He finds it. Wesley So, given a chance, he does not miss moves like that very often, and now his king can slide up to c7. The bishop can drop back to b6 if there's ever a check. This is starting to look promising for Wesley.
And this is exactly what makes Wesley such a beast in these formats. He's super difficult to beat, but if he's given the slightest of opportunities, he pounces on them and makes the most of it. And he doesn't burn the clock too much while doing that. Long castle, Robert, for a lot of us, it might even feel like, wait a second, was that move even legal? It's so easy to forget that it even exists in this position. But of course, Wesley, he immediately spots it. He immediately plays it. And I think you're absolutely right that for Armin Tabatabai, it was not on his radar. He just completely forgot about the option that Black's king gets to c8, a really key square, also hits the bishop on d6. And suddenly you see all the harmony in Black's camp, and the c6 pawn is super weak.
And white's best move is pawn back to c5 to keep the bishop defended and then play rook to b1. That's the problem with pushing pawns too quickly. You're told, advance your passed pawns, but then you do it and you're like, wait, why is this not working out for me? And in all seriousness, a protected bishop on d6 is probably more valuable than having a pawn on c6 just yet. And you see the rook come to d5 right now. He wants activity. His rook wants to get to b5 to stop white from getting to the file. Maybe white wants rook to b1, but there are ideas like bishop b6 and king to c7. This pawn on c6, it actually may be in more trouble than it is a strength. So I'm really liking the way Wesley has played. As you said, castle queenside, not on Amin's radar. His pawns are worse on the king side. He has isolated pawns on the queen side as well. This is looking like a good opportunity for Wesley. So
really nice play there, last couple of moves by Wesley. And rook d5, that last move, it takes control of the a5 square as well. So when the king falls back to c7, falls forward to c7, you don't have the option as white to go bishop b4, bishop a5 checks. Everything under control. It looks like trouble is over for Wesley. So should we take this moment to zoom out and take a look at our other boards? Robert, action is on. The fight for the top 4 spots for Division 1 is on. And wow, Magnus against Ivan Saric.
Sorry, I pulled up the game between Iturizaga and Parham Magsudlu first, just because we haven't seen that game yet. And to my eyes, at first glance, it looks like white has a promising position with a rook on the open file, a rook sliding to the next open file. And then I look at the eval bar and says, yeah, you're a fool, Robert. The position is better for black, and it's probably because of a move like bishop c5, trying to get the knight up there. And it seems like the pawn on a4 is a nice just problem for white and a good advantage for black, controlling 2 pawns with just 1.
Yeah, I love it. I love the idea of trading off the strong bishop on b6. And once the knight is out of the way, black's c8 bishop can also find itself into the attack. Let's not forget the f4 pawn creates a lot of threats in the position. You always have the idea of cramping down white with f3. Trading on g3, the tender spot of f2. I do like Parham's position here. Robert, he starts with the attack on that bishop on b6. Another really good approach because now white is forced to give up the bishop pair. Black can take on d4, plant that bishop on c5, and start targeting the f2 pawn.
I love it. Bishop c5 or bishop f6, depending on which pawn you want to target. You have your options. You will have the 2 bishops advantage, which it is in this open position. So I like the chances for Parham Magsudlu. But you mentioned Magnus Carlsen, so hey, why not? Why don't we jump back over there? I'm guessing it's an interesting position. So we'll see you later, Eduardo and Parham. But right now, let's go over to Magnus and Ivan. And whoa. This is an open position for both kings.
And that's the big question, right? Whose king is more safe here? And it's a tough one to answer because yes, black's got the king on h8, but white has got these ideas of rook a7. And if the queen finds its way, the h7 pawn is super weak, which means black's queen is tied down to stopping white's queen from jumping on to h4. Unfortunately for black, he can't double up on the G line. Notice that bishop on c4. It not only puts black's king on the kill zone, but controls a very important g8 square. I just don't see black being able to create threats on white's king. Meanwhile, white can start looking at ways of going rook a7 and eventually also trying to get that bishop from e6 to f5, start targeting the h5 pawn. There are a lot of ideas in the position which can create trouble for black's king.
I like the look of that because this rook needs to make a decision. If it stays on the c file, then there could be a back rank issue at some point to worry about. And I guess if you leave the c file, you drop a piece. What's up?
Yeah, I was just, while you were talking, I was like, wait a second, what about bishop e6? You hit the rook has to defend the bishop on c6. And my point was, the brilliant idea I had was to go rook a8 and rook g8 till I realized that the bishop on c6 does a good job of defending a8. So please carry on.
No, that's actually really instructive because if this rook leaves the back rank, as you're saying, the rook does need one more tempo because you drop the rook on a8, but it's something to keep in mind because it might be a queen landing there at some point if the white queen can get active, but that just means that bishop e6 tactically is not that big of an issue for black just yet. And black is down a pawn, has definite compensation on the king side, some activity. And look at the clock. Magnus was up 2 minutes. Now it's cut in half. So he needs to find a move, and it's showing that's not an easy position.
It's not. It looks like white's got everything that you want. The problem in Magnus's camp is the queen on e1 is stuck guarding black's queen from giving a check on e3 or giving a check on c1 and an 8-6. There is the geometry of a repetition with checks along the diagonal. And that's what makes it so difficult to get the queen into the game. Magnus does make a move. He goes rook b6. And now there's a huge threat on the board, the one that we're talking about. If it's white to play, white wins with bishop e6, rook c7, rook b8, rook g8 check, winning the queen, winning the game.
Wow. So he wants to play Tanya's idea, and he says, couldn't do it just yet. Let me play a slow move. And bishop e6 is still tempting, but the king is the h7 square. So Saric, he said, oh, I understand what Magnus wants. I'm not going to give it to him. And the king will be safe enough on h6 if it needs to run up the board.
So this looks so scary for black. And he does wait, Magnus. He keeps all the threats on the board. Goes with the king, a move to h2. This is a classic, typical Magnus move. I don't know how many times we've seen him play this today. And we saw a question mark to that move. It's not an accurate one. Black trying to create counterplay. White hits that rook. You've got to go rook c7.
Apparently that was a
What happened there?
Wait, what could black have done instead? Your rook was under attack. Maybe there was rook e8 to go after this bishop, but rook c7 for some reason is an error. It must be related to rook b8 check, because otherwise, what's
King
the big
h7?
deal? King h7? Bishop
f5?
Yeesh. King goes up to h6. I mean, this king is just about to run away. Maybe there's king h3, and he plays it. I was wondering about it. He's just trying to win the pawn.
Oh, wow. And you don't have rook h7 because rook b8, you've taken the h7 square. So queen h4 is a threat. It is a cross on the board for king h3, but it does have a big idea, Robert, of winning the pawn, and it's not an easy threat to counter right now. I'm actually trying to find a move for black, and yeah, it's not easy.
Yeah, I'm going to reject this miss. I don't care if it's somehow not the most objectively strong move, whatever. It's a good move. It has a great plan behind it. And I'm guessing that black has some move to survive, but you have 10 seconds remaining. And now it's under 10 seconds. And I don't think Saric is going to find it.
Under 5 seconds now. Good luck finding it. Such a great practical choice and an immediate mistake there. We see queen d8 has been played. And perhaps Magnus can just simply pick up the h4 pawn, queen h4. Rook h7 actually now is a reality because rook b8 doesn't work anymore. So queen d8, not without idea.
I think the bishop should slide back to f5 first, take away the h7 square, so you are ready to play queen takes h4 next. Magnus does that. Saric has no time. He's also down 1 and about to be 2 pawns. Okay, queen h4 looks strong, but c2 is loose at the end.
D6 falls as well. Does he want to trade queens right now with queen h4? You can't pick up rook, the d6 pawn. You've got to be careful with that because there was a trick with bishop f5, winning the rook. And we see this ending being played out. d6 will fall and the g and the f pawn along with the king just feel extremely strong. White can start with king g5 and also set up some mating ideas against black's king.
I love king g5 as mate. King g6 and rook b8 is checkmate. Unstoppable. Good idea, Tanya. And that is that.
Wow. And with that, Magnus wins a game 1, just needs a draw in game 2 to qualify to re-earn his spot in the Champions Chess Tour Division 1. Wow, Ivan Saric will start with the white pieces, so that's the good news for him. Robert, we've got action on the other games. Let's quickly take a look at
Okay, we have
what's going on.
Levon, Aronian, and Gadakomsky drew their first game. That's good news for Gada. He had the black pieces. He was selected by Levon, who had the first overall pick. And, well, maybe that selection, it could backfire. So Gada laughed, and he may have the last laugh if with the white pieces he can do some damage to Levon. But this is Wesley. So up a pawn. Tanya, at the start when we first looked, he was down a pawn, and it looked like white had a runaway passer. Now there's a king in the center, and black is up a pawn. But somehow the eval bar is saying it's still within drawing territory, perhaps because the white king is so active.
The white king is super active. The white rook is really active, tying down black's rook to f7 to defend the a7 pawn. And the big decision for white is, do you want to put your pawn on f4 or do you want to keep it on f3? And indeed, Amin Tabatabai, for the time being, decides to play f3 because black doesn't have time to push his own f-pawn. White can slide in with the rook, give a check on e4, and win that pawn. And eventually, white does get the pawn into f4. I just don't see a way for black to make progress with the a7 weakness and more pawns getting traded after h5.
What Wesley wants is like king b5, pawn a5, just like start pushing the a pawn, because white is just going after these black pawns. That's true. But if I can get this pawn up the board, maybe at some moment I'll give up a kingside pawn to try to get a2. But look at this. Rook d5 check. Yeah, it's an immediate threat, but he does go a5.
And now rook d5 is a real threat because f5 is hanging. And after king c5, I think we're going to see a repetition. The a5 pawn is attacked. You've got to come back with the king. The rook will slide back. Again, threatening a check. The king comes back. And I think this will end in a draw right here, right now.
Yeah, no need to risk it if you're Wesley. The black pieces, he plays a4. He realizes he's not risking all that much. The check, the king comes up to b4. You will win f5, but then you both have to start calculating who is actually having the better chances here with the black king entering and attacking the white pawn in a2.
And it's a big decision to take with just 10 seconds on the clock. So a nice practical try there by Wesley. And in fact, Amin Tabatabai says he's not going in for that line. He stops the move king b4. Rook d5 is still coming in with a check, but it means one more move for black. He'll have to go king c4, king b3. Also, there's a big threat of just going rook b4 and not allowing black to do any of this stuff, Robert.
Yeah, rook check, rook back. Great find by Amin Tabatabai with just seconds on his clock. He's just saying the king has to stay to the a4 pawn. Now, if I go rook d5 check, your king has to go back up rank, and he doesn't want that. The game is officially a draw. Well played by both these players.
Very precise stuff there. And Robert, the other board with Iturizaga, who decided to play against Parham Maghsoodloo. Parham won the first game with the black pieces. He takes down Iturizaga, which means that Parham just needs a draw to make it into Division 1 of the Aimchess Rapid. Wow, that means Game 1 is down in the books.
It is indeed, and we see the scores here. Levon Aronian was held to a draw by Gadakomsky. The other players, Magnus, Carlsen, Parham Maghsoodloo, they're the happy campers, and Amin Tabatabai and Wesley. So I think both of them are unhappy because Amin was better at the opening, and then Wesley was up a pawn at some point, but he couldn't find a win.
Or maybe both of them are happy. It's the glass half full, half empty situation, Robert. And I think it does come down to this final rapid game. And of course, if after that the scores are tied as well, we might even be seeing some Armageddons. But meanwhile, Ivan Saric and Iturizaga have to win on demand to force an Armageddon. Not an easy task when you're playing against Magnus.
No, and normally I would say beating Magnus is the most difficult thing that can happen, but Iturizaga actually has the black pieces against Parham. So I'm not sure. Would I rather have white against Magnus or black against Parham when I need to win? Ivan Saric has defeated Magnus Carlsen before. He beat him in the 2014 Olympiad. He also beat him in the Grand Chess Tour event. It was, I don't remember if it was Rapid or Blitz, but he beat him in one of the events in Croatia. So he's done it before. He has a chance, but you're down a point. You need to win from move one. It's not comfortable.
Not at all. And he starts with the white pieces. That's the good news for Ivan Saric. And Magnus, we've got, goes with the Spanish setup here. H3 has been played. And of course, there are different ways for black to continue here. You can try with knight a5, c5 ideas, or first develop the bishop on c8. There are, of course, also plans with the knight retreating to b8, eventually rerouting to d7. So a lot of different structures. And the reason that Magnus has slowed down here is because he's deciding what will be his middle game approach here.
Yeah, he has many options. He's played this position many times with both colors. So if Saric wants to force a draw like Levon did in that Marshall, it's not a Marshall anymore, but regardless, Magnus is happy to force a draw. It means he makes it through to Division 1. So the players are just rerouting their knights. This is going to be a slower affair. But are any of the other games?
Whoa. Yes, Robert, I think we immediately have to move on to the Gadakomsky, Levon Aronian. It's absolute insanity on that board. And we're going to pull that up. White is losing a rook on a1. But there's bishop c4 threatening a mate in 1 on f7. I have no idea what's happening here. Queen d5.
Can we just...
What happens after queen a...
Yeah, I'm just going to see how he
going on?
got here because it was a London system, and I told you this. Gatakovsky has been playing the London since most people in chat were born. So let's just start with that. He is very experienced, and bishop f5, a distraction, a deflection tactic, but it's wrong. And Gatakovsky says, yep, I'll take that. And you could have b2, you could have my rook in the corner, but I'm going to take on d5, and look at Levon play knight to f6, so he doesn't even take the rook. I guess, Tanya, what would have happened after queen takes a1? Is there like a...
You can't take on c4 because the knight on b1 is hanging. You've got to first defend that knight on b1.
Yeah, with queen b5 and then take on c4.
Yeah, and black's queen on a1 is just horribly placed. In fact, there's no way to defend b7. Once b7 falls, there will be more material that will fall. And I think that was the trap in the position. Robert, nice find there by you. Queen b5 is the idea. Of course, Levon, when he walks into a line like bishop f5, he's got to know what he's doing. You don't just sacrifice that bishop on f5 unless you're familiar with these ideas. He plays knight f6, and now the big question, where do you move the queen? Because I don't see a good way. You can pick up the c4 pawn as you're pointing out. You're still up a piece, and I'm just wondering if black continues to delay picking up that rook on a1. Maybe knight e4, threatening that pawn on f2.
Oh, he doesn't. He goes queen takes a1. I think Levon doesn't know this opening. I think he got completely caught. He made a quick move, and the f5 square. Unfortunately, Fabiano Caruana made a mistake in Norway chess in that last round against Hikaru Nakamura by playing a pawn to f5 in a critical position. Here, queen to b3. You defend your knight, you attack b7. And if black ever castles queenside, you're walking into fire. Like, you probably will get checkmated in the near future. And your queen is trapped in the corner. This queen on a1 is not getting out of there, even if the queen just calmly goes back to c2.
Problems everywhere for black. So there are two tempting moves here, queen b5 and queen b3. I like the idea of queen b3 because it also defends a2. Not only does it hit b7, but it traps black's queen on a1. But Kamsky has slowed down, and I'm just wondering if he is considering the move queen b5. Either ways, I don't really see an option for black instead of long castle in that position. You can't afford to drop the b7 pawn.
Yeah, I don't think so. I mean, one of the things to note is the bishop on f4 stops any rook b8 business. Because sometimes, just to show this quickly, is you say, okay, I'll play a6, you'll take on b7, I'll play rook b8, you'll take my knight, whatever, I'll block it, and I'm going to get your knight down here. And then you realize that this doesn't work in the first place because this rook on b8 was always hanging. So you cannot get away with this like you would in some other positions. So that's something that's going to be very important. And I think that it makes sure that Kamsky is ahead in this position. And he is doing the right thing. I think spending time is important because both these moves look kind of the same, at least to my eyes. But I'm guessing there is some little difference there.
I think it's got to be around this queen on a1, right? Queen b3, just making sure that black's queen doesn't escape. And Kamsky going into a bit of a think. I think this is a critical moment. It makes a lot of sense to slow down. He does smell the blood here, but he knows he's got to be precise. And Robert, while he takes a think here, should we zoom out and take a look at some of the other boards where action is on right now?
All right, let's do it. So we started with Magnus and Saraj. We just looked at Levon and Gata. Why don't we look and see how Parham is going? Because he only needs a draw. And sometimes you play for a draw and it's not the right way to play the game because you start thinking in results-oriented terms. And now we see in this position, Tanya, if I'm Iturizaga, this is like a dream position from black. I need to win a game. My opponent is saddled with an isolated pawn. Wait a second, you're not going to have an isolated pawn. You're going to lose a pawn.
I don't see a way to defend it. You've got two pawns under fire, the d4 and the g2 pawn. I have no idea how Parham got into this mess. By now, he should have castled his king. A lot of different moves should have happened, but with the king still stuck in the center, Iturizaga is going to just end up with an extra pawn out of the opening. A very healthy pawn structure. I am struggling to even find compensation for white there.
Question for you, Tanya. So you're going to lose a pawn no matter what. Do you give up the g2 pawn and get the open file and try to attack? Or do you castle, giving up d4, thinking, okay, maybe I can make a draw just down one pawn. I should have some chances. Which pawn would you give up?
I'm going to be honest. Before you asked me this question, it wasn't even a question in my head. I thought that you've got to get your king to safety. You go shot castle, give up the d4 pawn, put the bishop on e3, try and find activity. But the moment that you mentioned these ideas that yes, you give up g2, but rook g1 comes in with a tempo, it opens up the g line, and that could mean that's where you find your compensation with the bishop coming on to h6 in some tactical ideas, and Parham is about to make his decision. He goes with bishop g5. He does go with the idea of finding that compensation along the g line. Watch out, Robert. Do not get greedy for the d4 pawn. Queen d4 runs into the thematic bishop h7 and winning the queen.
Exactly. That is important to note, that there's a piece in between two pieces on the same line. You get that piece out the way, you win some material. There's treasure at the end. And so we see bishop g5 played. The good news for Parham is neither player has the eval bar at their disposal. So if they knew it was minus 1.7, Ichirizaga would just take this pawn and move his bishop back and say, I'm better. But he doesn't know that it works, and so rook g1 can be a follow-up. So sometimes what top players do is they bluff a little bit by moving quickly. Parham took a lot of time to calculate, but I think that Ichirizaga, he could be a little bit scared to play bishop g2. But Tanya, if this was game one, he shouldn't take it maybe. But in game two, when you need to win, I definitely think he should have captured.
And there's a cross on knight c6, Robert, but it's so easy to get scared with these ideas. And if we just back up for just a quick moment, I want to show you something. When the knight is on b8, you capture, you're thinking in your head, bishop g2. The rook comes to g1, that's tempo number one. The bishop moves away. Let's say bishop b7. The knight jumps onto h5. I'm putting threats on g7. You take my knight on h5. The queen comes on to h5. The h7 pawn is under fire, and we see the bar slowly does creep up. It's so easy to get terrified of these positions. And I think not allowing this counterplay seemed like what Ichirizaga wanted. Unfortunately for him, given the match situation, he had to play with fire there. Now that knight c6 is on the board, Parham immediately moves back with the knight on e2, but that's not an accurate choice here.
Yeah, it's a position where he's defending the d4 pawn tactically because of the bishop takes h7 lines. But I do think that Ichirizaga, he needs to win the game, so you might have to take a little bit of risk. And now that he has this position, maybe it's not that big of a deal. Maybe he's doing the right thing because he is better.
And I think opening up that G line could have been a lot of trouble. And we know Parham Magsudlu. He loves to play for the initiative. He loves to play for the attack. So he would have really enjoyed and thrived with rook g1, knight h5 ideas that we were looking at. h6, the d4 pawn is a long-term weakness. And I think Robert Ichirizaga has his chances in this game to come back into the match and force an Armageddon. Let's zoom out and continue our tour around as you've got 4 big matches in the fight for Division 1. Where do you want to jump to next?
Well, we haven't looked at Wesley's game against Amin Tabatabai, so let's go from one Iranian player to another. And for Tabatabai, he drew with the white pieces in game 1. It was shaky from both players. Here we see a Sicilian. So I recognize the structure here. I see an isolated pawn on a6, a potential backwards pawn on d6. But Tanya, I don't see many Sicilians with a black knight on e6 like this.
It's Sicil for the kill, and especially once that knight from e6 jumps onto f4. I'm kind of liking these squares that black has for the knights with potential sacrifices on the king side. But Robert, of course, our eval bar, it says, Tanya, whatever you're saying is utter nonsense. Everything is under control. Long-term, black's d6 pawn is a weakness. The a6 pawn is a weakness. Not just that. How on earth is black ever going to get the heavy pieces, the major pieces into the attack? As long as the queen and the rook stay on the queen side, there can be no realistic fire down on the king side. Also notice how the white bishop from e2 can simply fall back to f1 and keep everything under control and guarded. So yes, knight f4 looks like a pretty knight, but there's little that it's going to do there.
Yeah, and I know that David Howell likes to make fun of himself, a little self-deprecation, how he always has a bishop on e1. But bishop e1 in some of these positions looks like a reasonable move, opening up the d-file for your pieces. So I could see a future bishop move. The c2 pawn is a little bit loose. It may go up to c4, but then you have to acknowledge you're giving up the d4 square forever. We do see the knight come to f4 first by Amin, and yeah, it's a good move. I think bishop f1 is a pretty automatic reply.
Yeah, and then later on you can target this knight on f4, but this is going to be a heated action. You can just tell from these kind of Sicilians and these positions that things are going to get exciting. Meanwhile, things are already exciting in the Ivan Saric versus Magnus Carlsen matchup. Ivan Saric has to win on demand, and Robert, he has created his chances. I'm looking at the position right now. We've got it up in front of us. Evalbar says Ivan in driver's seat, and look at those knights. Look at that knight on f5. The queen from b3, always eyeing the king side along the diagonal. There are potential sacrifices as well. Black's got to be careful here.
And knight e5 is the choice of Sarge because this queen is about to slide on over to g3. That was a nice move. I was trying to figure out a knockout blow on these squares, right? A sacrifice. But knight e5, it puts pressure on f7. It may go to c6 and give an e7 check at some point. You can trade on d7 perhaps in the future. But queen g3 is a big idea. Just barreling down the g file, trying to exploit the fact that the black king does not have too many defenders.
And I'm trying to find a way to fight this idea of queen g3, and it's not easy, which means that Magnus is forced to burn the clock. And what clock are we talking about? He's down to 1 minute and 20 seconds.
Not good. Not good at all. I think that Magnus probably has to, I say this with no confidence whatsoever, make a move like knight to g5. Instead, he's giving up an exchange. He wants queen f5, knight f8, and then play for the initiative around it.
I think it was just too dangerous to allow a white to continue with the attack with just a minute on the clock. This is desperation. Robert, this one looks like we're going to have an Armageddon on our hands. If Ivan Saric is able to convert this, he starts with the move knight h6, and now we'll pick up the exchange. This is even nicer. You win a pawn, you destroy the pawn structure.
You could see Magnus shaking his head. I think he overlooked knight takes h6 check. He was trying to give up the exchange, but he didn't want to give a pawn as well. If you could just give black another pawn, right? And imagine there's a pawn g7, your king is healthy, you're feeling okay, but now you're feeling terrible because your king side is open and you're down a rook for a knight, and you're also down a pawn. Too much material.
Too much material, and Ivan Saric just now connects the rook. He's also targeting the b4 pawn. The white queen can slide to f3, keep everything under control and guarded on the king's side. Queen f3, rook e4, rook g4 ideas come to mind. This is big, big trouble. Magnus Carlsen down to about a minute on the clock. Wow. Robert, was queen f6 the decisive mistake? But things seem to have gone wrong before that.
Yeah, it's one of those positions where the top players, they're like, no, my mistake was before that. And you're like, well, no, objectively, you were still in it. It's like, I don't care what the engine says. I couldn't find moves because I just didn't have ideas, no plans for me. So this king h7, I think we do see a plan here that there are chances for Magnus to survive. The problem for him is Saric is up nearly 5 minutes at this stage, and he's protecting everything. If the times were reversed, then we may be talking about more likely for black to survive. Now it's incredibly unlikely.
And look at the setup and how compact everything is, what white has done. The queen, the rooks, everything in the center, developed g3, making sure there are no tactics on the king side. All white needs to do is trade off more pieces. Don't go king g2, trying to defend everything, because the f4 bishop will be hanging and can be picked up. But there are a little unpleasant threats right now. Bishop f4 is on the board. Magnus creating a little bit of pressure here.
I think king h2. If bishop takes f4, you may double my pawns, but only after a queen trade. So I think king h2 seems to do the trick, and he plays king h2. And yeah, this is just bad for Magnus. And I was saying, winning on demand against Magnus, good luck to you. Sarge says, I don't need luck. My skill will be more than enough. And look at this position. It's domination.
Yeah, you make your luck on the chessboard, and that's exactly what Ivan Saric has done. King h2, precise defense there. Of course, a queen trade is as good as resigning in this position. So Magnus not going for bishop f4. He makes the move rook to g6. Still trying to think, how can he create his chances? Maybe a knight jump, knight to d5 coming up next. Trying to create more pressure on that bishop on f4. But Robert, there are these ideas, defensive resource of white jumping in with the rook to e5. Always watch out for that. Knight d5, rook e5 might just win the game on the spot for white.
It does, because you are going to give up your rook for 2 minor pieces and be up a bishop. So let's hop back to this game maybe, because I see that there is action going on in all the other games. We can hop right back here in a sec. I just want to quickly look at Kamsky and Aronian because that game was really fascinating to start with in favor of Kamsky, but Levon Aronian actually takes him down. It's a surprising turn of events considering what's happening in the opening, but Kamsky must have made a mistake somewhere critical, and Levon Aronian wins.
Wow, Levon Aronian wins this game and wins the match and books his spot in Division 1 of the Aimchess Rapid. So that's Lev justifying his decision of picking Gata as his opponent in match play.
Wow, I'm just going to very, very quickly show how it turned around. Queen b5 was the choice. We were talking about queen b3, queen b5. He chose the wrong option because after e5, pawn sack, bishop takes e5, bishop b4, getting in the queen's path, black was able to activate all of his pieces, and the white king was in some danger over here. And look at this move, queen b2, defending b7, offering a queen trade. This is how Levon started the game and went on to win. But that's over, so let's go to games that are still in progress. Tanya, which game should we head on over to?
Wow. I could have been a completely different narrative had the move queen b3 made instead of queen b5. And it was tough to spot the difference, but here it is. And with that win, Levon Aronian goes through in Division 1. Robert, let's quickly get an update on the Wesley board. A lot has happened there.
What?
And equal material.
Yeah, it took me like 5 seconds to count that, but yes, it is even material, but a very weird pawn structure where both sides have an awkwardly placed pawn. The f4 pawn doubled, the c2 pawn isolated. Who would you rather have here, white or black?
A knight c6 is a big threat on the board, but it's black's move right now. That's the good news. I have to say, if black has to trade that bishop on a6 after rook a6, I don't like that bishop on e7, the white knight jumping to f5, the white knight jumping to c6. I do like white's position. Instead of trading on a6, he falls back with the rook on b6. And maybe white can just simply retreat the bishop, the rook jumping onto a7, a potential knight jump to f5. I think Wesley's got good chances here.
It's a very Wesley position where, black is very passive. White has good control over the center. I really like bishop b5. Why trade the bishop and allow the rook in the game? He plays bishop c4 instead. Similar plan with knight f5, knight d5. So Wesley will try to work his magic here. I do see that Magnus Carlsen lost game 2. So we will have the Armageddon with bidding to break that tie.
Wow, so the action will continue and it's going to be a lot of fun to watch that one. It's a lot of fun in the Parham Maksudlu Iturizaga board as well. This is going to be a long grind, so let's quickly jump over to that one because exciting moment with that last move that white played. The pawn from g2 to g3. I look at your expression, Robert, and you can smell the blood here with that bishop eyeing down the board. A check on h3. If this is not checkmate, I don't know what is.
Oh my goodness. I mean, what in the world are we looking at here? Knight h3 check. If that knight were not there, it would have been checkmate, which means that your knight can do some discovered work over here. Wait, how many? Isn't white down a piece too?
Oh, wow. And with all of that, I didn't even notice that. And maybe if white even had an extra knight on c3, it still might be lost this position. But wow. On top of everything, down material gives a check on e7, and if nothing else works, you can simply go queen g4 next.
This pawn is pinned, or queen h5. You're up a piece. So maybe there's bishop e6 check, things like that, but black will have f4 at the right moment and just crash through on the king side. It looks devastating.
Wow, so this might also be heading into an Armageddon, because Iturizaga has to win on demand. So Magnus Carlsen, Ivan Saric, that match goes down to the wire. And here as well, Iturizaga creating his chances, up an extra piece, a lot of attack against white's king. How many pawns is that? That's just one pawn for the piece. That can't be enough.
It definitely is not. Rook c7, that's one way to attack two pieces, but it wouldn't have worked because of knight d5, which would hit the rook and the bishop there. So there's always a way out for Iturizaga. He's up 2 minutes plus. I think we could trust him to take this game at this stage. He is up a piece, and I think that Parham's running out of ideas. Now this pawn's dropping as well.
Yeah, you could go d6, but it is eventually going to fall, and that would mean opening up f3. This is crazy stuff. g4 on the board.
It's hard
and
to...
Robert is speechless.
pawn takes, bishop takes. There's like knight takes d5 over there with queen takes g4 check to follow. There are like some cool mating patterns that might happen with a discovered double check against the king on g2. So yeah, Iturrizaga has enough time to calculate. That's the good news, because if he only had seconds, then mistakes could happen. But he plays just too calmly.
Yeah. And Parham's the one who's playing on seconds. You can't even pick up the h3 knight. The bishop on e3 hangs. Knight f4 threats. d5 pawn is falling. Parham Magsudlu down to 12 seconds on the clock. Rook e1 played. Picks up the knight on... Wow. And look at that. Parham capturing that. This is desperation, but everything falls apart.
Yeah, and I am anticipating
Bishop f3.
A vintage Iturrizaga fist bump. That's what I'm waiting for. When this game ends, he is going to do it, the celebration.
Oof. He's going to deserve that because of just the way he's played with the black pieces. Bishop f3 is so tempting. I don't know where's the mate, but it's got to be somewhere on the board. White can pick up the knight on e3. You pick up that bishop on g4. There's queen h5 check as well. Queen g5 check as well after that. That's got to be game over. Whoa. This is amazing stuff.
You have so many options here. Queen g5. Oh, there's no bishop c8 mate because the rook can take it, but queen f4 check.
I like queen f4. Yeah.
Yeah, you take this bishop with check. That's game over. It's a win for Iturrizaga. And there it is. There's the fist bump.
Robert, you called it, and we see Iturrizaga react there. He wins the game, and with that, takes the match into the Armageddon. Love it.
And we only have one game remaining from the second game of these matches. And if I'm looking at this correctly, Tanya, and I have been miscounting in most games thus far, White has 2 minor pieces for a rook, and the minor pieces should be enough for Wesley to win this game.
Yeah, wow. I'm just taking all of this in right now. So there is a pin along the A file. So the knight on A7 is stuck there, but probably not for too long. Robert, it still seems like there's work to be done here. Do you start going rook A6, targeting the D6 pawn? Is that the idea that you want? He first defends the bishop on B3, and I think eventually he will go for that D6 pawn.
Yeah, he's protected everything that he needs to. Rook A6, there's rook takes B5, so have to be a little careful right now. What is the move at this stage? King F2? I guess everything's defended. Look at this. It's weird.
Yeah, everything defends each other. It's like a family support group here. The bishop saves the A4 rook, the pawn on C2 defends the bishop on B3, the knight on A7 defends the knight on B5. That's a mutual admiration society. And rook B6 played right now. But where is the conversion here? You've got to try to break through, and this is what he shows, knight C7, freeing up the knight. The other knight will jump onto B5 if given the opportunity, not right now.
Maybe knight D5? Trade knights, take with the pawn, give yourself the C6 square. So I think this should be sufficient.
Is he considering recapturing with the bishop, perhaps? Also eyeing that F7 pawn, which is so tender in the position. Imagine a rook landing on the 7th rank. That will be game over. Knight C6, rook A7 ideas.
Ooh, he shuts the rooks off from one another. Such a Wesley type of move, but he does walk into a little bit of a pin. It is defended. Yeah. But trades, maybe you don't have enough material left to win, although he should.
Wow, and just 6 seconds on the clock for Armin Tabatabai, but rook A8, a nice move there. He could not have allowed Wesley to free up the knight and get the rook onto the 7th rank. Wesley slows down a little. He has to be sure that once the rooks are traded, he's confident of the win and going for the H-pawn. This is getting trickier than what the eval bar tells us right now, Robert.
Yeah, King E7, do not give up D6. And the question now becomes, does White, and knight D5 check does win this pawn, is White able to win pawn? Rook H4 is made by King G1. The rook gets trapped over there, and that's why the king went back to F8. But unfortunately, I don't think you can successfully take this. King G1, trap that rook.
Knight D4 you have to count on G5, G4, but you're just not in time as you're pointing out. The knight traps the rook, and we can see it. Armin Tabatabai reacting to this position. He knows that it's all over.
Yeah, Wesley So wins and makes his way through to Division 1 of the Aimchess Rapid. Wesley has many fans out there. He is a fantastic player with that precise, almost mechanical style at moments, and he maximized that in this game.
Wow. Robert, what a match play this has been, and it's not over. We've got two big Armageddons, but the players who did make it through, Levon, Aronian, Wesley Stoke, convincing games by them.
Yeah, game 2 was a little bit topsy-turvy for Levon, but he was able to withstand his disadvantage in the opening. He came up with some brilliant tactics to win him that game. And Wesley, so it wasn't a tactical affair. It was just positional dominance, just putting his pieces on good squares. So they both earned their spot through to Division 1 of the Aimchess Rapid. I feel badly for Amin Tabatabai, who had such a great Swiss tournament, and for Gadakomsky, who's a legend and was off to a great start in that second game. But they will play in Division 2. That's going to be a lot of fun and a lot of hard work there because so many strong players who don't make the top division, hey, they still have a go of it in Division 2.
Yeah, there's so much to fight for in Division 2 as well, but the action's not over. We've got Armageddon coming up, a format that's so destructive that it's called the Armageddon, and you don't want to miss this one. We will be giving more information on that. 2 Armageddons are going to be on with us right after this break. We'll be back.
Do you wish playing a chess game with a friend was as easy as sending them a text? Well, good news. Now it is. With Chess.com's new iMessage app, you can start and play a game directly in iMessage. Your friend doesn't even need a Chess.com account. It's just tap and play. Head over to go.chess.com/iMessage or use the command iMessage in chat to learn more.
Welcome back, everyone. As the action continues, we are going to be treated to two very exciting Armageddons, and it is the bidding Armageddon, Robert, which just takes it up a notch, makes it even more fun as the players will bid for their time. And wow, what are you expecting from this one? But before that, Robert, let's take a look at the format for the Armageddons. Let's just talk about that. And this is the action that's coming up. The players bid for the time, and the lowest bid wins, gets to choose the color. Black has got draw odds, which means that white has to win on demand. Robert, the big question in Armageddons is always, how low can you go? Especially because there's no increment.
Yeah, there is no increment, which means that if you have a rook endgame, king and rook versus king and rook, you have to flag your opponent. You have to be shameless in this format. I know the players, they often are nice, they're very cordial, they get along well with their friends and fellow competitors, but no, they're your enemy here. You win on the clock if you can, and so black wins the match with just a draw, which means white has to go all in.
So the players really want to fight for the black pieces, but for that they have to make the lower bid. And Robert, we are getting updates on the bids that have been made, but of course it is about how much time are you willing to forego to get the black pieces. Once again, let's remind everyone that black has got result odds, but white has got that extra time and starts with 10 minutes on the clock. The winning bid starts with the amount of time that they bid with and no increment at all.
Just like limbo, it's all about how low can you go. And for some people, just like the people on the limbo line, they go a little bit too low and their knees fail them and they just fall on the floor. If you bid too little time, like Viswanathan Anand did against Pavel Pankratov in the Global Championship. I actually misspoke now, I realized earlier, and I said Pavel Smirnov. Too many Pavels out there. But, you bid too little time, you may be punished for that on the clock. You just don't have enough time to make it work on the board.
Yeah, you've got to be so precise with your time bid and so sure of your mouse skills, because flagging is completely allowed. Not only is it allowed, it's heavily recommended in the Armageddon. That's part of the plan. The clock is definitely the 17th piece in this format, Robert, and we've got bids that have in fact come in. The matches have started. Magnus Carlsen bid 7 minutes 58 seconds. And he won his bid. And he'll be playing against Ivan Saric.
Yeah.
Wow.
Yeah, Saric bid 725 to Magnus' 758. So Saric, he went low. And for Magnus, will he be able to punish him using the clock as the 17th piece, as James Canty likes to say? And we're looking at this position. This is very dry. Would this have been your opening choice for Magnus if you had the white piecing as a player who was down 2.5 minutes?
Yeah, Robert, I'm just looking at the bids, and let's just get everyone up to date with that. So Magnus Carlsen actually lost the bid. Ivan Saric bid 7 minutes 25 seconds, chose the black pieces. Magnus starts with white, gets 10 minutes on the clock. For Iturizaga against Parham Magsudlu, it is Parham who won the bid, and Iturizaga starts with white with 10 minutes. Parham starts with 8 minutes on the clock, has the draw odds. But Robert, again, the question comes down to, is that time that Ivan Saric bid for too low with 7 minutes, 25 seconds? And you were asking about what color I would choose here. I do like white's position, the control in the center, more space. But again, giving draw odds, that's a big, big give here. And is it going to be enough to win? What Magnus is eyeing for, bishop f4, a potential queen d2, bishop h6 ideas, getting the rook into the game. He starts with first blocking out the black bishop on b7, so there's no bishop f3 in those lines.
Yeah, it does look pleasant for white because the knight can slide to d4 at the right moment, up to c6. This bishop is under attack. I think black can try knight e4. I'm not sure if it works out so well, but the point is you start trying to trade pieces, open up your bishop on the g7 square. I do think that Saric is playing this well, but I'm still looking at the clock. 6 minutes, 21 seconds for him. It's really not that much time, and white has a healthy pawn on d5, and that's not a good bishop on b7.
It's not a happy bishop on b7, but anytime in the game, it can reroute to the c8, h3 diagonal as well, but not at the moment. He still needs to think about his development, getting that rook from a8 onto the game. Knight e4, as you pointed out, has been played. White has also got to find a way to keep his rooks into the central files. But right now, that b2 pawn, that's a little loose. Robert, do you defend it immediately, or perhaps throw in a rook e1, targeting that knight on e4 first?
Yeah, rook e1's a way of defending by attacking something else, but rook b1 is Magnus' choice, and I think that makes sense. Just keeping the pawn defended. Black can try a move like queen to f6, but this bishop just slides back and maybe up to d4. So this position, it looks very solid, but it will be about maneuvering. So what do you say? Should we head on over to Parham against Iturrizaga to see what's going on in their Armageddon game?
Let's do it. And this is the second Armageddon fight with Iturrizaga, starting with 10 minutes on the clock with the white pieces against Parham Maksudlu, who's got draw odds. And remember, there's no increment here. Well, this also looks like an extremely solid position. Lots of pawns on the board, very close. Yes, white has the open C line, and there's a C6 backward pawns. But then a weakness is only as big a weakness as much of an attack as you can put on it. And there isn't too much that white can build against it. I think despite all this activity on the C line, it looks really solid for black.
So I'm of two minds here, so help me out, Tanya. On one hand, this looks very solid, which tends to make me think there could be a draw, but it's such a closed position where only one pawn has been traded that this game might last forever, and Iturizaga's up 2 minutes on the clock. So do you think it's closer to black stabilizing and drawing, or white being up time and using the clock as a weapon?
The thing is, Robert, with Armageddon, stabilizing is never enough to draw because it comes down to clock. It comes down to actually flagging your opponent. So you need to create decisions on the board that actually end up simplifying the position rather than just saying that you're going to hold on to it. And that's exactly what Parham is doing. He starts with play along the king side. Also, let's point out the b4 pawn is a weak spot in white's camp, which ties down the queen and the bishop to the queen side, giving black a little bit of an activity and time to create something on the king side. Yes, it's stable, and yes, a draw is enough, but you've still got to fight for it. Iturizada will try to flag Parham as long as pieces are on the board, and the side that has more time on the clock in the Armageddon, a big strat is to just keep pieces on the board. You don't need to think about winning plans. You don't need to think about what works for you, but just keep material on the board.
I loved the move rook a2 because it stopped g4. The threat of g4 is you get knight d2 with a fork. So rook a2, it also helps you double on the c file. It protects the f2 pawn another time. Watch out for sacrifices there at a critical moment. The e3 pawn could be loose. Black could play h4. But these decisions are not easy for Parham, and he's burning some precious clock. So let's maybe head back to the other game. We're going to go back and forth, everybody. Don't you worry. We want to see Magnus and Saros. We want to see Parham and Iturizada. Wow. Okay, we have a pure endgame here. Is Magnus going to try to flag him?
And this is exactly what we were talking about, right? The player with less time, you want the pieces off the board to get closer to the draw. I think Magnus has to try to flag him. That feels like the only chance that he has. If the game ends in a draw, Ivan Saric wins the match. Magnus, meanwhile, has got a knight on d4, but it looks like not too many penetrating spots for the king. Objectively, it's a draw, Robert. It's going to come down to the clock here.
Objectively, yes, but I actually think even in a classical game, this is still a bit difficult for black, especially now that this pawn is on h5 and this knight at the right time can reroute. So the king will come to e3, the knight will go to e2. If you ever take on h4, which has happened, that frees up the g3 square. And, you know, I haven't read too many chess books, I've admitted that before, but I've seen enough Karpov games in my life to look at this position and say, you know, I feel like white really can press and win this game. Ulf Anderson, I hope you're doing well, but this position looks like one where he would press for a win in an endgame. I actually think that black's in big trouble.
I think in that's a situation when white's knight gets to g3, black will have to take a defensive setup of getting the bishop to defend the h5 pawn. And he wants to do that via g6, but watch out. What about the c7 pawn?
But Magnus is... Who cares? You're not going to attack anything. You play bishop to b1, maybe still knight to b5, and yeah, these pawns are all on dark squares and will be targeted.
And he goes for bishop b1. The idea is that after a3, he wants to go bishop a2, try to put pressure on c4. We see the eval bar creeping up. Robert, you're absolutely on point that practically not an easy position for black to defend. It might not just be about the clock. With h5 weakness and a c7 weakness, the knight can jump around to attack both. It might actually be a lot worse for black now.
Yeah, but what I do like for Sarich is that the bishop tends to outclass a knight when there's things happening on both sides of the board. So if this knight goes to b5 at some point and the king has to go to d4, the black king may come up the board over here and the knight's a bit slow to get back. That said, knight takes c7, knight e8, knight takes d6. All of these pawns are going to be in trouble. And Magnus, he's really just sitting on the position. He played b3. Like, he just wants this structure.
Well, he's going to come in with the king. If allowed, he would try to trap up that bishop on a2, so it couldn't stay there for too long. Bishop b1 played. And now after knight b5, black starts targeting white's queenside pawns. So the knight on d4 is actually stuck defending that b3 pawn right now. How do you improve? Magnus looks like he's done everything right. He's got the most beautiful position with the knight on d4, the king on e3, but what's next?
He'll eventually move his king this way and play for b4. Like, he's just going to... Look at this. The black king can't enter. So that means that Magnus can play like this for 50 moves and then play b4. So he's just going to waste time. He is doing a perfect Armageddon strategy with no increment. Don't play b4 yet. Don't do... See, I don't love that. Even if it's good for white, he could have burned more clock in the process.
And what you're pointing out, this knight on d4, it really stops all activity. Black's king can't get to f5. The f4 pawn controls the e5 and the g5 square. But now what's next? Does white also go a5, trying to get his own king towards the c7 pawn? But Robert, the more pawns that get traded off, the closer black gets to that draw.
Yes, and a5 takes, the king would have to go up to b7. And is this bishop going to be able to stop it? Or is the black king going to be required to go back to d8? And that's... Oh. Wow, that was quickly spotted by Sarich.
Oof. Wow, and he's still got time on the clock. He's got 2 minutes 51 seconds. There's no increment at all. A draw means Sarich wins the match and Magnus will not make it to Division 1 if Sarich is able to hold this position. He's found a key defensive resource. Don't go king f5. 93 is a big fork in the air.
Wow, that was a really great idea from Magnus. I think what's going to happen is that bishop d3, knight d, the king now has to go back, and the knight is stuck and can't make progress. But he's wasting Sarich's time. Oh, it's a losing move. That's a losing move.
And that's it. You just go king c6 and you win the pawn.
Yeah, you're just winning everything.
But that's king f5.
I think you win 2 pawns just to 1, and your pawns are too fast.
And he does it. King c6. He's going to pick up both c7 and d6. The tension on Sarich. He realizes that it's not enough. The c-pawn is just super fast.
And it was Magnus' strategy. You could tell by the way he was playing. And I asked the question earlier, would you play this solidly when you need to win? He was playing for the clock. And Sarich bid 7:25. So he was down 2 minutes, 35 seconds to start. Look at the clock, by the way. 2 minutes. And now 25 seconds is the lead for Magnus. So he's kept the time advantage the whole way through. And now he's using it because he has an objectively winning position. He knows that, and he wants to accurately put this game away.
Well, boys and girls, this is how an Armageddon is done. So Magnus there, he's calculated the line, comes back with that knight to e1, will give it up for the f-pawn. Meanwhile, the c-pawn will advance down the board to c6, and only then will he go d7. All right, Sarich still asking questions, not allowing this plan. King d4, is it time to give up the d-pawn for the bishop? d7, does that win on the spot and just get the king back, eat up all the king side pawns?
Yeah, here comes the white king back to f5. And you don't even have king e3 because knight g2 check forks and wins this pawn. This is game over. It means Magnus Carlsen will be in Division 1 of the Aimchess Rapid event. It's the 4th leg of the Champion Chess Tour. And wow, I feel for Sarich. I mean, he really put up a fight. He went on demand against Magnus Carlsen, but his back is literally against the wall. It's proverbially against the wall. He has lost the game. Magnus Carlsen's through.
Wow, and you could see the relief on Magnus after that. He knows that this match was really close. Ivan Sarich made a comeback in game 2, but then eventually in the Armageddon, Magnus showing absolute class in the strategy in the endgame. Though it was a draw, but a very difficult position to hold. And with that, Magnus books his spot in the Aimchess Rapid. That's going to be a fun one. And of course, Magnus fans excited about that. But perhaps those 4 players who qualified already for Aimchess Rapid can't be too pleased about this outcome, Robert.
No, they are going to be very upset. They all love playing Magnus from this perspective of, I want to play the best players in the planet. But from a competitive standpoint where they're like, I want to win first place, they're like, Magnus, can you please go back down to Division 2? Get out of here. And speaking of getting out of here, what is happening in this game? White is somehow down a piece, but has a pawn on a6. How much material, how many pawns does White have for the piece? I count 5 black pawns, 7 white pawns. So it's 2 pawns for a knight. And there's a passed pawn. This pawn on b5 is loose. This d5 pawn is also a bit loose. What is going on here?
It's absolute madness. That's what's going on here. And of course, it's easy for us to see the eval bar and say black is winning. But when you have no idea about what the eval bar says, it's complete crazy stuff. Even with the eval bar telling us, it's hard to see what's happening. Starts with knight h3 check. Now you've got to watch out. Never allow black's queen to come on to f3. That would be a checkmate in 1. There are a lot of these mating ideas, even at a certain point. The h-pawn marching down the board with h4. A potential knight sacrifice on h4. So Parham Maksudlu here creating his chances with the black pieces. Robert, a big time scramble coming up. Both players under 3 minutes now.
I'm just going to show a very quick line, and it might be bad, but you said it, and now I'm really into it. Knight h4 looks like a really big idea. So let me try to find a move for white. Some kind of, I don't even know any random moves that exist, but I want to play knight h4 and knight f3, and then once I trade knights there, bring my bishop in to deliver the checkmate. And I actually think that this could work. Knight h4. If you take it, you're going to probably get in trouble down here. And if you take, like, say, this bishop to distract the queen, I was looking at something like this, but there is queen d5, rook e4, potentially, and if queen f1. But I was thinking I just bring my bishop in and I checkmate you. But apparently everything I've said is wrong. Literally everything I've said is incorrect. I'll be right next time, everybody. It's okay.
And even looking at that position, I'm just wondering, it looks so dangerous. I have no idea. Some crazy computer resource there, Robert. Super hard to find. Queen d5 has been played. Knight h4 always in the air. Look at the kind of pressure that white is building. Again, who cares what the eval bar is saying when that bishop on d6 is pinned? When the b pawn and the a pawn are marching down the board? Anything can happen. I would be very scared with black here.
And look at the clocks. Both sides down to about 1 minute and 50, about to be 2 seconds. And white has 4 pawns for a rook if bishop takes c6. That's so many pawns.
It's a lot of pawns, but you've got to take that rook on c6. And this just means that white has got 4 pawns for the rook, and the b and the a pawn are going to march down the board. b5 is not possible right now. Watch out. That's why black defended that queen on f6, so that b5 is met by bishop a3.
Yeah, so the queen is protected. Okay, but white needs to find a move here. Knight e4 won't work. Queen f3.
There's rook e4, right? Oh, you want to play a7. That's so tricky of you, Robert.
No, I actually blundered, but thank you for trying to save me. I appreciate that. But queen f3, I think, is just checkmate. So I got fancy with my blunders.
But it's actually an interesting point because knight e4, rook e4, a7, the only thing that saves the day for black is that pawn on h3 with queen f3 coming in. Well, Iturizaga spots it. He doesn't go for this trap and he plays rook to a1. a7 is all that white needs to get. Does he want to go bishop b2 and simply start pushing the pawn? Is that his idea at some point?
You could also think about b5 because bishop a3, we get a queen trade, and white has 4 pawns for a rook, and they're all passed. So that could be a decision, but look at Iturizaga's clock. He's now down under a minute. He's a very experienced blitz player, but Parham is superb in blitz and bullet time patrols.
This is completely out of hand. This is anyone's game. H5 pawn also under attack. Really important that knight on d2, a key defender in the position. A7 in the air. Black is a rook up for 4 pawns. It's not a usual imbalance that we see. And again, just disregard what the eval bar says right now. It doesn't matter at all.
And that h5 pawn may not be hanging because it might be gone in a second. I like queen takes h5, but he goes bishop b2. Be careful. d5 check is a fairly obvious one.
But a big threat. It is a basic threat, but one that needs to be sorted. And he goes queen g4, stepping out of the way. And look at that eval bar. It does creep up. Is it time for white to start advancing the pawns? He first centralizes the queen. a7 is a big threat now. He's not only covered the diagonal, but takes under control the a8 square. And look at that. The players down to under a minute on the clock.
and no increment. So they don't get more time with each move that they play. They're going to be down to their final second. This is a blitz scramble turned into a bullet scramble at this point. And how do you stop a7?
I have no idea. Can you just think about getting greedy? Go rook b4, you go a7. I'll pick up that pawn on a7. Oh my god, queen f7 is threatened. It is madness. He starts with queen e2. And after a7, what do you want? How do you react to a7?
He takes the bishop and now both rooks. The knight does protect the rook on e7. So queen d2, rook queen b8, queen takes b2. And is there some kind of mating threat? Can this queen get to e4? Queen a2.
You start with
something
queen
like
a2, queen a8. I want to defend my a6 pawn. I want to guard your queen coming on to d5.
Oh, no time. Queen b5 play. Great move. And remember, white also needs to win the game. A draw is a win for black. But right now, it's all about the clock.
Oh my gosh, no increment. And he's down to 9 seconds on the clock.
Parham is very, very quick, though. Look at him play. Oh, rook f5 is a good move.
Wow, Robert, this is crazy. I think Parham's going to get flagged. Parham's about to get flagged.
No, I don't know. He's such a good bull, but look how quickly he's playing. Here comes the knight. Knights are very tricky pieces. Oh, g5. Look at him. He's just giving all his pieces away. He wants to play quickly. Oh,
white. It doesn't matter what you give away. It's just about flagging. 1 second. Oh my god, who's going to flag? Parham got it. And that's it.
Look at the celebration from Iturrizaga.
Iturrizaga does it! Oh my god, it came down to those milliseconds on the clock and he wins. He flags Parham Maghsoodloo. Unbelievable stuff.
0.9 seconds remained on the clock for Eduardo Iturrizaga, but he has made his way through to Division 1 of the Aimchess Rapid event of this Champions Chess Tour. Tanya, we barely had words coming out of our mouths because there was no time remaining on the clock. But only one player had just enough time, and that was Iturrizaga.
That's such a heartbreaking moment for Parham Maghsoodloo, but Iturrizaga, he really did shine in those seconds, and it all just came back to those last couple of moves. Absolute madness on the board, went down to the wire, and this is what the Armageddon is about. We saw big blunders, big misses, but some really cool resources and attacking possibilities there as well. Just amazing chess all throughout. And Robert, Magnus winning it in the Armageddon, Iturrizaga winning it in the Armageddon. Meanwhile, Levon and Wesley taking it in their rapid match play. It's going to be a fun ride in the Aimchess Rapid.
And you have to feel for Parham Maghsoodloo. He had the better position throughout that game. He was doing well on the clock, and he was playing so many great moves. But then the position got tricky. Things got out of hand. He didn't have enough time to calculate everything. And Iturrizaga, 0.9. That's the number, his favorite number in the world right now.
That's the amount of time, chat, that Iturrizaga had left on the clock when he flagged Parham Maghsoodloo. 0.9 seconds. And 0.00 to Parham. That's what happened at the end of that game. Absolute brutal stuff. But what a brilliant day of chess this has been. And Robert, so many cool games that we saw. And this means you've got our field for Division 1 of the Aimchess Rapid. Let's take a look at the players who will be joining Nodirbek Abdusattorov, Fabiano Caruana, Jorden van Foreest, and Vladimir Fedoseev, who made it through in the Chess Kid Cup for the Aimchess Rapid. And from this one, from the plains today, we've got Levon Aronian, Magnus Carlsen, Eduardo Iturrizaga, Wesley So booking their spots into Division 1. And Robert, I'm looking at that field, and it's going to be one hell of a tournament. There are no weak spots there. There are no targets there. And also, we've got Eduardo Iturrizaga, who'll be making his debut in Division 1. A dangerous player.
I felt bad for Amin Tabatabai for having to play Wesley So. I now feel bad for Nodirbek Abdusattorov. I mean, he just won in the Chess Kid Cup. He can win another Division 1, but he has to play Wesley So. That's not the opponent you expect to get as the 8th seed in the bracket, but we'll see these great matchups with so many fantastic players. And look at the entrants, the people who just earned their spot. Look at their high ratings. And last but certainly not least was Mr. Vamos himself, Eduardo Iturrizaga, the fist pumps, just rooting himself on, and he needed every last ounce of energy to make it through to Division 1. I think a lot of people will be very pleasantly surprised by him in Division 1. Watch out if you're Fabiano Caruana, if you're the other people. That's not somebody you take lightly. He has so much experience, and he just proved that he belongs in Division 1 in the Champions Chess Tour.
He's definitely going to have a target on his back. For all these other players, he's that one player that they do want to win against. He's making his debut. They don't know what to expect from him. But of course, the chess world knows that how dangerous Iturrizaga can be. And we saw him in his brutal format in this last Armageddon. Robert Parham, I'm still thinking about this. Parham was an entire rook up. And Iturrizaga creating that play with the pawns rolling down the board and then it coming down to those seconds. And that's what this format takes. Complete control on the nerves, precision, and that never give up attitude. And that's what Iturrizaga has shown. It is vamos from him into Division 1 of the Aimchess Rapid. And Robert, it's been such a fantastic day of chess. We started when the sun was still out in Delhi. Now it's about 3 a.m. in the morning. But I could not have had a better Monday. This was so much fun. And also watching how Magnus made it through his match, going down to the wire, losing in round 2, then qualifying for match play, and then winning it in the Armageddon. Levon Aronian, from start to finish, absolute masterpieces from him.
Yeah, Levon looked great. I mean, he was shaky in that last game against Gadakomsky, and we're going to feel sympathetic for the players who just got eliminated down to Division 2. That's okay. There's still a lot of prize money at stake, some great competitors in that field, and I just think that for Parham Magsudlu, you just think what could have been 0.9 seconds was the difference between Division 1 and Division 2. But as you said, the people who are in there, very strong, very capable. Magnus Carlsen joins them. So I think that we are excited to see the former world champion, I remembered it, take on many of the best players in the world. And Eduardo Iturrizaga, he may not have the highest ring next to his name, but he is a fantastic player, someone who's done really well in the Pro Chess League. He was one of the MVP candidates, in fact, because he had 9 wins, 4 draws, 0 losses in the Pro Chess League season. In Rapid Chess, he has been demonstrating excellent skill in this time control. So don't be surprised if he pulls off an upset.
Just amazing stuff. 0.9 seconds. Robert, it takes more time to say 0.9 seconds than what 0.9 seconds is. I mean, what is that amount of time? And that's all it took. And that was the difference that got Iturrizaga through into Division 1. Parham Magsudlu will be fighting in Division 2. But of course, we all look forward to seeing all the players back in Aimchess Rapid. It starts on 10th of July. It's going to be an exciting one with Magnus re-earning his spot and Nodirbek Abdusattorov still there. Fabiano Caruana, who's yet to book his ticket into the season final playoff. So a lot of excitement coming up with the Champions Chess Tour 4th event kicking off. Mark your calendars, chat. It's 10th of July. The action starts. But the action continues on chess.com. Robert, we will be back tomorrow as the Junior Speed Chess Championship kicks off.
Yes, we have the call for the first match. It's going to be super exciting. Gukesh did not take part in today's action. He just came off a 3rd place finish in Norway, so congratulations to him. But he has his work cut out for him tomorrow against Emin Ohanyan. You and I will have the call for that. And of course, Christopher Yu takes on Pranav Buddy from India. There are 2 great matches in store for everybody tomorrow in the Junior Speed Chess Championship quarterfinals.
Looking forward to that, chat. A big shout out to all of you who joined us for this incredible day of chess on YouTube as well as on Twitch. It's been so much fun, Robert, calling this out with you. A long, long day, but it just flew by. And I'm still going to be thinking about, I don't think sleep's coming anytime soon, as I think about all the action that we witnessed. Chat, once again, thank you for joining us, and we'll see you tomorrow for the Junior Speed Chess Championship. It's a good night from us.